Hello. No. Yes. Come.
Good morning. Saish, I need today's flow printout. Please give me printout of today's schedule. Thank you, Saish. A very good morning to all the participants present here today. Kindly have breakfast. Refreshment is being served. Have garam chai and come back so that we are refreshed for today's workshop, seminar. Thank you.
disconnected.
Good morning. Namaskar. Good morning, Sagryan Yokar. A warm welcome to everyone present here for this two-day national seminar on new state curriculum frameworks as the basis for transforming school education. As we settle down, since we are going to start with our sessions soon, before that, we would like to show a documentary prepared by SCERT Goa. The workshops, the seminars, the activities, the training which happen at SCERT has been compiled in a documentary, and we would like participants to have a look at it. Before that, requesting the delegates who have come today, kindly register and take your delegate kit. It is outside the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly enjoy this documentary and see the work done at SCERT. Requesting the delegates to settle down, inviting all the delegates inside the hall. We are about to begin with our sessions. Two-day national seminar on new state curriculum frameworks, SCFs, as the basis for transforming school education. We started yesterday on 5th December 2024, and we had really good sessions with lot of knowledge which was delivered by the experts. Today also we are going to have good sessions, requesting all the delegates to be prepared with your mind open for accepting the knowledge which will be delivered here, and the experts who are going to share their quality information over here for this seminar. Today's sessions will be on education, past, present, and future, planning the way forward. Foundational literacy and numeracy FLN, building strong learning foundations, will be a panel discussion. We will be addressed by Madam Professor Vasudha Kamath, and this session will be online. Assessment reforms, a shift from summative to formative evaluation. We are going to have some reflections of skill education, NEP and NCF. SCERT Goa would like to improve upon our best practices. That's why we have invited SCERTs outside Goa. So SCERT Maharashtra, SCERT Assam, and SCERT Chattisgarh. The representatives from these SCERTs are here with us. They are going to share their insights, their best practices with us. And of course, we are having a session on competency-based assessment and holistic progressive card. And this is the most important session for all of us because we are looking forward for assessment pattern to be done under National Education Policy 2020. Once again, a kind request to all the delegates to kindly settle down. We are about to begin with our program.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Once again, a very good morning to all the delegates. A brief information about what happened yesterday. We had inaugural ceremony in the morning where we had the chief guest, Additional Secretary, Ministry of India, Shri Anandrao Patil, IS, Additional Secretary of Education, Government of India. We had our own Secretary Education, Shri Prasad Lolekar, IS, Secretary Education, Government of Goa, and he presented the state scenario on NEP 2020. Amongst us, we had Professor Dinesh Saklani, Director NCRT, and of course, Director SCRT, Madam Meghna Shedgaonkar, and Director Education, Government of Goa, Shri Shailesh Zingde. We started with the first session, and the first session was presented by Professor Ranjana Arora, Head Department of Curriculum Studies and Development NCRT, and her topic was National Curriculum Framework, SC and Competency-Based Learning. Followed by Professor Shashikala Vanzari, Vice Chancellor NIPA, New Delhi, and her topic was Role of Teachers in Implementing National Education Policy 2020.
Heard.
Session 3 was followed by Reimagining Skill Education in Goa, presented by Professor Vinay Mehrotra, Professor and Shri J.R. Rebello, Chairman SCF-SC Committee, and this panel discussion was moderated by Shri Ruildo D'Souza. A very warm welcome and a very good morning to all the delegates and our guests present here. Before we start with our sessions, I would request the technical team to kindly play the documentary and let us see SCRT's work being done, what we do at SCRT, a small documentary presentation about SCRT.
The implementation of the National Education Policy, NEP 2020 in Goa, began with a vision for transformative education.
Soon after National Education Policy was declared in 2020, Government of Goa has constituted Task Force Committee at higher education level as well as school education level. School education level committee was headed by Honorable Minister Sri Subhash Shivurkar, and higher education level committee was headed by former Chief Minister Sri Lakshmikant Parsekar. Based on the report given by these two committees, we have started implementation of NEP in the state of Goa.
To oversee this ambitious transition, the state government constituted a state-level steering committee chaired by Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawantji. This committee played a critical role in ensuring quality and efficiency in the implementation of NEP 2020.
The journey of NEP implementation required reimagining education, and for this, the state curriculum framework committees were formed to guide curriculum development at various stages. Members of these committees received orientation on NEP 2020 and the National Curriculum Framework (NCF) from experts at NCERT, New Delhi. Subcommittees were then tasked with designing detailed subject-specific syllabi. By 2023, the State Curriculum Framework Committee for the foundational and secondary stages had finalized and notified its report, marking the significant milestone.
Goa has adopted a staggered approach to NEP implementation, aiming to fully realize its vision by 2028. In 23-24, NEP 2020 was implemented at the foundational stage, that is Balvatika 1, equivalent to preschool 1. The training extended beyond educators, encompassing the entire ecosystem. Although Anganwadis are managed by the Directorate of Women and Child Development, the Directorate of Education and SCERT took the lead in providing early childhood care and education training to all Anganwadi workers. Over 2,000 teachers and Anganwadi workers were guided on both the philosophical and practical aspects of implementing the SCE curriculum in state across Goa. This training was supported by bilingual resource guides. That is, the Teacher's Guide Part 1, available in both the local language and English. Aligned with the NEP 2020 and NCF 2022 guidelines, a comprehensive 5-day training program was conducted in phases during June and July 2024, focusing on foundational stage educators and Anganwadi workers to ensure effective implementation of the SCE curriculum. Over 3,000 participants were trained using state-developed syllabi based on the Panchakosh, that is, the 5-fold development framework.
As far as school education is concerned, we have started implementation of new curriculum and new curriculum structure at foundational level 2 years back. That is Foundation 1. This year we have started implementation of new curriculum along with new curriculum structure at 9th as well as Foundation level 2. Next year we are thinking of implementation at Foundation 3, 3rd standard, 6th standard and 10th standard, so that we will able to complete implementation of new curriculum under National Education Policy by 27-28.
The state of Goa follows the NCERT textbooks. With NCERT textbooks for the secondary stage still under development, the existing syllabus was mapped to the competency-based learning outcomes outlined in NCF 2023. To address interdisciplinary learning, the state introduced a new interdisciplinary area, IDA syllabus, made available on the SCERT Goa website. Teachers were trained by a team of 85 master trainers with pedagogical support from NCERT experts.
Goa aligned its computer subject curriculum with the National Skills Qualification Framework, abbreviated as NSQF, by developing content for 3 job roles vetted by PSSCIVE Bhopal. Heads of institutions and computer teachers were oriented to this updated curriculum. Additionally, partnerships with premier institutions such as IISc, Bengaluru and Infosys Springboard have strengthened teacher education.
NCERT introduced new textbooks for grades 1, 2, 3 and grade 6. A workshop on contextualization was held, where NCERT experts guided teachers in adapting the curriculum for Goa's unique needs. This contextualization is ongoing, covering the foundational, preparatory and middle stage to ensure readiness for implementation in 2025-26.
Orientation sessions on NEP 2020 were organized at the Taluka, district and state level for offices of the Directorate of Education, SCERT, BRCCs, coordinators and task force committee members. At the Taluka level, meetings were convened with school heads, management members, teachers and PTA representatives across all talukas. Individual interactions with schools were held to address and resolve any concerns. These sessions were followed by consultative meetings held in April and May 2024 with school heads and teacher associations to gather suggestions for the implementation process. Discussions were also conducted with subject associations and Board of Studies members to ensure diverse perspectives. By fostering open dialogue and collaboratively addressing challenges, Goa has set a benchmark for the effective and inclusive implementation of NEP 2020, aiming to provide quality education for every child.
Public awareness campaigns have played a vital role in NEP 2020 implementation. Secretary Education, Shri Prasad Lolekar, IS, has actively engaged with the media, conducting press briefings, participating in TV panel discussions, and appearing as an expert speaker on Goa Doordarshan to demystify NEP 2020 for the public. The transition has not been without challenges developing interdisciplinary content, addressing teacher skill gaps, relocating instructional hours, and gaining stakeholders' acceptance. However, these hurdles were overcome through the combined efforts of the Directorate of Education, Goa Board of Secondary and High Secondary Education, SCERT Goa, school managements, heads of the schools, teachers and other key stakeholders.
National Education Policy talks about SSSA and SCOF. We have already notified SCOF and we are in the process of establishment of SSSA in the state of Goa. And I am sure this will enhance the quality education in the state of Goa. We have tied up with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, which is undoubtedly the best institution in the country for giving training to our science teacher. As far as leadership is concerned, we have tied up with Indian School of Business to impart training for all headmasters and principals of the higher secondary. And I am sure that as part of implementation of NEP, this will play a very crucial and vital role.
The policy will be implemented for Valedictory 3, that is preschool 3, grades 1 and 2 at the foundational stage, grade 3 at the preparatory stage, and grade 6 at the middle stage during the academic year 2025-2026. For grades 4, 5, 7, 8 and 10, existing textbooks will be mapped to curricular goals and learning outcomes and supported by a holistic progress card for assessment. By 2027-2028, NEP 2020 will be implemented across all grades. The final phase, that is from 2028 to 2030, will focus on cluster formation and the physical restructuring of institutions to align with NEP's goals. Goa's journey towards implementing NEP 2020 demonstrates a commitment to educational transformation, overcoming challenges through innovation, collaboration, and determination. With a robust plan in place, Goa is on track to achieve its vision for holistic, competency-based education by 2030.
Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, dear participants. Welcome back to Day 2 of the National Seminar, New State Curriculum Frameworks as the basis for transforming school education. I hope you all had refreshing start to the day and are ready for another session filled with knowledge and inspiration. Before we begin with the sessions, we have some dignitaries in the audience. I would request Shri Bhagirat Shetye, Chairman Goa Board, to present a floral welcome to Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe. Requesting Shri Shailesh Jingde sir, Director Education, to present a floral welcome to Dr. Ramakrishna Rao. Thank you, sir. As we begin session 4, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this discussion that promises to add great value to our understanding of education. To guide us through this session, we have with us our distinguished speaker, whose expertise in education is truly remarkable. I request Director SCERT Madam Meghna Shedgaonkar to kindly escort Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe to the dais. It's real honor to have Sir with us and other dignitaries here to share their insights and experience with us. Without further ado, I request Madam Deepika Kudav to introduce the speaker of this session.
It is with great honor and privilege that I introduce a visionary leader and an eminent academician, Professor Anil Dattatray Sahasrabudhe, who has been a guiding force in shaping the landscape of education and innovation in India. Professor Sahasrabudhe currently serves as the chairman of the National Educational Technology Forum, as well as the chairman of the executive committees of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council and the National Board of Accreditation. His illustrious career is marked by transformative leadership roles, including his tenure as chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education, director of the College of Engineering, Pune, and the deputy director of IIT Guwahati. At each of these institutions, Professor Sahasrabudhe has left an enduring legacy of innovation, excellence, and progress. A recipient of several prestigious honors, Professor Sahasrabudhe has been awarded a Gandhian Peace Award by CSR Times and Indian Achievers Forum, and the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar by MIT World Peace University. His accolades are a testament to his lifelong dedication to education, innovation, and a societal betterment. Professor Sahasrabudhe is also a fellow of numerous esteemed professional bodies, reflecting his deep commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration across disciplines. We are truly privileged to have such a distinguished luminary with us today. And I'm confident that his insights will inspire and enlighten us all. Please welcome Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe with a loud round of applause.
सभी को नमस्कार. Very good morning to all of you. Dr. Prasad Lolekar, who has been inspirational to organize such a very important two-day event here. Dr. Ramakrishna Rao, very eminent educationist and president of our Vidya Bharati, and all other members of Ministry of Education of the Government of Goa, SCERT officials, and people who have come from different parts of country for attending this particular meet, which is taking forward national education policy and how to frame the framework for the curriculum, how do we go forward for implementation of NEP. But I am given a different topic, a topic of education being how it was in the past, present and the future. And Dr. Kulkarni madam gave this topic and I accepted it. So Meghna ji, whatever was said, I am trying to do as much justice as possible. Well, when we talk about NEP 2020, which is about 4 years old, we should reflect on what all things were happening in this very country for a long time. And many times, it is not even spoken about in our curriculum, nor in our general parlance, and therefore, we don't have the feeling of pride, proudness about our ancient civilizational heritage. And that's why looking into the past becomes very significant and important. Yeah, why past? Many people keep asking. We should talk about present and at most future. But it is often said that history and past shows the mirror to what we are today and help us in molding ourselves, create ourselves, prepare ourselves for the future, like peeping into the kaleidoscope. And so that history is also very, very important. And that's why this topic which was given. Oh, you will do it. Then it's not happening, that's why. Okay, we all sometimes keep listening about a system of education that existed in India, which is called as Gurukul system. Many times we wonder what was it. We know that at the age of 8, a child used to go into the Gurukul under the tutelage of a guru. Education was imparted. And many of that was in the form of recitals, shlokas. So people thought it's more theoretical in aspect, but if you take today's terminology, one of them which is experiential learning, it is the finest form of experiential learning that existed during those times, many thousands of years ago. So whether it is going into the forest to fetch the wood for fuel, or to go to the river or well to fetch water, or to do household chores, to also learning many things, including various types of weapons, whether it is gada or dhanushban or any of those things were being taught there. including variety of exercises, yoga, meditation. So I think the entire education system was based on experiential learning, but at the same time, lot of shlokas were recited which will increase on one side memory power, and when you recite many times, you internalize and try to understand, critically analyze, start thinking analytically, and lot of other features of education which we talk about: critical thinking, analytical abilities, mathematical abilities, all of them, those virtues also are indirectly ingrained. You may not be formally speaking about them. And last but not the least, when the student graduates and goes out of the portals of the Guru, there used to be what we call in Taittiriya Upanishad, two fundamental things which we all talk about today. Satyam vada dharmam chara was also told to the student. And Satya is truth, you also be truthful. Dharma is not religion, dharma is the profession which you are going to follow, has to be done according to the tenets that are required. You know, those value systems were also imparted and done. And last but not the least, the third part was you have to keep on learning. Lifelong learning, which is again talked about today, is also part of that. So I think many others were told, but these are three fundamental things. Be truthful, profess your profession in the highest possible ethical manner, and then be a lifelong learner. I think that is the spirit of true education, which we also discussed today, which was there in the ancient time. And that's why knowing about it is very important. And also, the tests or examination was not based on written text like what we are doing, 3-hour examination, 2-hour examination, but it was both on the form of recital and also understanding the real practical examination which used to happen, including 360-degree feedback, both from the peers, the other students who are part of the team in the same education system, and many others who are part of the Gurukul. So it is a total true 360-degree feedback-based assessment and evaluation, which is very significant, which is also important today. So I think that's why knowing about this history is important. We all know about our ancient civilization, Mohenjo-daro, 2500 BC, Indus Valley civilization. This picture shows how the structure of the town used to be there, water harvesting and water resource generation, as well as flow of water, everything was done. 2500 BC means more than 4,500 years ago. So many a times, even in our schools, especially in the books of science and mathematics, we assume that science has come from the West. But we must realize that it is not just science, but the science and technology has grown, evolved, transported from India to the other countries. And then it developed further. We never say that further development of science and technology did not take place beyond India, beyond Bharat. It did take place. But the origin of that is all from India. This is what is to be told, understood, right from school days, from home to nursery to primary to higher education. This has to be ingrained in our psyche, in our DNA, so that we will not only feel proud, but we will also be aware that we can also do it. The problem today is that many things we think that we cannot do it. Everything can only be done by America or England or Japan or Australia or Singapore, but we are not capable of doing it. And this diffidence has to be overcome. We have to create that self-confidence, and that self-confidence comes from past, that we were at one time the most glorious of the civilizations and highest of the achievements in not just science, technology, but art, dance, drama, music, you name it, in 64 kalas, 64 kalaon. In all of them, today also many people don't know about many kalas which we had evolved and to the highest zenith. And so it is very significant and important for us to understand our civilizational glory, to become proud of it, and be confident that we can make it. Then came the first university in the world. Today, many times I see in the newspapers, our Indian institutions and universities do not appear in the top 100 ranks of the global ranking, whether it is QS ranking or Times Higher Education ranking or Shanghai ranking. All other countries corner all of those, and we are somewhere. Sometimes it was mentioned by Prasad ji in his opening remarks in that video, which was so beautifully made. The training is given by professors from Indian Institute of Science. Even that institute, which is the best in the country, and some IITs, they appear somewhere in 200 to 300 bracket, 300 to 400 bracket, but not in the top 100. So we say that we are very poor and all that. But in the year 600 BC to 1200 AD, 1800 years, in that span, if there was world ranking of the universities, in fact, there were no universities elsewhere at 600 BC. And when they started happening somewhere around 800 AD, 1000 AD, but still 600 BC to 1200 AD, 1800 years, if there were world rankings, all top 10 ranked universities will be from Bharat. That is our privilege that we should be aware of. And we know about the kind of subjects that were being taught in Takshila. There were 68 subjects. Today also, in most of the universities, we have about 30, 40 subjects. Very few universities have about 50, 60, 70 subjects. So remember 6,000, 600 BC, that means around 4,000 years ago also, we had a system where we had 68 subjects evolved. Only then students from all across the globe were coming to India for education. It was from all possible nations that India was receiving students, first in Takshila, and when Takshila was destroyed in the year about 500 AD, it was shifted to Nalanda, and Nalanda continued to be very glorious in terms of the highest education. I think one of the features which is very important to remember in the Nalanda University was, I think, jump kar rahe hai. Anyway, I will speak about the teacher-student ratio was 1:5. There were 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers. The best of the universities in the world today, be it Stanford or MIT or California or Berkeley, the ratio is not as good as 1:5. Even today's our UGC norms, AICT norms ask us to have a faculty-student ratio of 1:20, 1:25 and so on. We are not even meeting that. That is a small part which we need to improve. But nevertheless, there used to be a ratio of 1:5. That means for every 5 students, 1 teacher was available for interaction, for solving the doubts and difficulties in the minds of the student. With such rich history, the science which I talked about, right from agriculture to architecture, which is very important even today, astronomy to Ayurveda, biology to chemistry, civil engineering to mathematics, metallurgy and physics, surgery and yoga, you name it, and all of them we had excelled. So none of the countries of the world had any of these things existing during those 1800 years, and we transported it. It went from here. Mathematics went from India to Arab world, and from Arab world to Europe, and from Europe to the other nations, and they developed it further. So that's why our numerals are also unfortunately called Indo-Arabic numerals. They are Indic numerals. It is not Indo-Arabic numerals. But because they popularized it further, their name is also tagged with our name, that is Indo-Arabic numerals. So I think what we need to understand is about the rich heritage. The library which Nalanda had was burnt, and it remained burning for about 6 months. That means it's a 8-story building where huge collection of books, lakhs of books were there. All of that got lost, but it is still available in a scattered form in different places, and we need to recollect them, bring them together, and a division called as Indian Knowledge System, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, which is established by the Ministry of Education in AICTE in the last 3 years, has been promoting to get an idea of what all existed in the past from all possible sources. Today, digitization is possible. Whatever was available in different formats can be scanned, put it into one place, and then, like what is there as Wikipedia, we must create our own Indian wiki where all information about our ancient heritage will be made available. So I think that is one part where education will begin. That therefore, for our students, we need to have all of that to be together. We are all aware of some of these very interesting things which happened in science. Panini grammar in 5th century BC, when people were not having a language to speak, we had the highest form of grammar, Sanskrit grammar created by Panini. Mining of zinc was known as way back as 400 BC. Ashoka pillar, which is standing in Delhi, 272 BC, is not rusted. No other iron anywhere in the world can be kept like this for such 2000 plus years, and still in all weather, rains, winter, sun, it still stands erect without corroding. I think we knew about corrosion science. Today also we lose a lot of things because of corrosion. The Damascus steel, which was used for the swords, was all found out in our country in terms of metallurgical science. By the 9th century, I said Hindu-Arabic numerals, which is famous today, was developed, and we know about India having developed not symbol 0, but also numeral 0, which has no value. And that is very significant because when you add it to the digits, followed by that, number increases by multiples of 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. And this concept was given by India. It is mentioned that it was developed recently, but please remember some of the ancient Vedic literature also has a mention of words like 10, 100, 1000. That means we know Sahasra, Dasha Sahasra, all of that. Naturally, those numbers will come only when those zeros were added. So it is not that 0 was invented recently, although the credit still is given, thankfully, to India, Bharat, but it existed very, very long time ago. So our concept of 0 and infinity were absolutely phenomenal. No other country in the world could think, unless the civilization has grown to that extent, we can't do it. That is one part of this story. But many of us still don't know that many of the mathematical theorems which are taught today with different names were all founded much earlier in India itself, whether it is a binomial theorem, Pythagoras theorem, value of pi to a great accuracy up to 35 digits, 60 digits, many of them have given that, algebra, geometry, trigonometry. Mathematics was one subject which was developed to the highest extent, and it continued to be developed even in recent times. There is a Kerala school of mathematics, Madhava school, and there are many such schools which existed even after unfortunate, Macaulayan system which came in the year 1835, we continued to develop. So I think this rich ancient history is important. One of the famous books which is written by Dharampal on the named as Beautiful Tree gives clear description about the schooling system even as late as 17th, 18th century. That almost every village in India had a school. And there was education which was going. It all got halted, stopped after 1835, and then we lost all the tradition, culture, education system that we inherited. All of that started dwindling, and a new system of English education started coming in. We were informally speaking in the hall just outside here that whether the education should be imparted in what language, And the best language that you can train students is in the mother tongue. It is a natural language. We talk about natural language processing in computer science, but natural language processing happens naturally when the child is born on the lap of mother. माँ के गोदी में बैठ के पहला शिक्षा शुरू हो जाती है. the child will start looking here and there. In fact, another interesting story, many times I tell to the industry friends, it's not connected with this subject, but still I want to mention that many industries say that our students are not employable. Those who graduate, their employability is very poor. NASCOM, FICCI, CII, all surveys say 30%, 40% graduates only are employable, rest of them are all useless. Maybe you look like that because immediately what is necessary, required in the industry may not be known to them, and that's why you think that they are not useful. But I give a biological example, that is different types of species, biological species, starting from amoeba, microbes, to higher levels of animals in the evolution tree. Each one of them take some time for becoming fully active. Bacteria, etc., split into microseconds, and then it's an entirely independent entity. It keeps on going. Go to birds, they take 1 or 2 days. Some animals, they take few days. Come to mammals, they also take few days to sometimes 10, 15 days. But when it comes to the highest species, that is Homo sapiens, the human beings, first 10 months, the child is not talking, not walking, not expressing much except the touch of the mother, father, or friends, and is understanding, it is comprehending, it is introspecting. And that learning, which is not visible, is the highest form of learning. And after that 10 months, once the child stands, starts walks, starts running, fully developed, you can imagine the kind of work that the same human being can do. So industry friends, please allow them some 7-8 months of training in your organization. They have a holistic idea of education, holistic idea of what is required to be done, but may not know specifically what is required in your industry. So give them that 7, 8, 9 months of time which baby takes when it starts growing at home. And while doing it, has anyone taught them a particular language which is spoken at home? No one teaches them. They only listen to those words and starts speaking. Amma, Ai, these words automatically come. And many times, if there are some elder siblings and some brothers, sisters, or other uncle, auntie, whatever they speak about that particular father, mother, the same word they pick up. In many houses, a child calls the father as Kaka, not Appa, ya Baba. Because someone else is, some other brother's son is saying Kaka, he will say Kaka, Kaku to mother and father. These are things which it has picked up. No one has said, don't say this or say this. So the natural learning happens in mother tongue. So having done that, when the child comes to nursery, Anganwadi, Balwadi, or then if there is no provision, then directly into the class 1 standard, we find that suddenly if a different language is there in which you start speaking to the child, it will get shocked. And that shock is very pervasive. And therefore, teaching in the natural way, in the same language in which the child was speaking at home or learning at home should continue, at least initial part. We are not against any language. If someone wants to learn English, welcome. Someone wants to learn French, Japanese, most welcome. But learn first in your mother tongue, because that is where natural processing happens in the brain, and therefore, wherever we go, whenever we do some activity in English, we internally are converting, translating from our mother tongue into English and English into mother tongue to understand and to express. And that's why many times we falter when we are speaking in English, because it's not our mother tongue, it is not our natural language. And that's why learning in mother tongue is very important. This policy, national education policy, has given great emphasis on learning, at least school education in mother tongue, and even possible, even higher education in mother tongue. And to facilitate all of this, we have various provisions which are made. I will come to that little later also, that how, including engineering education, medical education, law education, management education, can be imparted easily in our own mother tongue. Then immediately many naysayers will come and say that what will happen to their employability? Who will recruit them? You know, everything happens in English in our country. So if they learn in Marathi engineering or Konkani medicine in Konkani, will they be getting job? Or will they be able to contribute? Immediate counter example should be if the nations like Germany, France, Japan, China, Korea, these are all countries who are the most advanced countries, who have developed a lot of science and technology in their areas, which is adopted by Western world. If they can do it, why can't we do it? But this is number one. And we were doing all of this in Sanskrit some time ago. So there is no barrier on doing science or doing engineering or medicine or law in any language. It's possible to do it. In fact, in some fields where you have to interact with people later in your profession, like in medicine, like in architecture, like in engineering, pharmacy, I think it is better to be in local language because you have to, convey what you are doing and why you are doing to the people who know only that language. So I think that is very significant and important. So this is one area which is nowadays very dear to our heart, and therefore how we can facilitate learning in our mother tongue is also one important part. Well, I had one interesting slide which will show you. Although from 1835 we were subjugated by a different type of education to produce clerks. Even in this era, because of the DNA which was there flowing from centuries and thousands of years, they could not kill our spirit. And so these are great scientists. Despite English education, despite British education, because the basic foundation inside the DNA was Bharatiya, they could create wonders. That is the creation of Indian education system. So when I am talking about past, when we are closely coming to the present, we should understand some of these great scientists like J.C. Bose, Srinivas Ramanujan in mathematics, C.V. Raman, who got a Nobel Prize, and S.N. Bose, and there are many others, but I am giving sample 4 of them, who were none less than Newton or Einstein or Marconi or anyone else. Some of the credit which these people should have got went to them because we were not unfortunately recognized. Nobel Prizes, etc. should have flown to India in many numbers. As late as about 3 years ago, when Japanese scientists talked about intermittent fasting and got Nobel Prize for that, we should know that we know fasting for centuries. कोई एकादशी करता है, कोई शनिवार करता है, कोई सोमवार करता है, कोई गुरुवार मानता है. एक दिन का उपवास तो हमारे यहाँ कब से चल रहा है, और कभी एक दिन का एक वक्त का खाना. All of this is known to us, but we never investigated as to how it will influence our health, how well-being can happen, and we did not publish research papers, and therefore we are ignored. And that is what happened in case of many other patents which were being filed, whether it is basmati rice or whether the use of turmeric. All of this we had to fight. This is common parlance. In our kitchen we use all these items so elaborately, but not knowing exactly why it is being used. So somewhere in the past to the present, we missed the thread, that small thread of giving scientific explanation to our children as to why we do something. Many of them became more dogmatic. पूजा करनी है, तुलसी को पूजा करो, बड़ के पेड़ के सामने जाके बैठो, which gives highest oxygen. We never told what is the scientific basis behind that, and that's why many of our young children think that these are all what we call andhashraddha. These are not andhashraddha. There is huge scientific basis for this, and the proof is all these 4 gentlemen, the kind of things they did was so marvelous that they were finally recognized. Some of them are being recognized much later. Then came, during the early independence era and little later, some of the giants in the field of science, whether it is Homi J. Bhabha, under which this nuclear energy, both for peaceful purposes and the other destructive purposes of the bomb is all developed in India without foreign help, because many times there are sanctions, many of the equipment are not given, despite that we have been doing it. The other one is space science. The Vikram Sarabhai, who created a center in Thumba and Thiruvananthapuram and all of that, the ISRO center, ISRO has done magic. In fact, some of the things which even the most developed Western world could not do has been achieved by ISRO. For example, landing on the south pole of the moon, or finding out that there exists water on the surface of moon. Even those people who could not imagine that, we are able to show it experimentally proven. And many of these technologies which were denied, whether it is liquid propulsion engine or whether some kind of technology for nuclear fission, all of them were developed indigenously thanks to visionary leadership of Homi J. Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai. So that DNA is continuing, so their wisdom is being used in science and technology. There are three other revolutions which we should, one time from the Gokul, the era of Mahabharat Krishna, we were flooded with milk, but somewhere down the line we lost everything. And milk was being imported. And it is Varghese Kurian who, with his Amul dairy and many other developments, we became super rich in milk. Now today we export milk and milk products rather than importing. So this is white revolution. We have similarly green revolution. MS Swaminathan, we were importing wheat. I remember 1960s, there was a PL64, where from USA, that wheat, which not even cattle in USA eat, was sent to India, and we were standing in ration queue to get that and then make chapatis. From there to the entire revolution of agriculture. Then the IT revolution, which India is today known for as IT superpower, is Dr. F.C. Kohli, who founded Tata Consultancy Services and created not just TCS, it was the original company, but in the 1960s, when even computers were not there, they were thought about both by Ratan Tata and Kohli, and they created this agency through which today we have Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant, you name it, and top 10 IT companies of the world are all from India. And they recruit not only people from India, but also from more than 150 nations. So we are a truly multinational companies who came from this kind of a structure. So our education system, however, was tried to be destroyed, something remained intact, our values remained intact, and these people, gentlemen, created marvels for our nation. We say GDP of a nation is directly related to research publications, patents, and the gross enrollment ratio of the nation, which is what we are trying to do now in the present status, whether it is through NEP or prior to also NEP. We have been developing all of these aspects for some time, and India's contribution indirectly to GDP today is 16% in pay parity terms, but at the time of independence we were not even 3-4%. And please remember, in 1 AD, there was a study which is done by OECD, and that shows the GDP of India was such that it was more than 33% of the world GDP. So the entire world's 1/3 GDP was coming from only one nation, 33% plus. That was 1 AD to about 1600 AD. Slowly it reduced to 25%, 22%, but nevertheless, we were the highest. Only we started getting destroyed from 17th, 18th century onwards. During Industrial Revolution, all our handicraft, technology, everything was totally destroyed, and then we became very poor. But despite all of this, again, there are some bright spots, silver linings. One of them is the contribution to research today. Is about 5%, and in some fields it is up to 10%. Our population is 1/5 of that of the world. We are about 1.45 billion, the world population is 7+ billion. So that means we are 1/6 or 1/5 during that range. So everything that happens in the world, we should be at least 1/5 or 1/6. That means we should be 20% of the research publications of the world should come from Bharat, India. 20% of the patents should come from India. That is natural because God is not partial, He is impartial. So both fundamental knowledge and intelligence is spread all across the globe. We should not belittle anyone, even those countries which are today absolutely poor, African nations, some of the Asian nations. There is talent there also. Unfortunately, it is not opened up, it is not blossomed, and that's why it is not visible. So I think what is required is we should reach our minimum potential which we have. In fact, we have higher potential than that, but at least we should achieve the potential which is up to our basis. In Global Innovation Index, we stand at 39th position today. I want to mention this because just about 9 years ago, we were 81 in the Global Innovation Index. And today we stand at 39. So we have crossed half the way journey. And with our strengths, our talent amongst our young students, it should not be difficult for us to reach the top 10 in the next 2-3 years, or maybe 5 years. And that is our space. We have to occupy our space, which is very, very important. So journey from 81 to 39 was very easy. 39 to top 10 is going to be slightly difficult, no doubt, but with the national education policy, with the kind of support for innovation that India has been doing, I'm sure it should not be difficult for us to achieve that top 10 position. GER at the time of independence in higher education was 0.7%. Today we stand at around 28%, and the NEP says we should reach 50%. And as far as the school education is concerned, GER must be 100%. Many states have achieved 100%. Some states are close to 90%, 95%. So school education becoming 100% is not very difficult. But many dropouts happen at the age of maybe 10, 12, because of the financial conditions at home. They are put into some job. So dropouts are there at the 5th standard, 8th standard, 10th standard, 12th standard. So how do we overcome that and then continue the education is one aspect which we should all be addressing, so that all students should at least go up to 10th or 12th standard. Some of them may get into job later, but no doubt at least that much, and the remaining 50% should continue in the higher education sector. And this is all what is being thought about. The present education system, many a times we divide it into school, even in the school, pre-nursery, nursery, then the foundational learning, what we are now saying, then primary, secondary, higher secondary, then comes the higher education, and then postgraduate and PhD education. So we divide it for our convenience, that's fine, because it's a different nature of delivery of education that is required, and therefore we divide them into different aspects. But education itself is a continuum. It starts from birth and goes up to death. Right from the childbirth on the lap of mother, which I said in the beginning, to when we go after death into the grave. The entire journey is a learning journey, it's a education journey, and so it is a continuum. And so on one side, continuous learning, how we connect one level to the other level is one part, and how we continue to learn even beyond our formal education as lifelong learner. These are very significant things, and there are many things which we should be aware of in terms of the system. I will come to the next slide in that. But while we are blaming our system, and I'm saying again British system, which we are blaming, despite all of that, if you see the global top 500 companies, more than 60 companies, CEOs are from India. They all educated from school, high school, degree here, went to US or some other places, did higher studies, and they are occupying the post. We all know Microsoft, Google, and many others today. So all of that when it is possible, if we transform our education through NEP in the right direction, probably all the companies of the world will be owned by India only. That is the potential that we have, and we must be able to do it. And one interesting slide is this one, as to see the complexity of the Indian education system, both school to higher education. There are several boards. Each state has a board, and there are several other boards, CBSE board, ICSE board, and there are boards which are created separately recently. And every state has, and union territory has a board. And I'm sure, problem hai? हाँ, आवाज नहीं थे? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Huh. Hold it like this.
Let us have this only. Well, the most complex of the higher education systems of the world is in India. When it comes to university system, we have central universities enacted by Act of Parliament. We have institutions of excellence created by, again, Parliament, like IITs, NITs, IIMs, ISERs, on. We have state universities created by the state government, state private universities created by the Assembly of the States. There are deemed to be universities which are approved by the UGC and the Ministry of Education. There are colleges which are affiliated to the university. There are autonomous colleges. There are non-autonomous colleges. There are institutions which are standalone institutions who are not affiliated to anyone, nor they are universities. I think many of us in this room itself do not know all the variety that exists in India. And when we talk to some foreigner who come to India for some MOU signing, they don't understand. You have a deemed to be university. Deemed to be university. When is it going to become the real university? This is the question they ask. So I think we have the huge complication that exists, and still we are able to do extremely well. There are specialized universities, agriculture universities, engineering universities, medical universities, and this is very phenomenal. And that's why in the National Education Policy, one thing which is said is a bill on Higher Education Commission of India, whereby you integrate all the regulatory bodies and have one single regulatory body, so that approvals to be given to the institutions will be one-stop solution, not multiple agencies. If an institution is running architecture, pharmacy, engineering, medical program, you have to go to 4 different agencies for approval. And during each visit, what happens, we know. So I don't want to tell about it. And therefore, if there is one single agency, there will be usefulness. Some other features are also there. I will come to that later. So we are all aware of the new 5+3+3+4 system instead of 10+2. A lot of flexibility in terms of not only language, but also in terms of subjects. Today, after 10th grade, in the 11th, 12th, we either have to go into arts college, commerce college, or science college. And if you don't go to the science college in the 11th, 12th, and learn physics, chemistry, mathematics, you don't get entry into engineering, architecture, etc. If you don't do physics, chemistry, and biology, you don't get entry into pharmacy or medical field. So there is high restriction that exists. But in the new system, from 9th to 12th, a lot of flexibility is permitted. You can take maths and music. You can take chemistry and computer science. You can take physics and philosophy, and still apply for entrance in engineering or medical. But don't mistake that engineering does require math, does require physics and chemistry. You may have to do those extra subjects after joining engineering. You can't get away with it. Many times people have a misconception, and they, after the policy came, they started writing, क्या हो रहा है, पहले इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट अच्छे नहीं है और मैथ्स के बिना इंजीनियर कैसे बन सकता है, ऐसे किसी ने कहा नहीं है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में। लेकिन मैथ्स नहीं लिया था, फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री और म्यूजिक लिया था, तो उसको इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन रोकने के बजाय, not closing the doors on that candidate, but opening a small window of opportunity, we allow the student to come in and do those maths courses which are relevant for prerequisite for knowing engineering. That is the part of the education system. This is not understood by many, and therefore don't have misgivings that without maths you cannot become engineer, without physics you can't become engineer, without chemistry and biology you cannot become doctor. You need to do now. But if you have not done it during 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, allow them to do it externally or in the college where they have got admission, provided you have the right aptitude, right attitude to learn and you are interested, one can exceed and succeed. This is all possible. This is one philosophy which is very important. It also talks about making, change mat karo na. I will tell you if you want. So, multiple entry exit is another phenomenon where there are a lot of misgivings. People say that we admitted students assuming that they will complete the whole program, and if there is multiple exit allowed at the end of 1 year of graduation, 2 years of graduation, 3 years of, then what will happen to our admissions, what will happen to our fee, what will happen to our finances? I will again repeat, this is a facilitation, not mandatory. No one is asking anyone to exit after 1 year or 2 years. But because some students enter into a particular domain of education not knowing what it is all about and therefore want to change to some other domain, rather than closing the doors, we keep a window of opportunity. So someone has joined a science stream, he does 2 years of whatever your BSc 1 and BSc 2, and thinks that he is not so keen on science but wanted to do maybe economics, maybe philosophy, and want to change, it should be allowed. That is what it is. Whatever is required to learn additionally, he should do it, she should do it. It's not that they should not do other studies, but this is what is permissible. Plus, lot of flexibility in taking electives. Many times in our university curriculum, we have a lot of subjects floated as electives in the what we call syllabus book and textbook. But when the student goes for asking for that particular subject, they say, "Hamare college mein a teacher nahi hai, you can't take this." So to facilitate that, today we have Swayam portal, which is a MOOC portal, massive online open courses portal. One can go there, take that subject from the best of the professor. It is like our ATM card. ATM card, you go to any bank ATM and you can draw the cash and make use of it. There's something similar to that. It is anytime learning, anywhere learning, from any best faculty learning, on any device learning, be it laptop, be it your small gadget which is available as mobile, smartphone, anything, we can learn. So learning is possible from a distance, which is the power of the technology. We should be able to make use of it. It is also embedding skill. Even from the 6th standard onwards, skilling is given great importance. It has two perspectives. One, a child will know the difficulty involved in different skills, and that increases the enhancement of appreciation of different types of work and therefore dignity of labor, which is missing in our country. We all want white collar job, no blue collar job. So I think that is where student starts learning. And secondly, lot of skills will bring in extra insight and become innovative. And that innovation comes from a lot of skill oriented courses and areas. So whether it is in the schools or in the colleges or universities, innovation and skilling is very, very important. We all talk about rooted in Indian values in the policy. What is that rootedness is what many people ask. I told in the ancient India what was all there, the values of ethics, truthfulness, honesty and integrity. If it has to come into our education system, there is a need for all students to be given some basic tenets. Madam, we were discussing about universal human values. And this was an interesting program evolved for the college students in engineering, that every engineering student, first 3 weeks, no classes. When we say this, students will be very happy, no classes for 3 weeks. But there will be more intense activities during those 3 weeks than in the remaining 3-4 years of their time in the college or university. Starting at getting up at 5 o'clock, many students who prepare for engineering, JEE, GATE, all of that you know, NEET exam, these students work 18-20 hours a day, sleep late at night at 4 o'clock, and then get up at 8 o'clock. Many of these students say that we have never seen sunrise for the last 5 years. We have seen sunset, but never seen the sunrise. So we say, now that you have done your admission in engineering or medical or anywhere, get up at 5 o'clock and play not computer games, but physical games, do meditation, yoga, exercises, and then a lot of deliberation. And there are 9 different types of activities under this, which will evolve a student to become holistic in terms of appreciating different variety of things. And that is why our value system will get inculcated. And to inculcate among students, first it should be inculcated in the teachers. And therefore, massive faculty development program for universal human values also was undertaken. So I think this is rootedness. It is not necessary for only engineering domain. That is what we started. Today UGC has adopted. So it is in all colleges and universities that students should be engaged in the beginning to connect with each other. Then they will become collaborators. They will become team players. All of this, which whether it is society or industry or government wants, can be given in the initial phase itself. Now we have integrated teacher education program, ITEP. This is a very important one. Instead of having a separate B.Ed program after graduation, as in an integrated manner, a lot of subjects can be taught so that they become well-trained teachers for taking the next generation of students onboarded to become good citizens. I think this is very, very important. And last but not the least, the student-centricness and use of technology. I mentioned about use of technology earlier also. There are many forms in which it is now today available. इससे होता नहीं है क्या? तो तुम ही ले लो, हाँ? Range problem है, ठीक है, मैं बताऊंगा. So okay, we have some national missions. When we are talking about NEP 2020, I think we should know our Prime Minister has been very fascinating in terms of creating different missions. Each year during Independence Day on 15th August from the Red Fort, one new mission comes in. And now last time it was Life Mission, and now Viksit Bharat. But before that, whether it is Clean India, Digital India, Smart Cities, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Skill India, Make in India, Digital India, Startup India, please remember there is a thread which flows. And if all educational institutions start acting, participating into all of this, there is no one in this world who can stop India from becoming Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Well, one important slide which I have brought in from outside is workforce mix in 2022. I talked about lifelong learning. There is 9% of the today's jobs will be completely different by maybe 10 years down the line. 37% would have substantial change in the manner in which you do the work. Only about 50% of the jobs will remain as they are. So more than 50% jobs, when they are changing, what we did study in graduation is no more going to be useful at all. So therefore, you should become truly lifelong learner. Otherwise, like medicine has the expiry date, our degrees will also have an expiry date of 5 years, 10 years. If you don't learn additional things, your degree will be invalidated. You know, that is what is going to happen. Not officially, but the employers will not take you because you don't know many things which they require. So expiry date for our degrees is likely to come, please remember. Therefore, we should be lifelong learners. Now, there are challenges in the world. We all know these challenges. It's not just for India, developing world, but even for some of the developed world, whether it is food security, water, housing, energy, transport, cyber security. Cyber security is more for the richer nations than the smaller, poorer nations. Health, defense, space, education, employment, all of these are very important. And therefore, working from the bottom of the pyramid, which C.K. Prahlad said, is very significant and important. And more benefits from less inputs for more people. This is what is the philosophy which we should adopt. Innovation in all areas and all challenges. These are to be addressed. This, I think you must have been told yesterday, National Credit Framework. There is National Curriculum Framework and there is a National Credit Framework. This is a three-dimensional axis. If it is already told, I will skip. Otherwise, one minute I will spend on this. This is a very important slide which is developed by all regulatory bodies, including NCTE, AICT, UGC, all of them, that we need to have easy, flexible movement from one domain to the other. There is one general education in higher education, which we call arts, commerce, science, engineering, pharmacy, etc. There is vocational education, diploma, and then there is a skill education, ITIs, and there is another variety which is where people have dropped out from the school at 8th or 10th standard, working in agriculture field, working in maybe somewhere in the garage as a mechanic, but during his job of 10 years, 15 years, he has been learning quite a lot. And many times when a car of a mechanical engineer or automobile engineer stops on the road highway, that fellow is not able to fix it. He will rush to a nearby auto mechanic, one who is 8th standard, and within 2 minutes he will identify, diagnose what is wrong in that and fixes it. So can we not give credits for that learning which he has undertaken during his practical exposure? And if it is done, if we are able to evaluate, even if he is 8th standard, all that he has learned can be equated to the level of 12th standard. Why can't he given an admission in engineering or automobile engineering institution? I think this flexibility theoretically has been created, but the prior learning evaluation is undertaken, is going on. I'm sure this will allow such students who had to drop out from the school because of economic considerations, because of death in the family, should be allowed to come back into the higher education system to earn their degrees. This is what is very important. We have a Niti Aayog, which I have already said about tinkering labs, which are created in the school education system, more than 10,000 schools. We also have Atal Innovation Missions, incubators given to many colleges and universities. We have DST, DBT, MIT, other departments of Government of India who have created system where there is support system for innovation and research. The most important thing which happened only last year is Anusandhan National Research Foundation for providing support for research, a very big amount. Every year 10,000 crore grant is created for this purpose. Irrespective of science, technology, humanities, socials, everyone is eligible for this. We have these very important, now from the past to present to slowly present to future we are moving in this particular dialogue today with all of you. What we already created was great value during pandemic. Please remember, pandemic was a shocker for the whole world. Education system came to a grinding halt. All schools, colleges, universities were closed down. Most nations did not have an academic year at all. There was an academic holiday, 1 year holiday, 2 years holidays. But India is the only country which we were lagging by about 2-3 months in our academic calendar for our admissions, for our exam results. But no student lost one academic year. Thanks to National Digital Architecture which has come, Digital India Mission, because of which connectivity was there, whether it is 4G that time, now 5G also is available, and internet, and the platforms like Swayam Prabha. People were getting education online at their home, thereby we were continuing. There was learning loss, no doubt about it. Please understand, especially at the school and college level, many people say that the amount of learning when they undertake in the physical mode is much higher than what happens in an online mode. Now, that is true, because no one is there to take care of whether you are attending or not. You may switch on and then go and do something else, and therefore there is a problem of learning loss. But the learning loss will not happen provided we are training our teachers effectively for engaging with students in an online mode. Please remember this. This is a very important statement. If the learning is captivating, if inquisitiveness is going to be generated while we are dealing in an online class, probably students will not go away from that exactly the same way like our attendance system in universities, schools, etc. Minimum 75% attendance, 80% attendance is compulsory, without which they will not be allowed to write an exam, and therefore they come to the class. But whether they are attentive in the class, question mark is there. It depends on the teacher. If the teachers are good and they are taking it very effectively, then students will sit in the class and will be attentive without attendance rule also. The same thing applies in an online mode. If the classes conducted in an online mode are exciting, interesting, engaging, giving lots of examples, online education is as powerful as physical education. Physically, only you can have danda. In the classroom, teacher can say, "Tu gadbad karto hai, kai mobile open karto hai iska, band kar." That is how teacher may control. But online education, teacher can control by the diction, by the style of teaching, by the examples that he is giving. Child should understand that every 1 hour I am going to get something new. As soon as that is there, children will come to the class online or offline. This is very, very important. We have E-Shodha Sindhu, we have National Digital Library, both in IIT Kharagpur as well as InflipNet. Now I come to, I think yesterday Anand Rao Patil must have told about APAR and ABC, so I will not deal with more about it. APAR stands for Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry. I don't know how many students from Goa school have joined APAR. 8%, it should reach 100%. Secretary और सब लोगों को बोल रहा हूँ. Because APAR, the very name in Indian languages, be it Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, is innumerable. There are innumerable advantages, use cases, benefits one can get from out of this. Once you are part of this, all your records, learning, whether it is formal or informal, if you are participating in sports or cultural activities, if you are in some competitions, all the record will get deposited as an authentic source of information. And when students apply for higher education, for entrance exam, for job, this is like the live biodata or CV of the candidate. And therefore, you can use it with this 12-digit ID shared with any other agency. They will get to know everything that you have done in your life till then. And in the future, what you are doing also gets deposited post your education as well. And therefore, this is a lifelong ID. Please make all students aware of the uses of this, and thereby all schools should drive all children to have this APAR ID. Internship scheme is very important because from employability perspective, students have to be understanding that what happens in an industry, to be knowing it. We have created a very unique internship portal. Now this year, Government of India also apprenticeship and internship, more than 1 crore in the next 5 years with stipend have been created. So make use of internship as an opportunity for learning how things happen in the industry, how things happen outside the college environment. Then Skill India Digital Hub, we know PM Usha, we also know recently launched Vidya Lakshmi, where student who has no financial powers at home will get education provided he has merit. And so very important schemes have been launched by the government which should be made use of. Other initiatives for ranking of institutions, we have National Institutional Ranking Framework. All colleges, universities are ranked subject-wise and a variety of different discipline-wise. There were 5 categories. We are going to add a new category this time called Sustainability Parameter. Otherwise, there were teaching and learning resources, research and the professional advancement, graduate outcomes. and then inclusivity, diversity was there, and then perception. Beyond these 5, this year onwards, we will have very important parameter called as the sustainability parameter with some weightage, and there will be separate sustainability ranking. An institution which is following the practices of sustainability in India, giving ranks 1 to 100 like this, will also be given. This is in line with the life mission of the Prime Minister of India, in line with the global SDG goals to be met by 2030, net zero carbon to be met. We have committed by 2070 we will be carbon neutral. To start all of that, it is the educational institution which will give training and then they will adopt it in their life. And that's why ranking will take into account all of this. We have, one second, 2 other very important missions which have been started, which is semiconductor mission and quantum mission. We were far behind in technology in most of the cases. We caught up during the 5G. Now probably when 6G comes, India will be the leading country in the world. Similarly, today we are talking about quantum technologies. So we have a quantum mission in place. And also we had missed the bus in semiconductors. We are IT superpower. When it comes to hardware, all the chips which are there in our mobile, laptop, watches, everything, we are all importing. And it's a huge cost. Probably the electronic import bill at some time was higher than the oil import bill. So unless we become self-sufficient in semiconductor, we will be nowhere. Plus, the whole world was dependent on mainly 2 countries, Taiwan and China. And China is trying to even look at Taiwan as part of their territory. So if that happens, the whole world will be at a big loss. And that's why even the Western world, including US and many countries, want India to develop semiconductor. So we are also developing, they are helping us also to support them. That is very important mission. We should start teaching right from school time about semiconductors, about quantum mission and artificial intelligence. 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence have been initiated by the Ministry of Education. One on agriculture, which is so important for our country, in IIT Ropar with some other institutions. One on healthcare in IIT Delhi and AIMS Delhi. So this is for medical sciences or health sciences. And the third one is about smart sustainable cities from IIT Kanpur. Although the heads of these are in 3 different institutions, there is a hub and spoke model. That means many other institutions are also joining hands. Institutions from Goa also can be part of either agriculture or smart cities or for our mission on healthcare, and then be part of this whole development through AI. When I'm talking about AI, one sentence which all teachers and students today are worried is because of ChatGPT, OpenAI, whether there is any learning required from the schools and colleges, whether teachers are required, what will happen to our jobs. Students also say, why should I go to the college? Everything is available. Earlier was from Google. Today it is available through ChatGPT. But there is a difference. It can only give based on what is in the past. We talked about past, present and future. AI cannot predict future properly. In fact, in management parlance, I don't know how many of you are from management domain, there was a famous word called VUCA. VUCA word, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And that is true all time, but more so in the 20th century and 21st century. Iraq, Iran, Israel, Gaza, Russia, Ukraine, Bangladesh suddenly gets erupted and completely different government. One day, 2 days before also, you don't know such a thing is going to happen and suddenly happen. Such a complex, ambiguous, uncertain world that it is, unless we are fully prepared and geared up, we will be nowhere. So I often say this VUCA, although it is true, and whether economic downturn, we know Lehman Bank, Lehman Brothers, what they did, and therefore entire world economy, many times disaster happened, COVID created a problem. All of these, while they are certainly going to be there, continue to be there. If you reverse the letters of VUCA, VUCA, the last letter A, if you have agility, right attitude, accept that reality, and then the next letter is C, if you become collaborative, if you are committed, and the next letter in the reverse order, U, you do a united effort, that V, which is volatility, will convert you into victory or victorious. So I think this is what is possible. And for that, our education policy, our missions, which I narrated, which the Prime Minister is often giving us, if all educational institutions participate in a big way, I'm sure we will all be Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The future is here. We are all developing curriculum. Autonomy is important. Autonomy is a two-sided sword. On one side, if you call the colleges which are affiliated to a university, they say we don't have autonomy, university is troubling us. You talk to universities, they say UGC is troubling us, we are not given enough autonomy. You go to a faculty in the college, they say our principal is not giving us autonomy. But when the turn comes to give autonomy to the ones who are below us, we are again very stingy about it. But we demand autonomy from the higher ups from there. This is a problem and the challenge. And therefore, autonomy is to be understood. You should have self-introspection and use it very effectively. Only then autonomy will work. And therefore, flexibility and choice for the courses, curriculum, everything. Faculty induction training, I have mentioned about the student induction program, universal human values and all of that. Examination assessment should be outcome based, not based on only rote learning, but many practical aspects should be asked in the question paper. A student should realize that still some part he has not understood, need to understand. That philosophy should come, and we should respect failures. Failures are bound to be there in our lives, but come out of those failures, learn lessons from failures and continue your journey. That is a very important. Problem solving, critical thinking, these are all very important aspects. Smart India Hackathon, which we started, innovation cells, which we started in all colleges. I think these are already happening, and these are the future. And for effective teaching learning, without even having a good teacher in locality, in your college or university or school, how we can make use of technology, whether it is augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, these are all very important. And multimodal education delivery. I think these are very principal and important things. I think this is what I wanted to tell today. 2047, Vikasit Bharat is going to happen. Don't worry. We will all put in our efforts and it will happen. But while doing so, one statement which I often say is, many developed nations were there in the past also. We were ourselves a developed nation one time. And then subsequently Cold War, Russia and America, they had some superlative thing. Even before that, United Kingdom ruled on almost many nations of the world. Today, China is doing the same expansionist tendency. So you look at now China, earlier America, Russia, or Britain, or Portuguese, or French, they all wanted to spread their tentacles and occupy more and more territories. Abdul Kalam ji had said, Indian civilization is the only civilization which did not expand to occupy more land from others. We only helped others. That is, Sarve Janaha Sukhino Bhavantu was our philosophy. The whole world is one family, which United Nations today talks about. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is also our philosophy. So when we become the Vikasit Bharat, no country in the world should have a fear from India. We will take care of not only ourselves, but the whole planet. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for such elaborative and very understanding lecture on education, present, past and future, planning the way forward. If the participants are having any questions, you all may please ask. Sir is ever ready with the answers.
क्वेश्चन नहीं है तो either they have not understood anything or understood everything ऐसे.
Sir, yeah.
Namaskar, and thank you, sir, for that scintillating presentation that you have made, although I have attended just the last version of it. I have just one concern, which you have already mentioned, that there will not be a threat to the teachers. But in Kerala, they have already employed a robotic teacher on an experimental basis. And if that is a success, and they might be employing more robotic teachers. So what do you think, that should we go for such kind of replacement of teachers in terms of the robots teaching students? Will there be any emotional touch possible? Because teaching is not just about technology, it's about emotions, about care, about making responsible citizens. So do you think it's the right step, or should we stop this and think of something else rather than promoting this? Thank you.
I think there is certainly use of new technology, AI, ChatGPT, but at the same time, we should know our boundaries. We should define our Lakshman Rekhas, and what you rightly said, whether it is emotions, whether it is empathy, whether it is human-to-human relationships, they cannot be taught by ChatGPT. I will give one very interesting example. You all know that in the UPSC IAS examination, there is a paper on ethics. And one of the candidates who scored highest marks on the ethics paper, he must have got answers from books and internet, everything. He got highest marks all over India. Maybe in the IAS, his overall rank may be little less, but in the paper of ethics, he was the highest. But in the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy, Labasna, the director of that institute told that candidate was the most unethical amongst the all IAS people who came for training that batch. So that shows that technology, teaching, learning, all of that will give you information. That information being converted into knowledge. That knowledge being converted into wisdom. And that wisdom to be used for good purposes, which will come only from interaction with colleagues, teachers, and friends. And that is why human nature cannot excel, human intelligence cannot excel the artificial intelligence in this respect. But as far as information is concerned, we have limited memory in the brain, so I remember so much only. I can tell only that much. If ChatGPT can expand and give more information on some other aspects that which I cannot give to my students, I should not be objecting to that part. But nevertheless, tell the student, even asking the right question to ChatGPT is an art by itself, and which only the teacher can tell. And that is another area called as prompt engineering, which has come out. Prompting right way, you get a right answer. If you prompt a wrong question, you will get a wrong answer. So even that comes from human beings and not from the ChatGPT itself. So I think there is a subtler way in which necessity of the teachers will continue to be there. Their role as mentors, their role as guide, their role as advisor will never go away, and therefore neither teachers should be worried nor the students should be too confident about only doing through the ChatGPT.
Professor, I'm really floored by your presentation. Fantastic. Hats off to you. We talk about augmented reality. We talk about the metaverse. And we also know that metaverse coming into being, metaverse and education, when I connect the two, it would somehow revolutionize the way we teach and learn. I know that there are initiatives and spurts taking, which are seen in India and across the world. How could we go ahead with the use of metaverse and, augmented reality and virtual reality, on a small scale and then onto a large scale? So would you suggest, experiments and small learning spaces, or how would you look at things?
Certain concepts which are very difficult to understand can be effectively taught to the students through the use of these technologies. I'm just giving some simple examples from maybe physics. We all know the effect of magnetism. You have a magnet and iron filings, and how iron filings get accumulated around that, and all that is visible, no doubt. But the magnetic field itself is not visible. Electric field itself is not visible. Electric current is not visible. Gravity is not visible, but falling of apple on the Newton's head is known. Therefore, we know about those laws. So certain aspects of physics, and similarly the biological sciences, especially medical sciences, all the body parts, how they function, you cannot from outside know it, but if you create a simulation where the pumping of the heart is seen, the valves, the way they are functioning is seen, the understanding of the subject becomes much more better than what otherwise it would be. Otherwise you have to dissect and still functioning body you cannot see. So there are many challenges. All of them can be created in the form of animation, virtual reality, and you can really flow through the whole body parts also, how each one of them function. I think these are use of technology which should be used to that extent. As I said, the previous question, some part certainly technology will enable us, aid us, help us, but in some other part we should not depend on technology, but we should have human angle attached to that.
While preparing state curriculum framework, right from foundational stage to higher education stage, we have also given thrust on NCRF, that is National Credit Framework. But few people have started criticizing that National Credit Framework is not required at school education, particularly for state government. I just want to reconfirm from you whatever we have done is correct or not correct. Means we have given thrust for also National Credit Framework while preparation of credit for each subject, as well as creditors, as well as for total creditors for per grade.
I think National Credit Framework has been accepted by the ministry and want to operate on that front. If something has been already done, it can be slightly tweaked. It has its own value because, I'll just give some.
No, we have this, whatever is approved by ministry, we have adopted the same credit framework.
No, that's fine, that is required. People may be opposing it without realizing why it is done. These are all in the blocks, class 1 to 4 one block, 5 to 8 one block, 9 to 12 another block. Then each year of the undergraduate program, each level is different. So what you learn at some level is different from what you learn at other level. Although credits are allowed in that and they all get deposited in academic bank of credit, they must be of what level they are is also very important. Suppose a student is in a college of economics in BA third year, and he says that I will take the courses which are being taught in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th standard. Also there is economics. I will take all those courses and that many credits I will learn. Please give me a degree in economics. It is not possible because the level is different there. At what you are pitching, what you are making understand the student at that level is depending on the age. So you can't jump above and below. Some children who are outstanding and very bright children who call gifted children, They may want to jump and go ahead. For them, a pathway or passage should be given, but otherwise, reverse should not be allowed. I am in the final year of BA, but I will take the school level courses and give me a degree is not possible. And that's why this whole structure is defined that this block, so many weightage, so much level. So you must have all those levels crossed, only then you get it. So there is a great sense of why we have done all of this to evaluate. And also, I talked about prior learning. If you have to define prior learning and give credits to that and give him opportunity to go higher, this is the only framework which will help. Otherwise, you can't come to school. You know, you have to again start from the scratch. वो सांप सीढ़ी का खेल होता है ना, तो हम बोलते हैं multiple entry exit also, why should it be there? I do 3 years of graduation, but after that my family, there was a tragedy, so I quit the education. I went out for some job. After settling down in life, my siblings and all were taken care of. Now I want to come back and continue my education. वो सांप सीढ़ी जैसा वो पीछे ना के. Now university will say you have to come to first year. You can't go to the fourth year at all. So that is where multiple entry exit is very handy. Some people with some difficulty will be in a position to complete because they have already learned that. Why are you forcing? If some new developments have happened, that many number of additional courses you can ask him to do, but not ask him to come from the first year again. And this has happened in multiple cases. And so some of the features of the National Education Policy, the credit framework, and the ABC, they are all three intertwined entities which will support our entire education system as such.
Namaskar, sir. You have nicely explained the subject from our glorious history of past education, then the influence of colonial rule on our education system. Then we are coming out of it, and we are national level. The government is trying to come out of it and get a new education policy 2020, and the bright future in the field of education. But sir, I am worried about one thing which we have to just think about and be serious and careful. The challenges before the students, present students community. That is one thing is use and misuse of the electronic gazettes, one. And the second is the vices. For example, the way the influence of the drugs, which has reached up to the school level, unfortunately. Are we thinking seriously about these challenges before the students?
Yeah, that is why that program which I referred, Universal Human Values, is the one where you don't say don't take drugs, but make the student create that awareness, introspection, self-assessment, reflection, and decide that he should not take drugs. And if you have to do that, it's a long way. You know, it cannot be a shortcut. One day teacher will not. I think very person who is going to tell in the class or who is handling this universal human values class, they themselves must have those highest values in their life being followed. Students are watching you. Students will always respect that teacher who may be strict in examination, may give less marks, but one who tells what he follows, they respect that teacher more than anyone else, irrespective of someone giving more marks or less marks, doesn't matter. Please, this is observation, and they come back years and years later as alumni of that institution and namaskar karte hain unko. Baki teacher ke paas jate hi nahi. Where did it come from? This all comes from that value which is inculcated, and that's why every teacher must be first trained in all of this. And to train them, those who are training them must have those highest values. और इसीलिए वो फेमस स्टोरी सब लोगों को पता है. तुकाराम महाराज के पास एक औरत लेके गई थी, बच्चे को बताया. उस टाइम में तो चीनी नहीं थी, गुड़ होता था. गुड़ मत खाओ, बोलो बहुत गुड़ खाती है, दांत खराब हो रहे. तो तुकाराम महाराज ने कहा कल आओ. Next day also he said come next day. Then he said 1 week later, 1 month later. And after about 6 months or so, Tukaram Maharaj said to that small child, don't eat jaggery. Then mother was saying, this one sentence you should have said on this first day itself. Why did you take 6 months? Myself, I was taking jaggery every day. How can I tell the child? So I had to practice. I wanted to avoid, could not. 1 week try kiya, nahi hua, 2 week. After 6 months, now I am away from it. I can tell now confident. I think that is what is required to be a teacher. If a teacher wants to say something to a child or a student, they must be following that, honesty, integrity. हम घर में देखते हैं फोन आ गया, बच्चे को बोलते हैं फ्रेंड का फोन आया, वो घर में नहीं है बोलो, तो तभी से झूठ से बोलना सीखते हैं चाइल्ड. घर में बोलते हैं कि फोन आप तो है घर में, नहीं मुझे अभी काम है, तो सीधा सीधा बोलो ना, मुझे अभी टाइम नहीं है, बाद में मैं बात करूंगा. घर में नहीं है, ऐसे झूठ क्यों बोलना चाहिए? तो दिस इज हाउ our entire value system unfortunately has degraded. If you want to create that awareness, self-introspection among students, teachers, if you do all this for quite some time, I'm sure the menace of drugs and all of that will be eradicated. No problem.
Absolutely, sir. We have to practice what we preach. On behalf of SCRT Goa.
Madam, just a minute. Sir, my question is how to integrate that IKS in the school curriculum. So can you just...
IKS?
IK. Means whatever,
IKS?
Yeah.
No, see, one separate subject of IKS is also being done. That's fine. But what is required is, I gave the whole story of past, present and future. So
that's how to integrate with the school.
How in every subject, when you start a topic, if there was something done in India in ancient time, first refer to that, Any subject when it is opened up, you say that this happened in 2000 BC. Afterwards, further development happened here, further development happened here, and currently maybe US or UK or Germany has done something, that also you tell. So you give a connection between the past and the present. And if some Indian scientist has done presently also something great, must also be mentioned in that. So if the topic is covered holistically from the past to now, in every textbook, in every science, history, sociology, psychology, economics, I'm sure IKS get integrated into the whole curriculum automatically.
But will it be possible to give this to the teachers through some handbooks or something like that in the new curricula?
Yeah, we should. And if there are trainings required to be offered for teachers to understand some of those aspects which they did not know, because we did not study like that in our times. So the new teachers, they must be told. Even existing teachers may have some refresher courses where they should be told about all of this, so that this gets truly integrated into our curriculum, in our books.
Hello sir, myself Siddesh Bapat. I have a question. Since we are talking about past, present and future, some technological that comes in future, already we have a disparity in amount of people that are passing out and those who are employed actually in the industry. And as we say, as Mehrotra said, sir said, in technology, robots now are employed in some cases as a teacher, as an experiment. Could a situation in future may also come wherein everywhere such people may be employed or such technology may be employed, and there will be more gap between, because we are vastly populated country, and in such case what could be the solution for it?
I think that number is not going to be growing so much as what people say, and not as scary as it is, but nevertheless some people will experiment, some of that will be successful also, but nevertheless the role of teacher, as I said repeatedly, is going to continue, and you should not have those worries about your role as a teacher to mentor our students, next generation, in terms of the right thinking. This is one part. The other part of the story is, if you don't use this at all, children will anyway get attracted, addicted to it, and they will fall prey to it. On the other hand, if you are providing a right mix of it and show where you have to stop and where you have to continue, maybe that is a better way of handling the situation. if you say that don't do this, children always do that. That is what children do right from age 1, 2, 3. When mother or father says that don't touch that hot flame, your finger will get burnt. Because of the discipline or the strictness of the father or mother, that in front of the parents, that child will not do. When no one is there, it will go and touch that and then really feel the heat of it or the burning of it, and then they realize that what mother, father says is right. So same way, all this technology, we must be able to allow them to use and say where to stop, and that is the most important part of it.
Thank you very much, sir. Wherever there is no parking, we go and park our vehicle. So teachers, we have to learn from our education. On behalf of SCERT Goa and all present here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe for thought-provoking address on the topic Education, Present, Past, Future, Planning the Way Forward. Your deep insights into evolution of education, the challenges of the present, and your visionary approach towards the future have left us with much reflect upon and act upon. We sincerely thank you for taking the time to share your knowledge and experiences with us. Your words have been a source of great motivation and will surely guide our efforts as well as collectively plan the way forward in education. As a token of appreciation, we would like to present a small memento, sir, to you. I request our Secretary Education, Shri Prasad Lolekar, IAS, to present this token from SCERT to Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe. Once again, thank you for your invaluable contribution, and we hope to have the privilege of learning from you again in future, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next session, that is panel discussion on foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN, building strong learning foundations. This session will delve into one of the most critical aspects of education, ensuring every child a strong foundation in literacy and numeracy, which is vital for lifelong learning. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed panelist and moderator to the stage. For panel discussion, we have Dr. Ramakrishna Rao, the National President of Vidya Bharati, Dr. Madhushri Sauji, Education Head, Savitribai Phule Ekatma Samaj Mandal, Shri Manoj Savaikar, Director Bal Bhavan, Government of Goa, and the moderator for this panel discussion is our own Shri Rupesh Sawant, National Education Policy Coordinator at SCERT. I kindly request Shri Rupesh Sawant to escort the panelists to the dais. Dr. Ramakrishna Rao, Dr. Madhushri Sauji, and Shri Manoj Savaikar. This promises to be a dynamic and insightful discussion, and we eagerly look forward to hearing your perspectives and ideas. With that, I hand over the session to our moderator, Shri Rupesh Sawant, to guide the proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. Today for this panel discussion on one of the important topics, as rightly said by Madam Karuna, we have eminent personalities here as a panelist. So I take this opportunity to introduce to you the special invitees, eminent resource persons here for this panel discussion. We have with us Shri Dusi Ramkrishna Rao ji. He holds a master's in arts, master's in education, and MPhil degree. He started his career as a lecturer at BVK College, Visakhapatnam. Thereafter, worked as a principal at Vijnan Vihar Senior Secondary School, Visakhapatnam. And after that, still today, he has been holding the charge responsibility as the director of Vijnan Vihar Education Society, that's based at Visakhapatnam. He has published several articles in so many renowned national journals. Some of the articles that are published, I would like to make a special mention here for the audience. Okay, so there are a lot of articles. I've got a list here of the articles that are published by him in various journals. He is a chairman of the focus group developing curriculum and pedagogy for NEP 2020, a member of school curriculum integration committee for NEP 2020, NCF 2020, and contributed more than 1,000 pages of inputs for developing the NEP document at the request of the Government of India. Has vast experience of participating in several workshops, national level seminar, symposia, and so on. He has been a resource person and trainer for various programs conducted for many stakeholders across the country. He is presently the national president of Akhil Bharatiya Shiksha Sansthan, that is Vidya Bharati, and a member of NCT, National Council for Teacher Education. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Dusi Ramkrishna Rao ji, one of the eminent educationists, as one of the panelists here. Welcome, sir. We also have with us Dr. Madhushri Sanjeev Savji. Along with the MBBS degree, she also holds MA Psychology. She is having certificate courses in Yog Praveen, a REP certificate course from IPH Mumbai. She is a principal curriculum designer for pre-primary education of MIEB, that is Maharashtra International Education Board. She is the head of the education department and formal trustee of Savitribai Phule Mahila Ekatma Samaj Mandal. She is a BOS member of education department of Dr. Baba Saheb Marathwada Vidyapith Aurangabad, and a trustee of Bhosla Military School Nasik, a special invitee of subcommittee for SCF, that is State Curriculum Framework for Foundation Stage in Maharashtra State, and a founder member of Omkar Balwadi and Omkar Vidyalaya as well. She is a principal researcher of Mukta, that is a comparative study involving management of stressful emotions in urban and rural women of Aurangabad. So, may I present to you Dr. Madhushri Savji, another eminent panelist and a national speaker. Welcome you, madam. We also have with us our very own Shri Manoj Savaikar sir. He's completed his master's in physics and a B.Ed. He started his career as a teacher grade 1 in physics in the year 1998, and thereafter he was promoted as the headmaster in the year 2013, and in the year 2018 he joined as assistant director education through GPSC as at National North Education Zone, and he is presently serving as deputy director of education in planning section of Directorate of Education, and also holding additional charge as deputy director of education in Goa Samagra Shiksha and a director of Bal Bhavan. He is the nodal officer for the state of Goa for Nipun Bharat Mission. That is one of the very important missions in our topic of the panel discussion today. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Sri Manoj Savikar sir. As we all know that foundational literacy and numeracy is one of the very important topics, and we are going to soon start with the panel discussion on it. The topic for the panel discussion is Foundational Literacy and Numeracy, FLN, Building Strong Learning Foundations. So to start with it, I would like to play a national anthem on Nipun Bharat Mission. It's a 2-minute video. Inviting your attention to the video, please.
समझे भाषा और गणना.
Yes, as I've told already, Manoj Savikar sir is a nodal officer for Nipun Bharat Mission, which is one of the important initiatives highlighted and focused in the NEP 2020, which is and central government has been taking lot of initiatives to ensure its implementation across the country. So Manoj sir, we would like to put some light on the topics of Nipun Bharat Mission and FLN.
Namaskar. As we all shall agree that foundational literacy and numeracy, as rightly mentioned, forms the basis for entire future learning of an individual. So considering these facts, it is not new that right from the earlier missions, right from the earlier phases of our education, number of initiatives have been taken up so as to improve upon or to reach to the masses, especially in this area of foundational literacy and numeracy. However, prior to the setting up of, rolling up of this National Education Policy 2020, we all talk about or try to understand sustainable developmental goals. This SDG 4 focuses on equity, access, and lifelong education. So considering this aspect, a genuine need was felt as to achieve an access to the foundational literacy and numeracy, so that in future it will even control the dropouts. So considering this fact, a mission was rolled out, and that mission termed as Nipun Bharat Mission. It stands National Initiatives for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy. मुळावे भाषाज्ञान आणि संख्याज्ञान. It was rolled out in the year 2021. We all are aware that National Education Policy was rolled in the year 2020. So National Education Policy emphasizes that though all other components, all other complex components can take more years to settle down, to execute, to implement, but among these is the most important component, that is foundational literacy and numeracy. So that was to be rolled out with utmost priority and at the primary level. So considering this, it was rolled out in the year 2021. A national level committee, a state level committee was formulated, district level. So it was a 5-tier module which was set up. A state level, district level, block level and the school level. Goa state also immediately initiated this, which was laying emphasis on 3 R's: reading, as we all know, reading, writing and arithmetic, which was in slightly a modern way, which was focusing on competency based with more emphasis on learning outcomes than a traditional curriculum based, than a traditional syllabus based teaching learning processes. So accordingly, in a mission mode, the goals were set. So the ultimate goal in this Nipun Bharat mission was by 2026-27, all the children studying in primary schools by grade 3 shall achieve as standardized long-term goals, as standardized goals in literacy and numeracy. So what were these goals? These goals were by 3 years of foundational studies, that is by completion of what we call today as pre-primary education, a child shall be able to identify the words, identify basic sentences. In numeracy, a child should be able to identify numbers up to 9, and then he shall be able to arrange the objects sequentially. By the end of first year, that is first standard, grade 1, a child shall be able to identify some basic words, prepare sentences, able to read basic sentences. And in numeracy, he shall be able to identify numbers up to 99. Similarly, by the end of second standard, he shall be able to identify the words, sentence. He should be able to read sentences with 40 words per minute in his mother tongue. Similarly, basic operations of addition and subtraction. And by the end of third standard, that is what is the entire mission says, that by the end of 2026-27, every child completing third grade shall be able to read up to with a speed of 50 to 60 words per minute. And in numeracy, a child shall be able to read numbers up to 9,999, and shall be able to perform basic arithmetic operations, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication. So accordingly, it was expected to prepare, develop resources for teachers, resources for students, teaching learning material, and shift the focus, laying emphasis on shifting the focus from teacher-centric to student-centric. Focus on competencies, focus on learning outcomes. So this is all about Mission Nipun Bharat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You have given Thank you, sir. you have thrown a light on Nipun Bharat and foundational literacy and numeracy. In continuation to the same, sir, you are leading one of the very huge organizations that is working on imparting moral education, and its more focus is on foundational stage, that is early childhood care and education. So we would like to hear from you, sir, some of the good time-tested practices that your organization may have tried all across the country, which have helped in attaining foundational literacy and numeracy.
Thank you. So, Vidya Bharati is an organization which has been running 24,128 institutes, schools across the country, apart from 2 universities and 60 colleges. So in this there are 37 lakh students, out of which 7 lakh students are belonging to the foundation stage. Naturally, we started, of course, then the name foundation stage was not given. But we started the whole activity as Shishu Vatika activity. Now Balvatika and then Standard 1, Standard 2, these names were given. We started that activity as Shishu Vatika activity 50 years back. And we founded an organization, a research organization for that. And we have been working on it. So naturally, when about this foundation education and the best practices are to be observed, we have advised the steering committee and the technical committee of this NAP to visit our Shishu Vatika at Gandhidham and the research institute which has been established there in Gandhidham. So naturally these people went, they stayed there for 2 days, and ultimately they have observed the whole bookless activity and the learning outcomes of it, and the parents' involvement in the learning activity. And ultimately, all those things have put into that national curriculum framework of foundation stage. So what are the things that was happening? The best practices are, so just as under Nipun Bharat Mission, the goals mentioned. So these goals were taken care and a methodology was evolved. What is the methodology? That which was mentioned there. Play-based, activity-based, in some cases discovery-oriented. Learning methods were practiced, and ultimately we could be able to achieve the desired goals and outcomes as expected. So they have also observed, the team has also observed that the learning outcomes were as expected. Their standard was tested and felt very happy. And all those practices which were found in those book, National Curriculum Framework Foundation stage, most of them are observed from Vidya Bharati only.
Thank you, sir. You have rightly quoted that the foundational stage, that is the National Curriculum Framework document which is prepared for the foundational stage, is spoken or is focusing on the Panchakosh development, the five-fold development, there are 5 domains mentioned in it. On this platform, we would like Dr. You to give us more insights about this Panchakosh and how it is relating to the development or attaining proficiency in FLN.
Really, thanks a lot for SCERT Goa to inviting me for this national seminar. This is a Panchakosh and FLN, that is linguistic and numeracy, language and numeracy. See, with our development, right from our birth, if you see our organ development or growth, so that is first is, we see cephalocaudal, we say that it is a cephalocaudal development, right from our birth. So first it starts with spinal cord, little bit neural cord, and then rest of the thing develops in our body in the womb of mother. So if you see, first is cephalo is eye, then ear, and then mouth. So first the child sees mother, then he or she listens to the voice, and then that starts speaking. So this is a growth pattern. So developmental pattern also should associate with the growth pattern of the child. What do you mean by Panchakosha? So there are 5 kosha: Annamay, Pranamay, Manomay, Vijnanamay and Anandamay. So these 2, language and mathematics, usually people say they are cognitive development. I will differ with this, that if we speak a language, if I am speaking with you, how I utter my word, how it lands to your heart, and how it affects your emotion, that is related with Pranamaya Kosha. So when somebody is near to death, we say that, अरे उसका आवाज बहुत, मराठी में कह सकते, खोल गेलेला है. So it is, voice is deepened. So voice tone, voice pitch is related with Pranamaya Kosha. If your child says, I will say with the sentence, my name is Pratik Sudhakar Deshpande, and one child says the same name, my name is Pratik Sudhakar Deshpande, that means he doesn't have a well-developed Pranamaya Kosh, Vikasita Pranamaya Kosh. Even if you give a sentence to that child in literacy to read that in standard 2nd, my name is Pratik Sudhakar Deshpande, and if he reads like this, what I have spoken with you, that Pranamaya Kosh is not related. We see that we have communication skill is the 21st century skill. So how to communicate? Communication is with body language and communication is with words. So with literacy we see that Pranamaya Kosh is related with speaking, and rest of the thing of language is related with cognitive development, or what we say as Vijnanamaya Kosh. So all this is developed. The brain cells, they get connected. When the first child recognizes mother only, and all these connections get interconnected with the brain. So brain size of everybody sitting in this hall is the same. Growth is same, development is different. And development is related with how you have given chance to develop Pranamaya Kosh and cognitive development. So all this is, in NEP they have put, all this is Ramakrishna Rauji said, that if the child is happy, then only connection happens. And when the child is happy, when he plays. If the child is crying, if you ask to sit in a proper disciplined way on the chair for 3 hours, the child will be unhappy. So if it is free, playful, and happy, then only cognitive development happens, and then only numeracy and language will happen. This is the correlation with Panchakosh and literacy and numeracy. That is very short, I have explained it.
Absolutely correct. You have rightly quoted it that foundational literacy and numeracy is one of the important aspects that we all should be looking and keeping into mind while developing the curriculum and the textbook for this stage. When we talk about attaining foundational literacy and numeracy, there are lot of challenges, sir, that the teachers and the stakeholders are facing. So you, as a nodal officer, we would like you to share some of the challenges that, according to you, are the one which are to be catered to as regard to attaining FLN.
Yes, while functioning, I can highlight some of the challenges which we have felt. Basically, Directorate of Education, under Directorate of Education, we have government schools. So one of the basic challenge what we have faced in government schools, government primary school, and it could be perhaps maybe for all, that multilingualism. So multilingualism at a higher stage can be understood, can be catered, but then at a very primary level, right from grade 1 or right from pre-primary level, when child entering in the school has a Hindi background or Urdu background or some other, they finds it difficult, or perhaps teacher has to play a very crucial role in handling this situation, so that rest is attaining the goals in foundational literacy and numeracy. So that is one of the biggest challenge. Especially CWSN children, specially enabled children, I would say, that our teachers, again, when you talk about inclusive education, teacher faces the challenges, especially with regards to, as Madhuji Madam has mentioned, that activity, play-based methods. But then when it comes to effectively utilizing at this level, lack of parental support, socio-economic background, I would say. So these are some of the major challenges at the student level. At the teacher level, I would say again, utilizing or using proper techniques, proper tools, especially for building up these competencies, because it requires a proper paradigm shift, especially when normally we are in the, all these years, we all were focusing, being teachers, we were focusing in completion of syllabus or focusing on the textbooks. But now, as Madam has mentioned, that there is a shift or need to shift teaching methods, so using all different kinds of tools to develop these competencies. So these are the major challenges what especially I feel.
Yeah. So doctor has spoken about Panchakosh and she has related it to the, I'm coming to you with a very important question, with the FLN, and there are a lot of challenges, sir. We have got National Curriculum Framework document, which is giving, focusing on how curriculum is to be developed. There are challenges, and we have got NEP document, NEP as well. So my important question to you is, do you think, sir, that NEP and this NCF is going to solve and address all the challenges that are shortlisted here? And there are a lot of challenges which are in the minds of the stakeholders and not yet opened up.
Definitely it can meet all the challenges. It will definitely overcome. The first thing is we have to educate all the stakeholders regarding the importance and their role. So that's what we have done in Vidya Bharati as well. So the document is there, many things are mentioned. To meet all the challenges, of course, we know that there are many challenges which are going to be there. But it is possible when there is a collaborative effort of all the stakeholders in this regard, everything is possible. But, so regarding solution to the challenge, So can I take a clue regarding the teacher? More challenges are there to the teacher only, as he was mentioning. In the previous session, our Anil Sahasrabuddhe had also mentioned. So there were many questions regarding artificial intelligence facing the natural and native intelligence. You see, instead of fearing the trouble from artificial intelligence, we have to empower, enrich, and update and upskill the teacher to meet the challenges. Similarly, here also, the teacher is to be trained. Now, the speciality of the education policy is that the way in which we educate is completely changed. Naturally, that is to be brought to the notice of not only the teachers, as I told, all the stakeholders as well. If he knows all the methods of teaching, now of course teaching method is not the term which is used, learning methods. So if we have listed out 24 learning methods in the process. If the teacher is in know of all the 24 learning methods, definitely he will be able to deal every situation deftly and skillfully. Otherwise, we have identified 14 learning areas, learning strategies. Definitely, they are also to be known to the teacher to become skilled. Similarly, another question was regarding this integration of IKs. There are many learning areas which are to be integrated in the classroom situation. Naturally, for that also, teacher is to be trained. Similarly, there are many things which are due to the teacher to be trained. Seating arrangement, school processes, school culture, classroom management, classroom engagement, all these things, if they are taught properly, trained properly, natural teacher can handle and stakeholders can also help.
Yes, sir. True. Madam, present scenario, teaching learning method and the pedagogy is supposed to be a technology driven. And there are a lot of innovative teaching learning methods that are being followed. And there is one of the important methods which is called 4-block method, which is mentioned and which is much highlighted. So how can this 4-block method be looked at in context of NEP and in more specifically in context of FLN?
Yeah. See, at foundational level, what I think 180 days of school is there. So I think at foundational level, 140 days with the absentee of teacher or student, whatever it is. So in 140 days, hourly, you have to take 1 hour for literacy and 1 hour for numeracy. So they have presented in a 4 quadrant, how to take that 1 hour and how it will go. So if you see, CG goal 9 is for language and CG 8 is for mathematics. So 9, 10, 11, so L1, L2, R1, R2, R3, that is different. But 8 and 9, these are the curricular goals for language and mathematics. So in mathematics, they have divided curricular goals from 3 years to 8 years. That means second standard into 12 sub-goals, that is CG 8.1, 8.2, 8.3. So if you want to see all these 12 goals achieved in 140 days, 1 hour and with 4 blocks. So you have to plan according to that. So what are basic, if you see all 12, you can put together in 5. That is, with mathematics, you can see numbers with their operations, then measurement, real life experiences, time, space, direction, all this comes under mathematics. With mathematics also you say it is a cognitive development. So with number, seriation, pattern, what is missing out, what is next, who is the guest, all this comes under cognitive development. If you go to UPSC and see the mental ability test paper of scholarship exam or UPSC, all this can be taught at the level of foundation with conceptual understanding. Just understand, it is a conceptual understanding of mental ability. When we say that till the age of 8, 90% of brain is developed, we must invest 80% of energy for cognitive development till the age of 8 and 20% for 80% for emotional development. Energy and money should be vested, should be spent, not vested, should be spent after 8 years of age. Usually we spend reverse. That is, every parent spend money, 80% money and time for cognitive development of child after 10 years of age, where 80% energy should be invested for the emotional development of the child at that age. So with this, I will say that all this should be, how to number should be taught to the children. That is, they have put ELPS. What is ELPS? First is experience. That is, give some, that foundation level, you must have at least 24 plastic or glass bottles having different kind of beads or whatever it is. You can have n number of things with that, and give the experience of that thing first. That is the first experience. Then show the picture. This is one. Then show, ask him to label it, that he will say one, and then with the word one. That is how ELPS is. First is symbol, that is experience. L is linguistic, P is picture, and S is symbol. This is the way you say, you teach them these numbers. Otherwise, they may mug up, that is rote learning. They may mug up 30 to 100 numbers. Usually parents say that child knows 100 and my child knows only up to 10. So if we can put in front of parent the development 1 to 3 needs 1 month. What do you mean by 1? Is very difficult for that child. And 1 is related in everywhere in real life. That you should tell them. That is, 1 can be vegetable, 1 can be liter of milk, 1 can be petrol, 1 can be in watch. All the way you can tell them where is 1. 1 can be on the number of vehicle, 1 can be in the MSEB bill, 1 will be everywhere. That 1, understanding of 1 is in a different kind, all various kinds. So in our pre-primary section, we teach one number for 1 month. That is a conceptual understanding of a number, and then you go for operations of that. 1 plus 1, whatever it is, you can go. That is abstract. Number is an abstract thing. If I say, what do you understand? And if I am saying that this is number in Japan, 1 number from Japan, I don't know whether it is in Japanese or not, but I'm just pronouncing something else. So you will not understand because it is abstract for you. But if I say 1, it is now real for you. So that abstract learning of a number is very difficult for that child, and it should go in that way only. So what they say, I will just enumerate the NEP so that it will be clear for you. In 120 days, you have to go for 12 CGs of mathematics, 1 hour per day. That means you will get 120 hours. So 120 hours should be divided into all these 12 CGs. You have to do that. And how you will go that? It is in 4 quadrants. First, you will have an oral math. That means you will speak with them. This, what I have told you, it is about number only. ELPS is with number. It is not with operation. But after that, you have to go for, that is oral math. That means today you will talk with the song, number you will speak with song or with things around. Make your eyes closed and tell me who is tallest boy in the, who is the one who is tallest in our class. That can be mathematics. How many numbers of fans are there in the classroom? So all these things you can ask them. That is mathematics talk. It is for 5 minutes. They are given 5 minutes talk. So you have to very precise 3 or 4 questions you can ask. That is for mathematics. You have to keep in your mind that I am going to for operation, or I am going for measurement, I am going for time, I am going for numbers. Whatever it is in your mind about that 12 CG sub goals, you have to speak about that. And then you have to plan for activity. That we call it as a skill activity. That means if you want to have an operation on that, give everybody 10 pebbles and then ask them to match it. So you have to be very clear in your mind how to do that. Then skill practice, that is a homework or work you can give them. Go and take 5 lifts, whatever it is. And lastly, mathematics game. So if you want to have mathematics game, you have to plan at least for each group, at least 50 games you should be ready with that. So if 3 to 4 years, if you have a 50 games written in your, if you want to, if you are given a 2 number, and if I say, now go round, I will say 2 and make a group of 2. So if I say 2, go to the thing where there are kept 2 things, go that place. So that is how color, number will, so you have to plan for 50 mathematics games for 120 days to learn all CG goals 1 to 12 for mathematics. That is how mathematics can be taught. And 1 number is related with everything in your life. So that is 1 rupees note. If you give coin of 1 rupees, show that here is 1. Oh, the coin, 1 is on coin also. 1 is in clock also. 1 is with petrol also. 1 is with thermometer also. So you can show n number of things to that. That is all experiences. That doesn't mean that he knows everything about that. Knowledge is not imbibed. Conceptual understanding of 1 is imbibed with everywhere where there is a 1. 1 means, I mean to say numbers. So that is how the mathematics can be done. So shall I go for language or stop here? What do you think? Huh? Yeah, language is a different thing. Shall I?
Yes, carry on. Language is also a part of it.
So it will be little bit wider time taking. So it is really, you must be knowing this. I am repeating, that's it, you can say. So in language also, CG9 you can have CG goals up to 7. So that is, you have a 1 hour, you have to plan according to that. So the child should have a numbers, very much numbers. So first is a oral, you can say what we are, then word recognition, then reading, and then writing. So oral is how many pictures I should give that child? At least 500 pictures. 500 pictures collection should be with you for every year so that the word can be given. N number of words will increase the power of literacy with that child. So number of words, if you put Kamal on board, lotus on board, it will not be recognized by that child. But if you put picture, that will be recognized by child. If you show lotus, that will be permanent because that is a sensory, through sensory organ, he has all where it is, how it is, that is imbibed by the brain. So it is first is oral, then words, and then reading. So reading, how it is reading? In our part, listening is another skill that he understands your instructions, he follows instruction and he gives instructions to other person, other child also. That is more important part than reading and speaking and writing, I can say. So listening to the child by teacher and listening by the child to the teacher, both are either way as very important in literacy. So how we listen or how we read, that is they have put a 4-block corner, that is they say read loudly. So books, how many books should be there in every foundational layer? If you want to attend this literacy, at least for every class there should be 100 books. 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So if you are teaching them with 100 books, I am sure your children will learn. So give them a library. Ask them to put some sign. If they have learned one, ask them to put one. If they have learned their name, ask them to put their name. And give one book for parent and one book for children at home, so that community will be engaged, parent is engaged. That should be a picture book, that is katha book you can say. So read loudly, shared, that can be a chaos at class, but sharing reading is advised by NEP. Then guided reading and then independent reading. These are the steps. These should be followed at foundational level 3 to 6. At first, second level also, first and second level also, these steps should be followed for difficult reading and difficult writing. So firstly, teacher will guide some way and then independent reading will be there. And writing also in the same block. But I will see that with the language, how the language is used by the teacher is most important to learn language. If teacher use language to create future of the child, if she uses, today I am going to use many things. What a beautiful picture. These are different exclamatory words she is using. Then in next day she will be using some different kind. So all the language will be used by the teacher. She will never blame student. She will never label student. ए पागल, मूर्ख, ऐसा ही करता है. What is your rubbish thing you are doing? All labeling will not be used by the teacher. Then the language is used by the student very well. Emotionally, language, there are 4 corners. If you feel sad, go to that corner, sit there and ask your mind. Just tell 3 years of child. They will learn to express emotion through language. So emotional literacy, NEP advises emotional literacy. That reading, writing a text is a different thing. And reading our emotion through our own sense and saying in words, yes, I am feeling sad, so I am going to this corner. I am feeling happy, I am going to this corner. I am feeling, you take a game of colors. you take a game of emotions and plan to have a emotional literacy at the age of 3 to 8. If they are emotionally, you have given at least 50 words for emotion, that will be a good literacy for the student. I will stop here, a number of things, but just...
Yeah, Doctor, with what you have just shared, it appears that there is a lot of training required for the teachers. And Dr. Ramakrishna ji, with your organization, Vidya Bharati, is one of the key focus is Prashikshan, training. So I would like you to share how this capacity building of the teachers is going to cater and how this could be done, or you can share some of the practices that have been going on all across the country.
Teachers training is one of the focused areas of our Vidya. So one is, in every pranta, in every state, there is a separate training center, teacher training center, where modules are prepared, and through those modules, teachers are trained in different ways. Second, the training is more focused and very much intensive. So teacher training is different from the principal training. I mean here principal means stage in charge only, level, foundation level in charge. So his training is different from the other, that means teacher's training. He is being trained to be an academic as well as social leader, because he has to contact the society and bring society to this school so that they can be participating in this activity as well. First I told about stakeholders like that. And another important thing is parents are involved in every activity of the foundation stage. Avibhavak Pravodan, monthly once, parents are called and they are made to get the training. So their role either at the house or their involvement even in the school activity. So this is a compulsory activity. And another important thing is our training program is also for other stakeholders. So naturally what happens, many people get involved in this activity. Anyway, implementation is a failure without the total involvement of all the stakeholders of the society or the people around that particular area. So that's how we take up number of programs. Of course, we can give everything in writing so that my speech would not be very long.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to add a few things, sir, especially, in fact, I was supposed to add few more challenges. So in terms of challenges, there are challenges also to utilize the available resources, as teacher has to prepare themselves as which tools to be used at what point of time, or as mentioned, as far as the goals are concerned. There are resources on Diksha platforms, there are free resources available, whether it is on app-based, whether it is on distance mode, or whether it is on a separate platform. So I think teacher training is very much essential as how to utilize. So curriculum framework is also important, the textbooks are also important, but along with that, planning of all these resources is also equally important.
Yes, sir. In our documentary which is prepared, and all of they have seen already, we have given intensive 5-day training for the teachers who are into this ECC foundational classes, which was focusing more on this Panchakosh and FLN as such. Sir, there was one mention in his speech about the community involvement, participation, and we know that we have had, or we have many MOUs signed with the different organizations. So, is there any value addition to FLN achievement as regard to the public-private partnership is concerned, sir?
Yes, sure. In the perspective of initiatives or implementations in the state of Goa, through SCRT, we have signed number of MOUs, especially to cater these challenges. Right from the beginning, we tied up with Adyan Foundation through Systemic School Improvement Program, which was initiated in government primary schools and government high schools, wherein shift to competency-based education that was emphasized on. We also availed or we tied up with Shantilal Mutta Foundation for developing different resources, teaching learning material, resources were developed, especially during the implementation of Nipun Bharat Mission and Vidya Pravesh guidelines, Vidya Pravesh norms. The resource material was prepared under Vidya Pravesh, and then teacher resource materials were prepared. We have also received support from Pratham. They have provided grade appropriate resource material, books to all the schools in the state. Then Meghishala, they have also supported with digital as well as soft resources. Gyan Prakash Foundation, we have initiated a concept called Manthan. It's an initiative wherein a cluster level teachers, whether it is from aided schools or government schools, once or twice in a month, they come together, they share all good practices, they share their difficulties, that kind of things which is essential to go further, to proceed further. So likewise, in fact, I am a bit worried that I may forget or some of the initiatives or some of the partners from the Directorate of for this, all these initiatives which helps us to go along with these challenges, across the challenges. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Presently, the state of Goa is in the process of developing textbooks and content. And so in that perspective, this discussion, the insights, inputs that you have given are going to be very helpful to us. All of them, yes, sir.
Even Vidya Bharati now, right from the inception of going with ECC, Vidya Bharati is playing a very crucial role. Their resources, all kind of support Vidya Bharati is providing across.
Yes, sir. You have given all the inputs, but just one or two sentence takeaway from this FLN discussion, if you would like to share something.
So one is, we would suggest you to establish a separate institute for training teachers of foundation stage. That would be of great help, because we have discussed it about Sarvangina Vikasa, Samagra Vikasa, all-round development, and then holistic development of the child. That actually starts at foundation stage. Naturally, if the seeds are sound and the nourishment is very good, you can find better fruits. Naturally, for that, I recommend you to have a cell or an institute to have a continuous training program for these people. And second important thing is, we wish you to develop learning teaching material separately. So now there is no TLM term that's to be used. We should have to use LTM only because everything is learner centric. So naturally, taking the help from Jadui Pitara, you should have to develop different types of learning teaching material as per the local requirement. For that also, you should have to think. And then, in the teacher training, it is better to involve as many NGOs as possible because the number of teachers are more and the training requirements are very high. Naturally, you can have a participation. So in C20, that is in G20 meeting, there is a separate cell. So there is an educational group as well. In that group, there was a discussion. So as per that, one teacher, she is running an NGO in Argentina. Her name is Gabriela. Her capacity is to turn any conversation into a story. She is actually a film actress in that country. But so like that, there are many talented people in the society who can be of great help. So enlist them and just add to our network, government network, they will be of great use and it will be advantageous. So ultimate advice is involve as many as possible for the upliftment of the students and their learning standards, learning outcomes, their competencies. That's the only solution. Involve as many as possible.
Thank you, sir. Due to time constraint, I will have to wind up with the panel discussion here. Your advice and your inputs and the suggestions are going to mark a very important, crucial role in our journey of this NEP, and especially in achieving the foundational literacy and numeracy in the early childhood care and education, the foundational stage. So before concluding this, if I don't read this Nipun Bharat pledge, I will feel that this session is always left incomplete. So let me read out the Nipun Bharat pledge for everyone. Let us join hands to ensure a conducive learning environment, enabling all children to achieve foundational skills. We pledge to make a school a place of joyful and experiential learning where children can use their language freely, ask questions freely, play freely, and where every child is respected. Let us make the school, as well as the home, a place for developing lifelong skills for reading with comprehensions, writing with purpose, and understanding numeracy in every child that they can apply in their everyday life situations. Let us strive to make education meaningful and joyful for each child of our country and make every child Nipun. Thank you very much. Sir, I know very well that you are very busy, having very hectic schedule, but in spite of that, you have accepted our invitation and made it a point to come here. So on behalf of SCRT Goa, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Thank you very much for all the inputs and your presence here. We also like to acknowledge and extend our gratitude to Dr. Madhushree Saoji. Just a mention here that she is the one who have helped us with her entire team in initial development of the content last year, wherein they were here in the state for.
She has developed an exhibition as per the curricular goals and sub-goals at foundation stage. That's quite wonderful, quite educative, and it is more helpful to all the teachers. So I request you to ask her to be here and let the exhibition not be brought here. Let the exhibition be prepared here with the help of the teachers over here. Thank you.
Yes. So once again, let us put our hands together for both of them and our very own Manoj sir. Thank you very much.
On behalf of SCRT, we would like to show our appreciation by presenting a token of love to Dr. Ramakrishna Rao. I request Sir Manoj Savekar to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Dr. Ramakrishna Rao. May I request Madam Vaingankar, Aisha Vaingankar, Director Admin, Department Education, to present a small appreciation to Dr. Madhushri Sauji. And I request Rupesh Sawant sir to present a memento to our own Sir Manoj Savekar. A big thank you to all the panelists and to our moderator for having lovely session for us. It was really enlightening us about FLN, and that is the core of education, school education. Thank you very much, sir and madam. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we are a bit tired now. Let's take a lunch break now and we come back by 2 for our next session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are born in digital world. We are born with mobile phones in our hand, and we create memories with the photographs. Wherever we go, we click photographs to keep it in our mobiles. Our team at SCERT has done same since yesterday. We would like to show you all the pictures and the videos which were created yesterday. So I request the team.
नमस्कार. SCERT आयोजित राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्राची सुरुवात कालसान झाली असा आणि ह्या राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्रात पुऱ्या देशभरातल्यान काय मान्यवर आणि पुऱ्या राज्यभरातल्यान SCFच्या कमिटीज आणि BOSचे मेंबर्स हांगा हाजीर झाले असतात. ह्या पुऱ्या दिसाच्या सत्रांत कालच्या सत्रांत कितें कितें जालें हे आमी आतां जाणून घेवया. सध्या सुरू आसा दोनापावलच्या राजभवनाचेर राष्ट्रीय परिसंवाद आणि विषय जावन आसा स्टेट करिक्युलम फ्रेमवर्क ट्रान्सफॉर्मिंग एज्युकेशन हो विषय सध्या सुरू आसा ह्या परिसंवादाचो. ह्या परिसंवादात 2 दिसाच्या परिसंवादात सहभागी झाली असतात सुप्रिया नेत्रावलकर जो पुरुषोत्तम वालावलकर हायर सेकंडरीचे प्रिन्सिपल असतात त्यांच्याकडसून जाणून घेऊया की ह्या 2 दिसाच्या सत्रातलो पहिलो दीस जाऊन गेलो असा तातूंतल्यान तांकां कितें कितें शिकपाक मेळ्ळें.
धन्यवाद देव. Today is day 1 of this national seminar where the entire team is being trained on how to gear up and put into practice this entire policy that the entire country is gathering and gearing up for. एक म्हणजे एक बड़ी गजाल की एक वर्ष झाले ही from I think 2023 last September the entire team and I represent along with ex-chairman Nipun, they are in the team for school education which is class 9 to class 12. And it was extremely challenging step how to start. आणि वर्ष झाले आता 9चे आम्ही बसले आता 10वी चालू असा आणि एक वर्ष काम केल्यानंतर आमचे जो फीडबॅक आणि जे कितें रिसोर्स पर्सन सांगता ते आता कशें इनकॉर्पोरेट करून वी कॅन मेक इट इवन बेटर अँड मोर इफेक्टिव्ह. दिस वॉज द हायलाइट that I feel personally in my own working that I can do today. And deepest appreciation to organizers, SCERT, Directed Education, Samagra Shiksha, Nijay Koni, Hatin. We are really appreciated for this process because I think it has come at the right time. So making something alive, it would have got wasted. Kains kaychen ashile. As every point that is deliberated upon the stage, काम केल्ले आसा, कळटा आणि फुडें कशें सरचें हें आतां क्लियर जाल्लें आसा.
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीती ही वेगवेगळ्या विशयांचेर उलयता तातूंत एक स्कील डेव्हलपमेंट असो एक विषय आसा जातूंतल्यान भुरग्यांचो जो स्कील आसा नॅचरल इनबॉर्न स्कील आसा तो कसो डेव्हलप करप हाजेर चड फोकस केल्लो वता. हाजो येणाऱ्या काळांत भुरग्यांक कसो फायदो जातलो असो तुमकां दिसता?
फायदो जातलोच कारण वी हॅव जशें सांगलां आज इट इज ऑल रो थियरी इट इज ऑल एक्झामिनेशन बेस्ड टेस्टिंग. हे बंद जावपाक जाय. वी शूड कीप एक्झामिनेशन मिनिमम आणि प्रोजेक्ट्स एक्टिविटीज ही ऑलरेडी आसा इन द पॉलिसी फॉर एवरी subject side by side supporting activities and work to be done. After that, भुरग्यांचा डेव्हलपमेंट जातलोच आणि प्रायमरीच्या नदीं सोय जाली की हायर सेकंडरी म्हणजे न्ही आतां स्कूल एज्युकेशन हय फुडें जातलेंच हाजी म्हाका खात्री आसा पण मुळांसून जावंक जाय तें आनी डेव्हलपमेंट करप. आनी जशें हांव सांगलां NEP is not a school process, it is not an official process, it is a people's participated process. So when parents are there, as parents put it there to पण एक गजाल सिलेबसा भायर सांग नाका ट्युशन क्लास आसा तेजो टायम टेबल जातलो हें जातलें तें जातलें तेच भुरग्यांक दामून दवरतात. पूण अशें वेगळें जाता की वी से नो नाव दिस इज नॉट दिस इज आनी भुरग्यांक जेन्ना चान्स मेळटा म्हाका दिसता इट इज अ स्टुडंट सेंटर्ड प्रोसेस आनी भुरग्यांचो फायदो जातलोच जाता. आणि स्किल्स म्हणजे वॉट इज द रेंज ऑफ स्किल्स एवरीथिंग इज अ स्किल टुडे आनी प्रत्येक सब्जेक्टान यू कॅन टेस्ट एनीथिंग आनी एकूच टीचर्स स्किल हॅज टू बी डेव्हलप. वॉट हॅपन ट्रेनिंग इज व्हेरी व्हेरी
खूप महत्वाची गजाल टीचर सुप्रियान आमकां सांगले की टीचर जो आसा तोय स्किलफूल जाल्लो आसपाक जाय आणि त्याच्याच खातीर हें चर्चासत्र हो 2 दिसाचो परिसंवाद हांगा घडोवन हाडिल्लो आसा. देव बरें करूं. नमस्कार. आमच्या संघटन आसात डायरेक्टर ऑफ एज्युकेशन शैलेश जिगडे सर. 2 दिसाचो परिसंवाद राजभवनान सुरू आसा. 5 आणि 6 अशे 2 दीस हो चलपी परिसंवादाचो आयचो पयलो दीस आणि आयच्या ह्या पयल्या दिसाक वेगवेगळ्या विशयांचेर हांगा चर्चासत्रां घडोवन हाडली. ताच्याच विशीं आमी जाणून घेवया. ह्या चर्चासत्रांत कोण कोण वांटेकार जाले आणि तांचे कडच्यान आमकां कितें कितें शिकपाक मेळ्ळें हें आमी आज जाणून घेवया. शिक्षण संचालक शैलेश जिंगडे सर हांचे कडच्यान. सर येवकार तुमकां. आयची जी चर्चासत्रां जाली ह्या पयल्या सेशनांतली तातूंतल्यान शिक्षकांक कशा पद्दतीचो फायदो जावपाक शकता अशें दिसता तुमकां?
आयचे हे 2 दिसाचे सेमिनार जे आसा तातूंत पयलीं म्हणल्यार जे इनवायटीज आसा ताचेर आमी लक्ष दिवपाक जाय. इनवायटीज आर फ्रॉम CRT, निपा पंडित पंडित शर्मा, सेंट्रल इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ वोकेशनल एज्युकेशन, RI भोपाळ. सो हातूंत जे पळय हांगा आमकां मार्गदर्शन करपाक किंवा डिस्कशन करपाक आयले they all are experts. So naturally टिचर्सांक आनी इव्हेंच्युअली भुरग्यांक हाचो फायदो 100% जातलो.
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीती 2020 गोंयान लागू करपाक सुरू केली जाल्यार ती आतां बरीच फुडें पाविल्ली आसा. वेगवेगळ्या टप्प्यान ती वेगवेगळ्या पावंड्याचेर ती लागू करप सुरू आसा. ह्या चर्चासत्रांतल्यान जो प्रवास सद्या राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीतीचो सुरू आसा ताचो गोंयच्या दृश्टिकोनांतल्यान कसो उपेग जातलो?
आमी गोवा being a very small state, माझ्या मतान गोवा can be ideal laboratory for any educational experiment. आणि rightly we are leading the way. आमी 2023तल्यान NEP इम्प्लिमेंट केली फाउंडेशनल स्टेजीर आणि आता आमी बाकीच्या स्टेटी परस एडवान्स जाल्ले आसा. पूण एज्युकेशन म्हणटा तो फील्ड आनी जेन्ना कितें बदल आमी इम्प्लिमेंट करता तेन्ना नॅचरली रेजिस्टन्स आसतले, हिकअप्स आसतले. सो हे 2 दिसाचो सेमिनार जो आसा तातूंत देर विल बी थॉट शेअरिंग, आयडियाज जातल्यो, एक्सचेंज ऑफ व्ह्यूज जातले. हातूंत डेफिनेटली फायदो जातलो. आमकां जर दिसून आयलें की दुसरे खंयचेय स्टेट दे आर डुईंग समथींग वीच इज डिफरंट वीच वी कॅन अडॉप्ट, वी आर ऑलवेज ओपन. अँड वी हॅव 4 स्टेट्स. छत्तीसगडाच्यान हांगा रिप्रेझेंटेशन आयिल्लें आसा, आसामाच्यान आयिल्लें आसा, महाराष्ट्राच्यान आयिल्लें आसा आनी गुजराताच्यानूय हांगा स्वताचे आशिल्लो. सो अशें त्या भायर जे लोक हांगा आयिल्ले आसात सेंट्रल इन्स्टिट्यूशन तांकां ते हेवटेन तेवटेन भोंवतात न्ही, तांकां लायक आज आमकां एक परत प्रेझेंटेशन दिलें एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी आनंदराव डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्कूल एज्युकेशन एंड लिटरसी आनंदराव पाटील सर. And it gave us a lot of insight into what is happening not only in several states but throughout the country. So, हे जेन्ना आमकां इनपुट्स मेळटा तेन्ना गोंयांत आमी ताचो डेफिनेटली फायदो करून घेवंक शकता. आनी खुबश्या लोकांनी प्रश्न विचारले आनी त्या प्रश्नाचे बरें समर्थक उत्तरांय आमच्या रिसोर्स पर्सनांनी दिली. स्पेशली फर्स्ट सेशन that I saw by Professor Ranjana Arora was very focused. It focused on curriculum, competency-based teaching. आणि इंटरॅक्शनूय बरें जालें. म्हाका दिसता आज एक दीस जाल्लो आसा. We were expecting around 200 people to take part. More than 190 people attended. Unfortunately, Honorable Chief Minister could not make it. नाल्यार ताका आनीकूय ताका एक वेगळो स्वरूप ताका प्राप्त जाता आशिल्लें. सो एनीवे सुरवात जाल्ली आसा. अर्दो पार्ट कंप्लीट जाल्लो आसा आनी म्हज्या कोतान सक्सेसफुली कंप्लीट जाला. क्रेडिट गोज टू ऑल द ऑर्गनायझर्स, that Secretary of Education, Director of SCERT and entire team. कित्याक असलो प्रोग्राम ऑर्गनायज करप इज नॉट एन इजी टास्क. इट इज नॅशनल लेवल प्रोग्राम. आमी स्कुलांनी एक गॅदरींग पासून करता तेन्ना कितले बरेच प्रेशर आसता, एफर्ट्स फाटल्यान बरोबर तें आमकां कळटा. सो असले नॅशनल लेवल प्रोग्राम करप it takes a lot of efforts. I feel we should appreciate the work done by SCERT and all the officers and officials.
देव बरें करूं सर. आमच्या संघटन आशिल्ले शिक्षण संचालक शैलेश जिंगडे सर तांणी सांगले की कशा पद्दतीन हो सेमिनार आमी आयोजीत केल्लो आसा आनी चर्चासत्र आयोजीत करपा फाटलो उद्देश कितें आसा आनी हाचो फायदो शिक्षकां सयत भुरग्यांक कसो जातलो आनी पुराय गोंयांक कसो जातलो हें तांचे कडच्यान आमी जाणून घेतलें. तांचें अशें मोलादीक मार्गदर्शन आमकां लाभत रावतलें. देव बरें करूं सर.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. I hope you all had refreshing lunch break and are now re-energized to continue our journey of insightful discussions and intellectual exploration at this national seminar. I request all the delegates to kindly settle down as we begin with our next session. We have some exciting sessions lined up that promise to offer new perspectives and valuable insights. So let's refocus our attention and get ready to engage actively. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. Requesting all the delegates to kindly settle down as we begin with our session. Requesting Director Admin Madam Sarita Gadgil to kindly escort our next speaker, and the speaker is Dr. Deepak Paliwal, Joint Director, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education. Thank you, ma'am. I request Sri Narayan Gowns to introduce the guest speaker for this session.
Dr. Deepak Paliwal sir, Joint Director, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, a constituent unit of NCERT under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Having extensive experience in research, training, extension programs, and vocational education. Previously worked as coordinator for continuing education cell, attended several workshop, QIPs, that is quality improvement programs, and short-term training programs at organizations like IIT, NIT, IIM, and NITTR. Life member of ISTE, that is Indian Society for Technical Education, co-faculty advisor of SAE, that is Society of Automotive Engineers, chapter at UIT, BU Bhopal, coordinator for institutional committees at UIT, BU Bhopal, member of scrutiny committee established by AICTE Regional Office for PMKVY, that is Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, chairman of Institute Advisory Board, IAB, that is PSS CIV, member of Program Advisory Committee, NCERT, member ERIC, Educational Research and Innovation Committee, NCERT, and many more. Put your hands together for Dr. Deepak Paliwal sir. I request sir to take over the charge.
थैंक यू टू ऑल ऑफ यू. आप सभी को पंडित सुंदरलाल शर्मा सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के बिहाफ में मैं यहाँ एज ए जॉइंट डायरेक्टर आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ, वंदन करता हूँ. हमारे सामने मंच के सामने उपस्थित हैं डॉक्टर दूसी रामाकृष्णन जी, आप विद्यावार्थी के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, आपका अभिनंदन है सर. डायरेक्टर SCERT मेघना मैडम एंड ऑल द डेलीगेट्स, स्पीकर्स and the educationist from the other state, मैं सभी का वंदन करता हूँ। जैसा कि आप फर्स्ट स्लाइड में देख रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट, दिस इज आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। मैं 2-3 स्लाइड्स में हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का क्या वर्किंग है वो बताऊंगा। तो PSSCIB जो है केंद्रीय व्यावसायिक शिक्षा संस्थान भोपाल में, ये NCERT का कंस्टिट्यूट यूनिट है। 1993 में भोपाल में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ। इसके पीछे एक रीज़न था कि एजुकेशन में कैसे वोकेशनलाइजेशन को इंटीग्रेट करना है, उसके मैंडेट के तहत ये एक डिपार्टमेंट से एक संस्थान के रूप में परिवर्तित हुआ। आफ्टर दैट एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, नेक्स्ट, हमारे जो मेन रोल एंड फंक्शंस हैं उसमें वी आर एज ए एडवाइजरी बॉडी टू स्टेट्स एंड ऑल द central bodies which is dealing with the vocational education, especially Ministry of Education। तो उससे रिलेटेड जितना भी एडवाइजरी है, असिस्टेंट है, मिनिस्ट्री के साथ डे टू डे एक्टिविटी में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लोग। सेकेंड वन, इन द रिसर्च फॉर promotional of research in the field of vocationalization, institute are working from last 3 decades। The institute undertake promotions all the area which is especially vocational integrations in the education system, as well as mapping of the special vocation for the state. Third one is the development activities. As the NCERT constitute unit, we are develop the curricula and the text material for the vocational education. This is around 150 vocational curricula we develop till date, and around 75 books are published through these curricula, and rest of the available on the website as a teaching learning material. Along with that, we have newsletters and biannual journals in which we publicize all the documents related to vocational education. Other than is the training part, in that we train the key functionaries, master trainer in pedagogy in vocational education, as well as the all vocational teachers trained by our organization as a master trainer in different job roles. We working around in 22 sectors in vocational education. These are the activity along with the extensions. हमारे यहाँ जितने भी सेमिनार्स हैं, वर्कशॉप्स हैं, अंडर दिस एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटीज़ हम कंडक्ट कराते हैं, as well as the eminent speakers के जो lectures हैं and e-learning materials हैं, these are all floated through this extension program. Next one is the some key highlights of our organizations. So I already speak about that 150 curricula and 75 textbooks already published by the NCERT. There's around 400 digital content video, especially employability skills. Maharashtra जी का employability skills पे काफ़ी e-content है, तो गोवा स्टेट उसको यूज़ कर सकता है for the employability skills and all these things. Contribution to development, कौशल बोध जो grade 6 से अभी चेंज ओवर हो रहा है, उसमें 6 का जो बुक है उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है करिकुला एरिया ग्रुप के साथ. तो कौशल बोध इज ए एक्टिविटी बुक, इज ए 3 फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क विथ लाइफ फॉर्म. तो लाइफ फॉर्म के साथ कैसे 2 प्रोजेक्ट कराने हैं, टीचर्स को एक्टिविटी कराना है, एंड वर्क विथ मटेरियल एंड मशीन्स एंड वर्क इन सर्विस. So these are all the 3 form of works where 6 projects are undertaken by the student for the upgradation, for the understanding of the life skills and work with the life forms, all these. Along with the we have implementations, 10 bagless day इन द मिडिल स्टेज, आपने जाना होगा कि अभी NEP की 4th एनिवर्सरी पर मिनिस्ट्री ने 10 बैगलेस डे गाइडलाइन रिलीज़ किया है। ऑल द स्टेट्स को ये ई फॉर्म में एज वेल एज हार्ड कॉपी में भी दिया है। हमारे साथ चेयरमैन साहब हैं बोर्ड के, मैंने भी एक कॉपी उनको अभी हैंडओवर किया कि हम किस तरह से बच्चों को 10 दिन डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज़ के फॉर्म में स्किल्स जो है वो इंटीग्रेशन सिखा सकते हैं, कैसे लोकल आर्टिजन से, एक्सपर्ट्स से उनको बिना बैग के जब बच्चे ये एक्टिविटी करेंगे। आई थिंक गोवा ने भी बहुत सारी एक्टिविटी करी हैं, जब हमने डेटा कलेक्शंस कर रहे थे उसमें आया था। ट्रैवल टूरिज्म से रिलेटेड हो सकता है, रिलेटेड टू फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, जब मार्केट सर्वे करते हैं तो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी बच्चे सीखते हैं। मॉन्यूमेंट्स एंड इसका जो भी हमारे यहाँ पर देश के या प्रदेश के विशिष्ट जन होते हैं या जो स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी होते हैं उनके बारे में बताना, लाइक दैट्स ऑल एक्टिविटीज़। उसमें जो स्किल्स एनहांस होंगी वो एक अलग ही उसको चेंज ओवर करेंगी। तो दीज आर द 10 बैगलेस डे अलॉन्ग विद द ऑन द जॉब ट्रेनिंग, OGT, हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल आल्सो, these guidelines developed by the PSSCIB। हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल में जैसे अभी आदरणीय सहसबुद्दे जी ने कहा था कि जो सेंटर्स डेवलप हुए हैं वो किस तरह से सपोर्टिंग इंस्टीट्यूट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। सिमिलर वे वी कैन यूज़ द वन स्कूल एज ए हब इन पर्टिकुलर स्किल सेट या पर्टिकुलर जॉब रोल, एंड दिस स्कूल विल बी सपोर्टेड टू अदर वन नियर बाय। ऐसे ही अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो स्पेशल जो ट्रैवल टूरिज्म के नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं या ITIs हैं या डिप्लोमा है, जैसे असम में अभी बताया कि ITIs एंड डिप्लोमा इंस्टीट्यूट्स को एज ए हब रिसोर्स यूज़ कर रहे हैं। नियर बाय जो टेक्निकल के जो हमारे जॉब रोल्स हैं उसके लिए वो एज ए हब की तरह काम कर रहे हैं। तो वी यूज़ दैट हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल इन आवर सिस्टम आल्सो। इंस्टीट्यूट आल्सो डेवलपिंग वर्चुअल स्किल लैब्स। ऐसी जो कुछ लैब्स हैं जो आई थिंक उसको कंडक्ट कराने में ईच एंड एवरी स्कूल्स जो इंटीरियर में हैं उनको अगर कोई लैब्स रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स है या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स है तो निष्ठा के माध्यम से ये वर्चुअल स्किल लैब अवेलेबल होंगी। दिस इज डेवलप्ड बाय द एडसिल निष्ठा मॉड्यूल। इन दिस निष्ठा मॉड्यूल वी डेवलप modules 3 for the vocational education, initially for the middle stage, vocational education and curricula and pedagogy, third one for the assessment. So these 3 modules developed by the PSSCIB with the help of the CIT. तो इसमें टीचिंग लर्निंग जो मटेरियल है या जो कंटेंट है वो एक निष्ठा के माध्यम से दिस इज ए नेशनल इनिशिएटिव ऑफ स्कूल हेड्स एंड टीचर्स, उसका ट्रेनिंग होगा उसके होलिस्टिक एडवांसमेंट के लिए। अदर इज द वी हैव आल्सो ए डिप्लोमा वोकेशनल एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम्स, 1 ईयर कॉन्टैक्ट प्लस ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम है जिसको बहुत सारे वोकेशनल टीचर्स को ऑफर किया जाता है। वो स्पेशल पैडागोजिकल बेस्ड ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग हो जाता है। ट्रेनिंग्स जो हैंड्स ऑन प्रैक्टिस है वो ड्यूरिंग द कॉन्टैक्ट मोड होता है। दिस इज वन ऑफ द प्रोग्राम, 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा इन वोकेशनल एजुकेशन नाउ इज कन्वर्टेड इनटू PG डिप्लोमा इन वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग। These are the sector in which we are working. अभी तक 88 जॉब रोल्स समग्र शिक्षा के अंतर्गत पूरे देश में रन कर रहे हैं। इन दैट डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स वाइज अगर देखेंगे तो यहाँ टूरिज्म एंड हॉस्पिटलिटी सेक्टर में है, एग्रीकल्चर्स है। वी ऑल्सो डेवलप इन एरो स्पेस एंड एविएशंस, किसान ड्रोन, mechatronics and all other futuristic job roles we also develop in our system, like electric vehicles technicians, ये भी डेवलप किया है इंस्टीट्यूट ने। तो नेक्स्ट PAB में गोवा स्टेट चाहे तो ये एडवांस कोर्सेस उसके लिए ज़रूरी होगा कि एक मैपिंग अगर थोड़ा होगा तो it's very useful to take these advanced courses like AI based AI assistant है, IoT based agriculture पे है, तो all these are the futuristic courses. Institute different trainings programs conduct कराता है, तो we have conducted number of trainings programs especially for the key functionaries, vocational teachers, समग्र शिक्षा के अंतर्गत जितना भी स्टेट्स के साथ हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन होता है. नंबर ऑफ टीचर्स आर ट्रेन्ड बाय द PSSCIV टू गोवा स्टेट. जैसे मेहरोत्रा जी ने कहा ये मेरा सेकंड होम है, तो यहाँ नंबर ऑफ टीचर्स ऑलरेडी ट्रेन्ड बाय द PSSCIV. नेक्स्ट, ये टॉपिक मुझे मिला था रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन स्किल एजुकेशन. तो NEP नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 एंड रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन स्किल एजुकेशन. तो ओवरऑल इस पे देखा जाए तो these 10 points are very important regarding that implementation part as well as reflections of skill education. हमारे स्कूल इकोसिस्टम में किस तरह से स्किल को इंटीग्रेट करना है, तो these are the important point given by the policy. Integrations from the middle stage, तो स्पेशली 6 onward हमने वोकेशनलाइजेशन स्टार्ट किया है. कौशल बोध जो बुक के बारे में मैंने आपको बताया, दैट इज अवेलेबल. NCERT ने इसको प्रिंट भी किया है, ई कॉपी भी आप वेबसाइट पे देख सकते हैं. तो इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन as well as स्किल बेस्ड करिकुलम मीन्स अदर सब्जेक्ट में भी किस तरह से हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स स्किल को इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं. सपोज दे आर टीचिंग विथ मैथमेटिक्स एंड सोशल साइंस या कॉमर्स, तो कैसे वो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमेरेसी या अदर चीज़ें भी हैं जो कैसे उसको एड ऑन कर सकते हैं. फिजिक्स के साथ बहुत सारी कारपेंट्रीज टेक्निक है, उसको कैसे फिजिक्स टीचर्स इन्वॉल्व कर सकता है फॉर मेकिंग डिफरेंट शेप्स एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स. एक्सपोजर टू डाइवर्स स्किल, इट मीन्स 3 फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क में हर प्रकार का स्किल्स का एक्सपोजर दिया हुआ है. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक पर्टिकुलर स्किल्स में ही हमको फोकस करना है स्टूडेंट को. एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी है हमारे कंट्री का, तो एग्रीकल्चर्स एज वेल एज कॉमर्स के बारे में भी सीखे, सर्विस सेक्टर में, हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर में, एज वेल एज हमारे मटेरियल एंड मशीन्स जो हमारा प्रोडक्शन यूनिट है, मटेरियल टेक्नोलॉजी है, मशीन्स हैं, जो टेक्नोलॉजी इन्वेंट हो रही है जो अभी फ्यूचरिस्टिक है उसके बारे में भी वो मॉडल बनाए. तो थ्रू दिस प्रोजेक्ट ईच एंड एवरी एस्पेक्ट्स जो है एक्सपोजर में उसको मिलेगा थ्रू फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क. और उसके बाद जो स्टूडेंट है वो इन स्पेशल जो केसेस हैं उनके बारे में उनका जो सम्मान है वो बढ़ेगा, कि ऐसा कभी नहीं लगेगा कि एग्रीकल्चर का काम है जो इन्फीरियर क्वालिटी है या मेरे को ये नहीं करना है, वाइट कॉलर जॉब करना है. तो जब तक स्टूडेंट्स को इन सभी कोर्सेज के बारे में, सभी जॉब रोल्स के बारे में फोकस नहीं किया जाएगा, तब तक उसका एक जो लेबर के प्रति है सम्मान वो नहीं होगा. जैसे मैं ये देख रहा हूँ टूरिज्म सेक्टर है, टूरिज्म सेक्टर जो हॉस्पिटलिटी सेक्टर है उसमें बहुत सारे रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं. अभी मेरी चर्चा हुई कि गोवा में ही बहुत सारे टीचर्स की भी रिक्वायरमेंट है टूरिज्म एंड हॉस्पिटलिटी सेक्टर्स. तो हमें मार्केट्स ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी के हिसाब से क्या करना चाहिए कि वो जो एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग कैसे मिलेगा, वही जो होटल इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हैं ऐसे लोगों को स्टूडेंट के साथ इंटरेक्ट कराना होगा. दे आर द बेस्ट टीचर फॉर द एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग. तो कनेक्शंस विद द जॉब मार्केट में जो डायरेक्ट डील कर रहे हैं, जो डायरेक्ट वर्क कर रहे हैं, ऐसे लोगों को डायरेक्ट आप अगर स्टूडेंट के साथ इंटरेक्ट कराते हैं तो दिस इज मोर बेनिफिशियल टू अस. इंटर्नशिप एंड अप्रेंटिसशिप प्रोग्राम्स, ऑन द जॉब ट्रेनिंग, ये कंटिन्यूसली हमारे यहाँ चल ही रहा है. दिस इज मोस्ट फॉर द होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट। जैसे कि हमारा असेसमेंट है, इंद्रानी मैडम हमारे सामने हैं, वो बताएंगे ही सब कुछ। और हम एनसीईआरटी के होने के बाद बहुत प्राउड करते हैं कि इंद्रानी मैडम का नाम सभी लोग लेते हैं कि कैसे एचपीसी के लिए उन्होंने डिवोटेड होकर काम किया और आज पूरे देश में उसके बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। तो जब तक उसका किसी बच्चे का 360 डेवलपमेंट, ईच एंड एवरी स्किल एस्पेक्ट, इमोशनल हो चाहे टेक्निकल हो चाहे अदर स्किल्स हो, वो एनहेंस करने के लिए हमको मार्केट में अवेलेबल जो एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन है उनसे डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शंस की जरूरत है। तो द सर्टिफिकेशन एट द एंड ऑफ द कोर्स, सर्टिफिकेशन इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। दिस इज NSQF अलाइंड सर्टिफिकेट, NCBT का उसको सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है। लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, जैसा कि अभी सभी स्पीकर्स ने बताया कि एट एनी एंड उसको अपनी स्किल्स को एनहेंस करना है या इंटीग्रेट करना है, फ्लेक्सिबल लर्निंग मॉड्यूल हमको देना होगा। एंड कोलैबोरेशन विथ इंडस्ट्रीज, ये जानकर मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि फ्यूचरिस्टिक एरिया में अभी बताया कि गोवा ने भी स्प्रिंग बोर्ड प्लेटफॉर्म है जो इन्फोसिस का, उसके साथ कोलैबोरेट करने जा रहे हैं। स्प्रिंग बोर्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे काफ़ी सारे कंप्यूटर IT इंडस्ट्रीज़ के ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर रिलेटेड प्रोग्राम, कोडिंग रिलेटेड प्रोग्राम्स हैं, तो दे आर वेरी यूजफुल टू आवर स्टूडेंट। ये CSR एक्टिविटी में इन्फोसिस करता है। सो सच टाइप ऑफ कोलैबोरेशंस इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू एनहेंस द कैपेसिटी एंड स्किल्स ऑफ आवर स्टूडेंट। फोकस ऑन एमर्जिंग स्किल्स, दीज आर द फ्यूचरिस्टिक स्किल, डेटा साइंस, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी। तो जैसे सोलर एनर्जी की बात करते हैं, आज हर घर सोलर मिशन जो आ रहा है, आफ्टर दैट number of technicians and assistants are required for the solar energy technology, solar panel maintenance and installations. So this side also we think over that. हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट ने इसके लिए भी कोर्सेज डिज़ाइन किए हैं सोलर टेक्नोलॉजीज पे। तो all these are the important for capacity building of our students and capacity buildings of our teachers. Capacity building programs हम continuously NCERT के अंतर्गत PSC प्रोजेक्ट में लेते हैं और उसको कंडक्ट कराते हैं। तो दीज आर वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट एज पर द NEP। नेक्स्ट, दीज आर द इनिशिएटिव जो मैं अभी चर्चा किया, ये सारा अभी हुआ है। असेसमेंट रिफॉर्म जैसे मैडम का है, ECC का डेवलपिंग लिखा है या डेवलप हो चुका है वो करिकुलम एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स। तो कैसे, जैसे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी साहब ने कहा कि कैसे यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, जो CIT का डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी बेस टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल है, उसको आप यूज कर सकते हैं। दिस इज वेरी यूजफुल। निष्ठा है, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के लिए भी उन्होंने बहुत सारे लर्निंग मटेरियल्स बनाए हैं, लाइक प्रशस्ता, वर्खा, इंडियन साइन लैंग्वेज के लिए भी काम किया। तो दीज आर ऑल अवेलेबल ऑन CIT एंड NCERT वेबसाइट। PM विद्या चैनल, तो आप भी 4 चैनल रन कर रहे हैं। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के लिए भी चैनल नंबर 13 है। वी आर उस पर जितने भी कोर्सेस हैं रिकॉर्डिंग उस पर अवेलेबल है। वी आर ऑल्सो डेवलपिंग न्यू कोर्सेस एंड अवेलेबल ऑन दैट PM विद्या DTH चैनल। So these are all related to NCERT initiatives for the NEP implementations. Next. This is the vision and spirit of NEP is reflected in NCF-SE. उसका एक ही ऑब्जेक्ट है, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल। दिस इज वन ऑफ द ऑब्जेक्टिव मेजर। तो होलिस्टिक लर्निंग एंड फ्लेक्सिबल करिकुलम, इस पर भी चर्चा हुई है। स्किल लीड टू कैपेसिटी, ईच एंड एवरी स्किल्स के बाद एक कैपेसिटी बिल्ट होता है, मतलब ग्रुप ऑफ स्किल्स से एक कैपेसिटी बिल्ट होता है और नंबर ऑफ कैपेसिटीज से हम एक पर्टिकुलर वोकेशनल डेवलप करते हैं स्टूडेंट के। इक्विटेबल एंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशंस के लिए हमारे चिल्ड्रन के बीच सारे रिसोर्सेस NCERT के माध्यम से उपलब्ध होते हैं। फाउंडेशंस एंड प्रिपरेटरी स्टेज एंड मिडिल स्टेज, तो in foundation and preparatory stage, we incorporate the pre-vocational capacities. It means through world around us के माध्यम से हम उसमें pre-vocational activities को आसपास देखकर सीखना, जिस तरह से आदरणीय सहस बुद्धे जी ने कहा था कि इंडस्ट्री कहती है हमको स्किल्ड मैन पावर नहीं मिलता, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छे एग्जाम्पल से समझाया कि क्या स्किल्ड मैन पावर के लिए इंडस्ट्री ने क्या प्रयास किया। तो इंडस्ट्रीज को जब तक हमारे स्टूडेंट को कुछ 6 महीने 2 महीने 3 months फॉर दैट OGT प्रोग्राम, इंटर्नशिप, अप्रेंटिसशिप अगर ऑफर करते हैं, दैन वो जो आसपास देख कर सीखता है बच्चा, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। तो वर्ल्ड अराउंड अस के अंतर्गत ये प्री वोकेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ होंगी और उसमें वो जो चीज़ें स्किल इनबिल्ट होंगी, दैट इज़ ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। मिडिल स्टेज में वोकेशनल कैपेसिटी जो है एक्सपोजर के माध्यम से, ऑल 3 फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क के माध्यम से उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट की हैं। सेकेंडरी स्टेज में इनका कंसोलिडेशन है और मैं SCERT गोवा और बोर्ड को बधाई दूंगा कि 9th क्लास में उन्होंने NCERT के जो NCF SE में मैंडेट दिया है, अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट दे स्टार्टेड करिकुलम फॉर क्लास 9th, और शायद फर्स्ट स्टेट है जिसने NCF SE के अकॉर्डिंग ये कोर्स शुरू किया है। तो आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और उसमें जो अमेंडमेंट होंगे, जो चेंजेस होंगे, ये अभी ट्रांजिशन फेज है, तो कमियां तो निकालने वाले बहुत देखेंगे, लेकिन जब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो उसमें कमियां को ओवरकम करने के लिए हमारा नेक्स्ट स्टेप होता है जो ठीक करता है। तो आप जो भी कोर्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं, जितने फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क उसमें डेवलप किए हैं, जो एक्टिविटीज़ होंगी, डेफिनेटली वो स्टूडेंट के स्किल एनहेंसमेंट के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होंगी। तो वी आर ऑफर NSQF अलाइन लेवल 3 and 4 सब्जेक्ट, लेवल 3 फॉर द 9th 10th and level 4 for the 11th 12th. We offering is around 150 job roles, 150 curricula and 88 job roles are presently समर शिक्षा में रन कर रहे हैं in different state. Next. एक असेसमेंट की बात है, जैसे कहा था आदरणीय सहस्बुद्धे जी ने भी कि असेसमेंट किससे कराना। एक्चुअली ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम आता है, सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल का असेसमेंट प्रॉब्लम करता है, बोर्ड को प्रॉपरली टाइम पे प्रैक्टिकल्स के जो मार्क्स हैं वो डिलीवर नहीं होते हैं, रिजल्ट लेट होता है। तो असेसमेंट आप ऑन बोर्ड होने के बाद, NCVT शायद ये ऑफर भी कर रहा है कि सारे बोर्ड्स को हम ऑन बोर्ड कर लें और वही असेसमेंट कराएं। Then we use local artisans and technicians for the assessment process of the practical. जैसे उन्होंने क्या कहा था कि कैसे रिकॉग्नाइजेशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग करना, उनको सर्टिफिकेशन देना। तो जो मार्केट में हमारे हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्रीज में जो लोग हैं, उन्हीं से अगर हम असेसमेंट कराते हैं तो एक तो वो प्राउड फील करते हैं कि एक स्कूल ने हमें इनवाइट किया। मैं जिस होटल में ठहरा हूँ वहाँ 10वीं क्लास का पास आउट बच्चा धारवाड़ का वो एज ए हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्रीज में कर रहा है। ऐसे बच्चों को वर्क स्टडी डिप्लोमा भी अगर हम लोग प्रोवाइड करें, सर्टिफिकेशंस करें, दिस इज़ वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट, और उनको इनवाइट करें अगर असेसमेंट में, तो एक बच्चे से जो डायरेक्ट मार्केट में है उससे ज़्यादा अच्छे से वो सीखेगा भी हमारा स्टूडेंट, और उसका असेसमेंट भी एक्चुअल असेसमेंट होगा। दैट इज़ वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट। थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट इज NCF SE 2023 रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन स्किल एजुकेशन। तो ये सारा जो है NCERT इसमें लगातार इन्वॉल्व है, और NCF SE के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्ट में हमारी एक महती जिम्मेदारी है। हमको हैंड होल्डिंग करना है। आज हम वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के लिए यहाँ 2 लोग उपलब्ध हैं, NCERT से मैडम है होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड के लिए। तो अगर जैसे ही आप ये स्टार्ट करते हैं तो जो भी कमियां रहेंगी उसको नेक्स्ट ईयर हम ठीक करते जाएंगे, और एंड 2030 में हम एक डेफिनेटली एज पर द NCF SE हम पहुंच सकते हैं फॉर द स्किल एजुकेशन। तो इनकॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे मैंने ऑलरेडी कहा था कि रोबोटिक्स पे शायद आपके यहाँ AI एंड रोबोटिक्स पे भी आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं। वी ऑल्सो डेवलप 3D प्रिंटिंग एंड उस पे भी हमने डेवलप किया है अपना करिकुलम एंड बुक्स. Collaboration with industries is very much important for the skill educations, क्योंकि ये जो स्टूडेंट है जो डायरेक्ट मार्केट में जा रहा है आफ्टर कंप्लीशन ऑफ द 12th स्टैंडर्ड, तो उसको अगर अप्रेंटिसशिप विद द कोलैबोरेशन ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज मिल जाता है तो डायरेक्टली वो जॉब मार्केट के लिए उपलब्ध होगा. वी ऑल्सो सेज दैट SCERT और एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट लास्ट ईयर जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसमें कौशल मेला या कौशल उत्सव टाइप का भी प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज कराए, जिससे जो बच्चों ने प्रोजेक्ट बनाए हैं, जो स्किल उन्होंने इन्हेंस हुई है, उसको शोकेस करने का भी समय मिले. और उसमें आप चाहे तो इंडस्ट्रीज़ को, सर्विस इंडस्ट्रीज़ को इनवाइट कर सकते हैं फॉर द दिस शोकेस. तब उनको पता चलेगा कि कैसे स्किल एजुकेशन में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गोवा का एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट काम कर रहा है. फिर वो हैंड होल्डिंग आगे बढ़ेगी और नेचुरली जो उनका कोलैबोरेशंस है वो आगे आएगा. तो ऑल दीज आर रिलेटेड टू NAP विच इज रिफ्लेक्टेड इन आवर स्किल एजुकेशन सिस्टम. कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग फॉर एजुकेटर, दिस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट फिनोमेना दैट जैसे मैं चर्चा कल कर भी रहा था, जब रिफॉर्म होता है, चीज़ें चेंज होती है तो रेजिस्टेंस भी आता है. एक्शन के अगेंस्ट रेजिस्टेंस वो होता ही है. और किसी चीज़ को जितनी तेज़ी से ले जाया जाता है उसका रिफ्लेक्शन भी बहुत तेज़ी से आता है. तो आपने तेज़ी से 9th में लेके गए तो हो सकता है रिफ्लेक्शन तेज़ी से आ रहा होगा. लेकिन मैं ये मानता हूँ कि जो अच्छी नीयत से किया गया काम है, मैं यहाँ बैठे सभी टीचर्स और एजुकेटर्स से एक अनुरोध करूँगा कि PSSCIV इज ऑलवेज विथ यू, दैट एनी टाइप ऑफ ट्रेनिंग, एनी टाइप ऑफ असिस्टेंट इन वोकेशनल एजुकेशन आप बताइए, हम यहाँ आके करेंगे, आपके स्कूल में आके करेंगे और आप जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कहेंगे वहाँ करेंगे. तो वी ऑलवेज विथ यू. और हमको ये देखना है कि एंड यूज़र कौन है, बिकॉज दिस पॉलिसी इज द स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी. तो हमारा तो कोई रोल ही नहीं है, स्टूडेंट को देखना है और अंततः उसके बेनिफिट के लिए, उसकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी के लिए, उसके इंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल डेवलप करने के लिए हम सबको साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा और आप सब का सहयोग मिलेगा. तो जैसे सहज बुद्धे जी ने कहा था कि जो टीचर सबसे ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट रहते हैं उनके पैर छूने के लिए एलुमिनी मीट्स जब आप कराएंगे तो बच्चे आपका पैर छूने के लिए आएंगे. तो डेफिनेटली ये होता है कि जितना स्ट्रिक्टनेस और जितना डेडिकेशंस के साथ हम वर्क करेंगे उतना ही हमको रिकॉग्निशन मिलता है. टीचर्स के लिए लास्ट मैं यही कहूँगा कि हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है सिर्फ सम्मान के. तो अगर सम्मान है तो सब कुछ है टीचर का. दैट्स फ्रॉम द माई साइड. इन द नेक्स्ट वन, these are the initiative of NCERT for the all type audio books है, PME विद्या दीक्षा है, पाठशाला है, प्रिया accessibility warrior है. तो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के साथ साथ टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ सभी प्रकार का वर्क है जो NCERT में लगातार इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए हो रहा है और आगे भी मुझे लगता है उसमें और भी चीज़ें आपको देखने को मिलेंगी. Project based learning is also one of the part. Next one. This is one the book कौशल बोध जो अवेलेबल है क्लास 6 के लिए. इसके बारे में मैंने बताया 3 फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क्स पे है. 6 to 8 में टोटल 9 एक्टिविटीज़ या 9 प्रोजेक्ट्स स्टूडेंट कंप्लीट करेगा और वो ग्रेजुअली थोड़ा उसका कैपेसिटी या उसका कहें स्किल एनहांस करता जाएगा. तो 6 का अभी बुक अवेलेबल है, 7th 8th नेक्स्ट ईयर तक अवेलेबल होगा. 1 प्रोजेक्ट स्टूडेंट, इसको आप अपने स्टेट के अकॉर्डिंग भी लोकल कंटेस्ट में डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं. कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं आई थिंक वो डेवलप भी हुए लास्ट वर्कशॉप में. 10 to 12 प्रोजेक्ट्स ऑलरेडी डेवलप बाय द स्टेट एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट. नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट स्किल इको सिस्टम क्या है, जस्ट कुछ स्लाइड्स हैं वो मैं रिफ्लेक्ट करता हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, हमारे आदरणीय मोदी जी कहते हैं, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, टुडे द वर्ल्ड एंड इंडिया नीड टू स्किल वर्कफोर्स. If we have promote the development of our country, then our missions has to be skill development in skill India. जैसा कि हमारा जो यूथ है अभी अवेलेबल है, हम लोग जनरेशंस जो परसेंटेज है वो यंग पॉपुलेशन है, और जो डेवलप्ड कंट्री है उनका पॉपुलेशंस जो है वो ओल्डर एज की तरफ जा रहा है. तो जैसा मेरे को सुनने में आया कि यहाँ यूरोपियन वीसा बहुत आसानी से मिल जाता है, तो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो ऑलरेडी विदेशों में बहुत अच्छा एम्प्लॉयमेंट ले लेते हैं. फ्रेंच एंड पुर्तगीज लैंग्वेज उनको आती है, तो वो डेफिनेटली यूरोप कंट्रीज़ में बहुत अच्छा जॉब मिल जाता. यही 2047 में होने वाला है. जैसे ही स्किल और फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस के साथ हम बच्चों को स्किल्ड मैन पावर बनाने लायक करेंगे, विदेशों में हमारे ही स्टूडेंट्स पूरा हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे उनके सिस्टम को, और तब कहेंगे कि ये भारत वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की नीति पर चल रहा है, कि हम सभी लोगों को स्किल्ड मैन पावर दे रहे हैं, ना कि वहाँ कोई पॉलिसी को इंटरवेंशन कर रहे हैं या किसी प्रकार का वो कर रहे हैं, जिससे hand holding of the all nations with the skill education. Next, these are the some highlights of budget जो education और skill educations को दिया है. इससे ही पता चलता है कि GDP के परसेंटेज में पहले हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशनिस्ट कहते थे कि बहुत कम बजट मिलता है, लेकिन नाउ द बजट स्कूल एजुकेशन का है या हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम है बहुत इंक्रीज हुआ है. नेक्स्ट, दीज आर द गवर्नमेंट प्रमोशन स्कीम्स. मैं एक चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा कि स्किल एजुकेशन सिस्टम में यहाँ ऑफिसर्स हैं. उत्तर प्रदेश ने क्या किया है कि अपने स्किल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट एंड एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में दोनों ने MOU साइन किया. तो जो उसके PMKVY सिस्टम है या जो स्किल सेंटर्स हैं वो स्कूल्स में खोल दिए. तो अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट जॉब रोल्स, अगर वो सेंटर्स हमारे यहाँ खुलते हैं, कोई भी स्कीम्स है, चाहे दीनदयाल योजना हो, किसी भी स्कीम के सेंटर स्किल एजुकेशन के, हम स्किल डिपार्टमेंट के अगर हमारे स्कूल इकोसिस्टम में आते हैं, तो एक तो उनका भी इनरोलमेंट होता है, जो वो चाहते हैं कि हमारा इनरोलमेंट इंक्रीज हो, हमारे लिए लैब्स एंड ट्रेनर्स की फैसिलिटी मिल जाती है. दिस इज़ ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द. और जैसे असम से हमारे जो एजुकेशनिस्ट आए हैं या बताया है कि ITIs एंड डिप्लोमा इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, एज वेल एज टाटा टेक्नोलॉजीज ऑल्सो सपोर्टेड नंबर ऑफ ITIs इन द फ्यूचरिस्टिक एरिया. सो इस तरह के ITIs और उनको भी हम अगर कनेक्ट करते हैं, CSR फंड में मुझे लगता है करीब 300 ITIs को पूरे देश में उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है. तमिलनाडु, उत्तर प्रदेश एंड ऑल अदर स्टेट्स ऑल्सो. उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान में भी किया है. इस तरह का जो CSR एक्टिविटीज़ है उसके माध्यम से भी नाउ उत्तर प्रदेश इज गोइंग टू मतलब स्कूल एजुकेशन में भी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन उनके साथ टाटा के साथ काम कर रहा है, TCS के साथ. नेक्स्ट, तो वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के अकॉर्डिंग भी हम अपने जॉब रोल्स वगैरह सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, मैपिंग कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट वन, ड्रोन, किसान ड्रोन बुकलेट हमारा टेक्स्ट बुक एंड करिकुलम डिज़ाइन किया प्रोफेसर मल्होत्रा जी ने, एंड मल्टी ड्रोन रूटर इज ऑल्सो अवेलेबल. अगर हम इस तरह के जो स्कीम्स हैं उससे रिलेटेड स्कूल एजुकेशंस को सपोर्ट करते हैं कि वो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को सपोर्ट करें, तो दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द अनदर डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांजेक्शन स्कीम्स फॉर द आवर स्टूडेंट्स, गर्ल्स चाइल्ड, और उनको कि कंप्लीशन ऑफ दैट सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स वो ड्रोन वगैरह के लिए एग्रीकल्चर है या सर्विस सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज है उसके लिए वो एम्प्लॉयबल हो सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट वन, ये आज की आवश्यकता है मेंटरशिप. टीचर्स, जैसे हमारे स्पीकर्स ने कहा, टीचर्स को हम मेंटर बनना है, टीचर्स से ज़्यादा उसका मेंटरशिप का काम है. तो आप सभी जो फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के मेंटर होकर काम करेंगे, तो एज ए फ्रेंड, एज ए मेंटर, तो मुझे लगता है स्किल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस बहुत तेजी से होगा। इनोवेशन हब का कॉन्सेप्ट भी स्कूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम में आई थिंक स्टार्ट हो गया है। ठीक, नेक्स्ट। These are some challenges, awareness among our stakeholders. Parents वगैरह अभी भी कहते हैं वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के लेकर उनके मन में कुछ संशय है, तो जब तक स्कूल के फैकल्टी मेंबर्स एंड प्रिंसिपल्स इसको आगे बढ़ के एड्रेस नहीं करेंगे तब तक ये प्रॉब्लम रहेगा। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज इसमें बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं, डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज वेल एज प्रैक्टिकल लैब वाइज अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो भी इम्प्रूव हो रहा है। करिकुलम अलाइनमेंट एंड SQF अलाइनमेंट करिकुलम NCERT ये लगातार इस पर काम कर रहा है कि कैसे हम हमारे करिकुलम को इंडस्ट्री अलाइन करें। PSSCIB का ये मैंडेट भी है। तो आफ्टर 3 to 4 years आप देखते होंगे हमारा करिकुलम, हमारा जो करिकुलम है टेक्स्ट बुक का है उसका लाइफ 4 to 5 year है। NCVT उसको चेंज कर देता है, तो अभी बहुत सारी बुक्स नहीं मिलती, तो उसको हमने एज ए टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल के रूप में फ्लोट किया है। मिनिस्ट्री ने हमको परमिशन दिया था कि आप अभी बुक्स प्रिंटिंग में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, तो आप एज ए टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल के फॉर्म में भी दे सकते हैं। तो दैट इज वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग्स। नेक्स्ट, फ्यूचर प्रोस्पेक्ट, इंडस्ट्री की डिमांड के अकॉर्डिंग हमको चेंज ओवर करना होगा हमारे सिलेबस सब्जेक्ट को, हमारे टीचिंग लर्निंग मेथोडोलॉजी को। Collaborations, government support, investment in infrastructure is very much important nowadays for the school education system. Thank you very much. धन्यवाद आप सभी का। मैं एक धन्यवाद और देना चाहता हूँ स्पेशली मेघना मैडम को कि SCERT ने मुझे यहाँ इनवाइट किया, मुझे मौका दिया, और चेयरमैन बोर्ड से तो मैं बीच में इंटरेक्ट हुआ था, मैडम से पहली बार मिलना हुआ। आप सभी को, बहुत लोगों को करीब से जाना, हॉस्पिटैलिटी देखे जाए या सपोर्ट सिस्टम देखा जाए तो मुझे बहुत पसंद आया गोवा स्टेट का कि किस तरह से वो वर्क कर रहे हैं। मैडम है दीप्ति मैडम जो कि शायद फूड हमारे अरेंजमेंट सिस्टम में लगे हुए हैं, वो मुझे लगता है गेस्ट का तो ध्यान दे ही रहे हैं, वो मैं ऑब्जर्व कर रहा था। एज वेल एज जो तन्वी है जो हम लोगों के हमको हॉस्पिटैलिटी प्रोवाइड कर रही है, सर्व कर रही है, उससे भी रेगुलर इंटरेक्ट करना। और जो तन्वी है वो एक आई थिंक यहाँ जो सिस्टम है बहुत अच्छा सिस्टम है। अदर स्टेट को भी बताना चाहूँगा कि सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को प्रमोट करते हैं फॉर द दीज आर अरेंजमेंट सिस्टम, फूड हो या कुछ, तो उससे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को जो मोटिवेशन मिलता है गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में काम करने, यही मोटिवेशन से उनको मिलेगा जब एज ए एक्सपर्ट आप उनको बुलाएंगे, जब एज ए आप एग्जामिनर बुलाएंगे। एग्जामिनर इज द वेरी मच प्रीशियस इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क, उनको लगता है प्राइड फील करेंगे, प्राउड फील करेंगे। तो आई थिंक ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट होगा कि तन्वी जैसे लोग हमारे स्टूडेंट के साथ इंटरेक्ट करें। तन्वी को जिस तरह से वो सपोर्ट कर रही थी, असिस्ट कर रही थी, तो जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी है, और मिस्टर जॉन जो लगातार हमारे साथ हैं 2 दिन, तो मैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर दीपक पल्लीवाल। आपने बारीकी से गोवा का और हमारे सेमिनार का परीक्षण किया है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबको बहुत अंदर से खुशी हो रही है कि आपने इतना हमें प्रेज किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। On behalf of everyone present here, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Deepak Paliwal, for your expertise. Diverse perspectives and thought-provoking ideas have truly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in this critical domain of skill education. Sir, thank you very much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद sir. Now I request Madam Sarita Gadgil to kindly present a memento to Dr. Paliwal. We have a very important delegate, VIP delegate, our guest amongst us, who has been working continuously for so many months for Rashtriya Sarvekshan 2024, and she has been interacting with us every day how to have this NES survey, a National Achievement Survey 2024. And Madam said that she wouldn't be able to come, but with lovingly she said, no, I have to go to Goa for this national seminar, and she made it. Madam, we are very happy. Madam Professor Indrani Baduri, CEO of PARAKH 2024 of NCERT's present amongst us. We would like to welcome her with a floral bouquet. I request our Director Madam Meghna Shetgaonkar to kindly present a floral bouquet to Professor Indrani Baduri. We are very happy to have you, ma'am, here. Since you are very, very busy, we know how it is being a CEO of PARAKH 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have to move to a significant segment of our seminar that focuses on collaboration and shared learning. It is my pleasure to invite the representatives from SCERTs, State Councils of Education, Research and Trainings, to present their unique work culture and share the best practices they have developed over the years. Each SCERT has been cornerstone of educational innovations, fostering impactful initiatives and strategies tailored to their respective states. This session provides an opportunity for all of us at SCERT Goa to learn from their experiences and success. I kindly request a representative from SCERT Pune, Professor Kamala Devi Aute, to kindly come forward and present the best practices which are being practiced at SCERT Pune. Professor Kamala Devi Aute.
Hello. Okay. सर्वांना नमस्कार. प्रेझेंटेशन पूर्वी आज 6 डिसेंबर डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांचा महापरिनिर्वाण दिन आहे. स्वातंत्र्यानंतर ज्यांनी आपल्याला प्रत्येकाला हक्काचं ओळखपत्र, आपलं आय कार्ड असं जे संविधान ज्यांनी आपल्याला दिलं, त्या महामानवाला विनम्र अभिवादन करून मी सुरुवात करते. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, I would like to thanks to SCERT Goa to invite SCERT Maharashtra to share with you. And also I would like to congratulate also for this nice arrangement of such a nice workshop, seminar, because from yesterday we are discussing on important topics related to NEP and overall educational factors. With us, well-known speakers, educationalists, academicians who gave direction and important aspects about this. So here I am as a representative of SCERT Maharashtra to share with you some best practices and way forward after National Education Policy. before this presentation start, I would like to tell something about NEP, because in this PPT, we have also included only about NCF, FS and NCF school education. National Education Policy 2020 launched, and all education streams got charged to face new innovative changes in nation. All new aspirations from NEP given directions to us by Sarthak document. Maharashtra is a progressive state, always one step ahead to implement national education policy. So Maharashtra has established task force, working groups, and various committees for implementation of this NEP. These bodies comprise education experts, academicians, administrators, stakeholders, collaboratively, and others who work to provide guidance and oversight support for NEP-related activities. Through this collaborative effort, Maharashtra ensures a comprehensive and systematic approach to NEP. Though policy had come in COVID time, each and every effort was taken to implement policy to root level. We have made separate NEP cell for implementation of NEP, and this cell is monitoring about all tasks. And we have also developed one brochure also. With this, the help of this brochure, you can get information about the completion of our task. Now, I will start my presentations, because when NEP 2020 launched, then meanwhile the National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage and School Education was published by the central government. Maharashtra has analyzed and adapted both the frameworks with due adaptation with Maharashtra specific aspirations. ये प्ले नहीं हो रहा है क्या? Okay. So, state curriculum framework, this is foundational stage. These are highlights. I will not repeat anything more on that, because from morning we have discussing about that. In panel discussion also, discussion is on this stage. So SCERT Maharashtra also has adapted all these things. Only use of local vernacular and use of local references, local history, local festivals, all that things are included in foundational stage. Next. The syllabus for all subjects is prepared in Marathi medium, while the syllabus for language subject is developed in Marathi and English along with 8 other mediums. क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में 10 लैंग्वेज में काम होता है, हमारी जो बाल भारती है एक अलग से टेक्स्ट बुक ब्यूरो है, वहाँ 10 मीडियम में फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज के बुक्स बनते हैं. तो इस ये जो करिकुलम है वो बाल भारती को हैंड ओवर किया है, और सपोर्टिव मटेरियल जो है बाल वाटिका का 1, 2 और 3 का बाल भारती में हो रहा है, और ग्रेड 1st and 2nd is also currently going on in बाल भारती. Next. This is Pahle Paul. This is our state initiative for children who are entering in class 1. विद्या प्रवेश जो है वो क्लास 1 में इंटर होने के बाद जो 3 मंथ्स का एनसीईआरटी के गाइडलाइन के अनुसार जो विद्या प्रवेश है वो भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से महाराष्ट्र में इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है. लेकिन ये जो है पहले पाउलो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स के साथ और टीचर्स के साथ, और ख़ास बात इसमें यह है कि पेरेंट्स के साथ वो ज़्यादा करके हमने बनाया है, और पेरेंट्स का बहुत अच्छा पार्टिसिपेशन इसमें मिल रहा है. पेरेंट्स के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप किया है, मदर पेरेंट्स ग्रुप, और प्रथम जो NGO है उसका सपोर्ट हमें इसमें मिल रहा है। तो इसमें बहुत जो लर्निंग टीचिंग मटेरियल है वो बच्चों के लिए किया है। नेक्स्ट, और इसके लिए 2 मेलाज इसमें लिए गए हैं कि जो बच्चे क्लास 1 में जा रहे हैं। और ये ECC सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स, जैसे हम बोल रहे हैं, डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं कि ये जो फाउंडेशनल स्टेज है ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है और NEP का एक मेन फीचर है कि प्री प्राइमरी एजुकेशन अभी हमारे मेन स्ट्रक्चर में आया है। लेकिन इसलिए जो आंगनवाड़ी टीचर है इनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है। तो इसके लिए जो NEP में भी कहा है, सार्थक जो का एक टास्क है, तो ये ECC सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स 6 मंथ का, इसका काम SCERT में हो रहा है, हो गया है, और वो अभी उसका TOT भी हो और अभी वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है। नेक्स्ट, और ये 1 ईयर का डिप्लोमा कोर्स जो है वो अभी प्रिपरेशन से स्टेज में है, उसका काम अभी शुरू है। नेक्स्ट, और ये जैसा मैंने अभी कहा कि बाल वाटिका 1, 2 और 3 के लिए बाल भर्ती में काम हो रहा है टेक्स्ट बुक का, लेकिन उसके लिए जो टीचर गाइड बुक चाहिए वो मैत्री बाल मनाशी, ये जो बुक है इसके लिए SCERT ने वो मैत्री बाल मनाशी ये बुक बनाया है। ये हैंडबुक है टीचर्स के लिए कि जो बालवाटिका में जो बच्चे हैं उनके साथ अब क्या पेडागोजी चेंज हो रही है, उनके साथ किस तरह से क्लासरूम में इंटरेक्शन करना चाहिए, ये जो गाइड बुक है ये गाइड बुक हमने बनाया है और उसकी ट्रेनिंग भी आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के साथ ICDS डिपार्टमेंट के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में हमने वो भी पूरा किया है। नेक्स्ट, आनंदी बाल शिक्षण, ये भी आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स के लिए है और हमारे यहाँ जो बाल शिक्षण अलग डिपार्टमेंट है SCERT में, उसने इसके लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। जो SCF, FS और जादुई पिटारा जो NCERT ने दिया हुआ है उसके अनुसार स्टेट ने अपना जादुई पिटारा बनाया है, डेवलप किया है और वो भी सबको दिया है, और उसके लिए भी जो ट्रेनिंग है कैस्केड मोड में वो भी हमने पूरा किया है। नेक्स्ट, स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क स्कूल एजुकेशन डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो प्रोसीजर हमने फॉलो की है, इसका शेड्यूल आपके सामने है। इसके बारे में ज़्यादा मैं नहीं बोलना चाहती। जो हर एक स्टेट ने अपनाई होगी, स्टेयरिंग कमेटी है, टास्क फोर्स है, और जो भी सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस हमने इसके लिए की थी, जो SCF में काम करना चाहते हैं उनके लिए एक रूब्रिक बना के एक सिलेक्शन प्रोसीजर हमने तैयार की थी और वो कमेटी मेंबर फाइनल किए थे। और जो वर्कशॉप है वो वर्कशॉप लेकर वो SCF स्कूल एजुकेशन जो हमने NCF के अनुसार ही, लेकिन जो कुछ महाराष्ट्र के लिए जो कुछ चेंजेस हम चाहते थे वो करने हमने तैयार किए हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये तो वर्कशॉप की जस्ट एक कितने वर्कशॉप लगे SCF स्कूल एजुकेशन के लिए वो मेंशन किए हैं। नेक्स्ट, और ये भी हाइलाइट्स है जो हमारे सब्जेक्ट है वो 3 से कक्षा से लेकर 10 तक या 11 और 12 तक जो हमें सब्जेक्ट स्ट्रक्चर है वो लिया है, वो तो NCF के अनुसार ही है, तो इसके ऊपर भी मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना चाहती। सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में मराठी और इंग्लिश कंपलसरी है, इंग्लिश फर्स्ट क्लास से कंपलसरी है, और अभी 12 तक मराठी सब्जेक्ट कंपलसरी है और इंग्लिश 10 तक है। नेक्स्ट, और एक एडवांस्ड इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट हमने एक अलग सा सब्जेक्ट अभी रखा है कि जो भी स्टैंडर्ड एग्ज़ाम्स है इसके लिए अगर बच्चों की तैयारी होनी है तो इसके लिए एक एडवांस इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट चाहिए। ऐसे जो भी हम जब पब्लिक ओपिनियन के लिए जब SCF रखा था तो जो कुछ ऑब्जेक्शन आए या जो कोई ओपिनियन आए, इसके आधार पर एक नया सब्जेक्ट भी हमने इसमें अभी ऐड किया है। एंड स्काउट्स एंड गाइड सब्जेक्ट इज मैंडेटरी फॉर ऑल, ये भी किया है। और फॉरेन लैंग्वेज तो NCF में भी है, उसी तरह से हमने भी 6 स्टैंडर्ड से वो रखे हैं। नेक्स्ट, तब ये डिटेल इसमें सब्जेक्ट स्ट्रक्चर में जाना ठीक नहीं ऐसा मुझे लगता है। तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड लीजिए। हिस्ट्री महाराष्ट्र के अनुसार हिस्ट्री का होगा। आरटीएस जो है राइट टू सर्विस, इसका इंक्लूजन हमने हमारे सब्जेक्ट में किया है पॉलिटिकल साइंस में। नेक्स्ट आर्ट म्यूजिक योगा एनसेप के अनुसार ही है। सिर्फ हिंदी लैंग्वेज जो है वो हमने फर्स्ट क्लास से हमने रखी है, जो तीसरी भाषा है R3 करके वो हमने यहाँ लिखी है। नेक्स्ट जैसा अभी वोकेशनल एजुकेशन का जो लेक्चर चल रहा था तो वहाँ 10 बैगलेस डे का जो जिक्र किया गया है, तो उसके अनुसार हमने भी 10 बैगलेस डे जो एनसीईआरटी के गाइडलाइंस है उनके अनुसार तो किया ही है, लेकिन एक हैप्पी सैटरडे करके अलग सा महाराष्ट्र स्टेट ने जीआर नोटिफाई किया है, और उसके अनुसार ये जो बुकलेट है कि हर एक सैटरडे में बैगलेस डे होगा और उसमें कौन सी एक्टिविटी स्कूल को करना है और उसके लिए गाइडलाइंस कौन सी चाहिए, क्या करना है, ये सब कुछ इस डॉक्यूमेंट में, इस बुकलेट में दिया है और हमारी एससीईआरटी की वेबसाइट पे ये अवेलेबल है। नेक्स्ट एक कुछ की प्रोग्राम्स जस्ट मेंशन किए हमने। निपुण भारत अभियान तो हर एक स्टेट में है और निपुण भारत अभियान के द्वारा हमने स्टैंडर्ड 1 से 5 तक वर्कबुक किए हैं और टीचर के लिए भी गाइड बुक किए हैं। और हैप्पी सैटरडे अभी आपने बताया, हैकेथॉन कर रहे हैं, वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, मैथ, साइंस ये सब डिपार्टमेंट मिलके हैकेथॉन कर रहे हैं। कि महाराष्ट्र स्टार्स स्टेट भी है तो स्टार्स के अंडर जो कुछ बजट है तो उसमें भी जो अलग अलग से इनिशिएटिव है वो हम ले रहे हैं। जैसा कि एक हमारा असेसमेंट सेल भी स्टार में जो हमें अप्रोड है तो वह भी हमने वर्किंग में है अभी, और बहुत अच्छा काम असेसमेंट सेल में चल रहा है। इंद्राणी मैम का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट उसमें मिल रहा है। हम पीरियोडिकल असेसमेंट टेस्ट उसमें ले रहे हैं, जो लास्ट वाला है पीरियोडिक असेसमेंट टेस्ट। तो 1 ईयर में क्वार्टरली 3 एग्ज़ाम्स हम क्लास 3 से 9 तक लेते हैं, और कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन उसमें हमने सब क्वेश्चन पेपर एससीईआरटी में तैयार होते हैं और वो हर एक स्कूल में हम ट्रांसपोर्ट करते हैं। एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है। और फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज, मैथ्स एंड इंग्लिश, इस 3 सब्जेक्ट के लिए स्टैंडर्ड्स 3 से लेकर 9 तक ये एक्टिविटी हम एक साल में, एक एकेडमिक ईयर में 3 बार 3 टेस्ट हम पिछले साल से कर रहे हैं। तो ये सब हमारा जो इनिशिएटिव था ये हमने बताया है। मुझे एक बात बतानी है, और लास्ट में थोडा तो गोव्यामध्ये आहे तर मराठी बोललं नाही तर चालणार नाही असं मला वाटतं आहे। तर गोव्याचं आणि महाराष्ट्राचं खूप वेगळं नातं आहे, आणि हे सगळं आपण जे करत आहोत, आपण कालपासून जी आपली चर्चा चालली आहे, मंथन चाललं आहे, कशासाठी करायचं आहे, आपण लर्निंग आउटकम्स वेगवेगळ्या विषयांचे बोलत आहोत, पण याचं लर्निंग आउटकम काय असेल, या सेमिनारमधून आपल्याला काय अपेक्षित आहे। काल रंजना अरोरा मॅडमनी पण एज्युकेशनल एम्स जे सांगितले की कशासाठी आपल्याला काय 5 एज्युकेशन एम जे आहेत, आणि मग त्याच्यानंतर आपल्याला रमेश बाबू सरांनी सांगितलं की एज्युकेशन इज नॉट थिंग मेकिंग प्रोसेस, इट इज अ मॅन मेकिंग प्रोसेस। आणि मग ही करायची असेल तर आपल्याला प्रत्येकच गोष्टीमध्ये आपल्याला काहीतरी चांगलं हवं आहे, छान हवं आहे, सुंदर हवं आहे। मग चांगलं म्हणजे काय, छान म्हणजे काय, तर जे बाबा बोरकर जे या भूमीतले आहेत, गोव्यातले आहेत आणि मराठी पण आहेत, तर ज्यांनी गोव्याचं सुद्धा वर्णन करताना म्हटलंय, माझ्या गोव्याच्या भूमीत गड्या नारळ मधाचे, कड्या कपाऱ्यामधून घट उठती दुधाची। माझ्या गोव्याच्या भूमीत येते चांदणे माहेरा, ओलावल्या लोचनांनी भेटे आकाश सागरा। तर हेच बाबा बोरकर देखणेपणाची किंवा चांगल्याची व्याख्या करताना सांगतात, देखणे ती पाऊले जी ध्यासपंथी चालती, देखणी ती पाऊले जी ध्यासपंथी चालती, वाळवंटातून सुद्धा स्वस्ती पद्मे रेखिती। देखणे ते हात ज्यांना निर्मितीचे डोहळे, मंगलांनी गंधलेले सुंदराचे सोहळे, सुंदराचे सोहळे। आणि मला वाटतं की बाबा बोरकरांच्या कवितेतलं हे देखणे पण जे आहे हे आपल्या एज्युकेशन सिस्टीमसाठी हवं आहे। असे हे देखणे हात जे आहेत ते मेघना मॅडम असतील किंवा प्रसाद सर असतील, यांच्या सगळ्यांसोबत हे तुमचे देखणे हात आहेत की ज्यांना हे करायचं आहे काहीतरी मुलांसाठी, इथल्या प्रत्येक शाळेतल्या मुलांसाठी. आणि म्हणून ते घेऊन जर आपण पुढे गेलो तर मला वाटतं जे आपल्याला यश हवं आहे, आपलं जे भविष्य आहे, हे भविष्य जर चांगलं करायचं असेल तर अशा सेमिनारची, अशा एकत्र येण्याची, संवादाची अत्यंत गरज आहे. म्हणून मी पुन्हा एकदा SCERT गोव्याचे आणि संपूर्ण आयोजकांचे खूप खूप आभार मानते. धन्यवाद.
मॅडम, तुम्ही आलात आणि आमच्या सेमिनाराची शोभा वाढली. खूप खूप धन्यवाद. On behalf of SCERT Goa and everyone present here, I extend heartfelt gratitude to Madam Kamala Devi Aute. We would like to present a small token of love from SCERT Goa, requesting Dr. G.C. Pradhan to kindly present this memento to SCERT Pune Professor Kamala Devi Aute. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request SCERT Assam, Madam Nirja Devi, to kindly present the presentation and tell us more about the best practices which you follow at SCERT Assam.
Namaskar and a very good afternoon to all of you. Yes, it is the last of the session and we are all waiting for the interesting session of Indrani ma'am. So it is not that we will spend time over here, but still as I have been allotted 5 to 7 minutes to this, I will try to finish within this. I have nothing to say and I have not come prepared also. Just to share what is going on in Assam regarding NEP. What I just wanted to place before is the case of Assam is different than the rest of the states of the country probably. Assam is a multilingual state. Prior to NEP 2020, it has been working as a multilingual state. So NEP vision is not new for us in this status. For example, in class 11 and 12, just like in CBSE, there is only one language. In our state board, we are already going as a 2-language policy. English and one is MIL, that is there is list of language as MIL. Similar is in the case of elementary. Now it has become slightly challenging for the state. While this NEP has taken a 3-language policy in case of lower classes, as it is, there are few things that the foundational education should be in our home languages. I would like to inform the House that in Assam, more than 25 languages are broadly speaking across the state. And besides this, there are many languages which are not in written form, but it is practicing in the villages. So it is a great challenge to stick to only the 3-language policy at the secondary level. So our main efforts are for this multilingual education. I will just try to shortly, step by step, in case of, just next slide. In implementation of NEP, there are different stages. One is the administrative side, other is our implementation at the field level. Administration is by government. Then from Samagra Shiksha is the implementation, and by SCERT, all this academic training, material development, etc. So this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 is accepted by and notified by the government. Initially, Assam had two departments, Department of Secondary Education and Department of Elementary. Now it is merged and it is now a single. And similarly, we had two state boards initially, Assam Secondary SEBA, Secondary Education Board of Assam, and then Higher Secondary Education Board. Now these are also merged, and now it is a state, Assam State School Board, School Education Board. Next. Similarly, now regarding the curriculum and textbook, this is the part of SCRT. SCRT has been preparing the textbooks in different languages for different classes from the beginning. And similarly, the NCF foundational stage has been adapted with local context. Similarly, the learning materials, textbooks have also been developed, and it is implemented in the schools, along with the holistic progress cards also. Accordingly, this the school education SCF, we are now preparing, it is in the final stage. One step is here, again the language strategy is becoming a challenge for us, how to gap up, because our objective is to give opportunity to learn each language that the students want to learn. That is our objective, to give the opportunity in the school. And that way, the language strategy draft has been prepared with our national language focus group team, LLF, and with many consultation with many academicians, and we have submitted to the government. It is under discussion. Once it is finalized, it will be incorporated in our curriculum. Now again we are saying the multilingual situation is always considered, as I have said, that not only the medium of instruction, there are basically our diversified. Assam is a many India type of things with different diversity. There are tea garden areas where more than 5 to 7 language speaking people are there, but they are not learning that language in the school medium. So that is why there must be a bridging of there, and this multilingual education technique is now we are trying to apply for this MLE. Also we applied for tea garden language earlier also, and now we are going for that. And now another point is that although we are considering the NCF fully with our local state-specific context, customized, we cannot take the textbooks directly developed by NCRT, because again, we have the different communities, different tribal communities in Assam. We have to incorporate all cultural these things, and while we are incorporating, everything has to be changed. And again, we have to adapt it in those languages. So, when it is implemented, the NCRT textbook this year, we will be able to implement in our schools next year. Like for class 3 and 6, we will implement from 25 and 26 next. So accordingly, just the multilingual education system, I wanted to tell you, there are 14 medium of instruction at our foundational stage. We have developed this material for foundational stage in these 14 languages. In preparatory stage, we have 8 medium of instructions. We have developed this. At middle stage, we have 7 medium of instructions. Along with that, in addition to this 7 medium, there are 7 other languages where those languages are taught as an optional language subject in class 6. That is why, with effect from class 6, that is why from class 6 onwards, the 3 language policy for class 6 to 8, it is difficult to one that way. So we have proposed a 4 language policy for this elementary. Earlier also we had that. We have the medium of instruction as our L1. Then English is our L2. Third language is our common like Hindi and that. And then there are many other local languages like Bodo and this. And there are 4th language, 50% total credit is same, Just we have divided optional 50-50 so that there is no extra weight for that one. So total weightage is similar, but we are giving the opportunity to learn any of our local languages at school level, please. For class 10 also we have 5 medium of. As a multilingual educational initiative we have done, we have developed many multilingual SCERTs for foundational and preparatory stage, where Assamese is our lingua franca of the state. So Assamese and English is common in all one. Along with that, the other local language is incorporated. This way we have developed many materials. These are only few of that. Next. Next, please. Yeah. So similarly, the multilingual books, we have collected the local rhymes, lullabies from different communities, and we have collected, and it is submitted to the schools, where according to their emotional and cultural things can be shared in the school level. And accordingly, all these documents for ECC and FLN are developed in all those languages. Next, please. So for ECC, this is another one thing that in case of class 6, from class 6 onwards, as we have a multilingual different one, so English is our common to all. So English is considered as this, and to improve the English language in our schools, we have initiated with this that from class 6 to 8, we are having a bilingual textbooks of science and mathematics, where the students will learn in their own languages as well as in English. So this way we have developed this one, and it is implemented in the school. Next one. In case of ECC that we are saying about as a continuous this one, we are already collaborating with this WCD department as per guideline of NEP 2020. And with that collaboration, we have developed a 6-month certificate course for Anganwadi workers who are for class 12 plus. The training is already, yes, training is already over. Training is already over. And now the next diploma course is under preparation. And next. So teachers training in that way, that a series of teachers training, I will not go much. Please go ahead, stop it. I will just complete it within 1 minute. That sports integrated pedagogy is one of the important things. Art integrated pedagogy is there. But considering the feasibility, that it is not possible to give a sports teachers or the art teacher in every schools. So what is there is we are trying to train our existing teachers at cluster level and block level. Physical instructor are appointed, and our diet faculties, physical education faculties are taking the leadership in it. And we have developed a teacher's handbook for sports integrated pedagogy, and accordingly the art integrated also. And with that community, government has already given up for hiring the experts from the community level, and that way it is trying to implement, otherwise it is difficult. We are having more than 45,000 schools in Assam. Out of that, we are having only 3,000, more than 3,000, but it is less than 4,000 physical instructor in schools. We are trying to manage with that, with the community participation. Next. And in case of digital initiative, PM Ibidya Diksha is common to all, I don't say. We have 5 channels running now under PM Ibidya. And our assessment cell is working with the item bank, online item bank. And our state of Assam is conducting Gunotsav every year to assess that, and our assessment cell is also preparing the questions for our questions for any, whether it is select for VSK, we are to select the expert teachers for VSK, we will put these questions here. And now the analysis part will also is under preparation here, and that way the assessment cell is also working. Regarding SSSA, it is the bill has been, draft bill has been submitted to the government. It is towards the cabinet and then one. And we are preparing the SCF in support of PARAKH that workshop has also been conducted. Indrani ma'am was there as a resource person online. And that SCOAF is almost under finalization, and that way we are implementing. Regarding our vocational, I just want to say, again, just to see that it is not possible to employ the vocational one, it is always the collaboration is with NSQF, but one step our government has taken, our board has already been initiated, that our ITI institutions are equivalent, are made equivalent with the board, that once a student is enrolled under ITI, and board will recognize with addition to some other language subject and other mathematics subject along with it, which will be equivalent to our board examination, and that way the vocational education will be popularized through ITI, because the students will, when they will get the certificate of class 10 or class 12, of course, they will be interested in going to this industrial one, and this collaboration of ITI, IIE, Guwahati, and the polytechnics of this, the vocational education is being implemented through collaboration. There are many other things that parallelly going on. It will be late discussed, but this is a short view that it is under of this. This is not best practice as said. This is what is practice, we are doing it, and hope with the sharing and the knowledge we have gained here, that one, we will be able to implement more in Assam. And I invite you people also to visit Assam and see physically what is going on there. Thank you.
1 minute more, probably. Thank you, Madam Director, SCERT Assam, Ms. Nirja Devi. Madam, please wait. Madam is representing Assam. Since yesterday we are observing her. She is wearing mekhla sari. Ma'am, thank you very much for representing your state and for being with us here and sharing all the best practices with us. I request Madam Sarita Gadgil, Director SCERT, to kindly present a memento to Director SCERT Assam, Madam Nirja Devi. Thank you once again for your time, effort and willingness to share your experiences with us. Thank you, ma'am. I kindly now request Representative SCERT Chattisgarh, Professor Alok Sharma, to kindly share the best practices which are followed in Chattisgarh.
Good afternoon. और छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की ओर से आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत. First of all, I thank to Director of SCERT Goa, Dr. Meghna, and some of my friends working in SCERT Goa, Raj Desai ji, जिनको मैं बहुत पहले से जानता हूँ, फर्नांडिस जी, डॉक्टर मनीषा. So nice, and thank you so much for inviting me in this very useful workshop. I have learned a lot. I'm just going through what is going on in our state. Say some success stories and some say kind of initiative what we have taken in our state. So main recommendation and achievements. Just please. Yeah, so first of all, you can see our state government issued an order on 15 July to adopt NEP completely. So all recommendations we have adopted and we have been working continuously since 2020 itself. Next. So this is NEP implementation plan. All we know that we have to submit our status, our progress in on NEP tracker, and our secretary sir is keep on instructing us that we have to do this task continuously, and continuously he is monitoring all tasks, what is the status of task. So you can see out of 201 tasks for our state, you can see how many are completed, how many are ongoing, and how many tasks are to be initiated. We have been continuously working with this task. Next. So first of all, this very important committee we have constituted for interdepartmental coordination, because it is not at all possible to work in isolation. Like we have to work, we have to collaborate with many departments like Women and Child Development Department, Tribal Department, Health Department, Urban Administration, Social Welfare Department, and Culture Department. So many departments we have to collaborate, and we have been doing that. Next. See, this is regarding ECC. In our state, we have done many, we have completed many tasks on ECC and FLN. And for Anganwadi, because we have Anganwadi and schools are not in same premises in many schools, but in where it is co-located, we have opened the Anganwadis, and gradually we have been moving ahead for opening new Anganwadis. And for certificate course, you know, as per the recommendations of NEP, 6-month course or 1-year course, we have to develop. We have already developed. The document is prepared, and many material we have already prepared on ECC, like work plan for Anganwadi and Balwadi, teacher training manual, activity book, monitoring handbook, many things. And we have been continuously imparting training to our teachers. And also our government has taken decision to open Balwadi in PMC schools. Next. So this is some clipping, some pics. So see, you can see how training is going on, how Balwadi students are present in the Balwadi, working together, playing together. Next. See, this is the FLN, Foundational Literacy and Numeracy. As I told you, that is the area we have been continuously working, and we have got many success in this area. You can see that play 3 months school preparatory module, मजा मजा में सीखबो. This is in Chattisgarh की खेल खेल में या मजा लेकर सीखना. So we have developed this module, 3 months preparatory module. एंड जादुई पिटारा जैसे एनसीईआरटी के इंस्ट्रक्शंस है उसके हिसाब से हमने कार्य किया हुआ है. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यहाँ पर ये है कि जादुई पिटारा के जो इंस्ट्रक्शन है, लेकिन हमने अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जादुई पिटारा के अंतर्गत सामग्री विकसित की है. नेक्स्ट. यू कैन सी कि हमारे टीचर्स किस प्रकार से कार्य कर रहे हैं, हमारे बच्चे किस प्रकार से कार्य कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट. ये करिकुलम एंड पेडागोजी. नेक्स्ट आगे बढ़ा दीजिएगा. हाँ, या ये SCF के बारे में ये सारे स्टेट्स में इस प्रकार की चीज़ें हुई है कि मोबाइल ऐप सर्वे, हमने सारे फोकस पेपर तैयार किए हैं, हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कंसल्टेशंस किए हैं. दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द टास्क ऑन SCF. नेक्स्ट. दिस इज मोबाइल ऐप सर्वे. नेक्स्ट. या हमने सबसे पहले तो ये देखा कि किस प्रकार से SCF डेवलप किया जाना है, और उसके लिए हमने कुछ क्वेश्चन अपने लिए पहले फॉर्म किए थे कि हमारे स्टेट का विजन क्या होना चाहिए एजुकेशन के लिए, NCF किस प्रकार से अलाइन करेगा. और ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो इस नेशनल सेमिनार का जो टाइटल है वही सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे पसंद आया, क्योंकि स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क एज ए टूल टू ट्रांसफॉर्म आवर एजुकेशन सिस्टम. तो बिल्कुल ये सही बात है कि यदि हमारा करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क ही होगा, अच्छा होगा, तभी हम अपने स्कूल एजुकेशन को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर पाएंगे. तो ये सारे जो क्वेश्चंस हैं वो हमने एड्रेस किया, उसके बाद हमने SCF डेवलप किया. नेक्स्ट. दीज आर ऑल क्वेश्चंस कि किस प्रकार से हमारे SCF को लिया जा सकता है, किस प्रकार से अलाइन किया जा सकता है हमारी नीड्स के आधार पर. नेक्स्ट. ये देखिएगा कि ये कुछ चेकलिस्ट है. हमने जब हमारा SCF डेवलप हो गया, हमने SCF स्कूल एजुकेशन डेवलप कर लिया, हमने SCF फाउंडेशन स्टेज डेवलप कर लिया, और उसको डेवलप करने के बाद हमने उसको रिव्यू किया. हमारा एक चेकलिस्ट है. और चेकलिस्ट जो एनईपी के जो एनसीएफ के जो प्रिंसिपल्स है, गाइडलाइंस है, उसके आधार पर ही है कि होलिस्टिक लर्निंग, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग और 21st सेंचुरी की जो एनसीएफ के प्रिंसिपल्स हैं उससे किस प्रकार से अलाइंड है। कंटेंट स्पेसिफिसिटी के बारे में, लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव, प्रोग्रेशन के बारे में हमने बात की है, लर्निंग आउटकम सारे सब्जेक्ट्स के अलग अलग किस प्रकार के हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें हमने जो देखा है कि किस प्रकार से हमारे जो बच्चे हैं जो रियल वर्क, जो रियल प्रॉब्लम्स है उससे कैसे उसका सोल्यूशन ढूंढते हैं। नेक्स्ट, तो दिस आर पेडागोजिकल कंसिडरेशंस एंड एडिशनल कंसिडरेशन भी है यहाँ पर कि हम लोकल कॉन्टेक्स्ट के साथ किस प्रकार से इंटीग्रेट करें। और लोकल कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं ये वहाँ पे बताना चाहूँगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ एक बहुत ही डाइवर्सिटी उसमें है और कि आपको मालूम है कि छत्तीसगढ़ में मल्टी जो लिंगुअल एनवायरनमेंट है और हमारे यहाँ मोर देन 32% ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन है। तो हमने, और छत्तीसगढ़ बहुत ही डाइवर्स है हमारे कल्चर में, हमारे ट्रेडिशंस में, तो उसके हिसाब से हमने स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क को डेवलप किया हुआ है। खासकर कि जैसे अबूझमाड़ का नाम यदि आपने सुना होगा तो अबूझमाड़ की लोक चित्रकला बहुत फेमस है, बस्तर की शिल्प कला बहुत फेमस है, चाहे वो मेटल आर्ट हो, चाहे वो वुड आर्ट हो, इस प्रकार के वहाँ के जो लोक नृत्य हैं, वहाँ के जो लोकगीत हैं, वहाँ की जो पंडवानी है, पंडवानी आपने तीजन बाई का नाम यदि सुना होगा तो ये वर्ल्ड फेमस पद्मश्री तीजन बाई। और उसके अलावा फिर कि भारत के, छत्तीसगढ़ का ही नहीं केवल भारत के औद्योगिक विकास में छत्तीसगढ़ का क्या योगदान है, इन सारी चीज़ों को हमने इनकॉर्पोरेट करने की कोशिश की है थ्रू आवर SCF। कि जैसे आपको ये मालूम होगा कि हमारा जो भिलाई स्टील प्लांट है, आपको ये भी मालूम होगा कि हमारे दंतेवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जहाँ पर वर्ल्ड सबसे बेस्ट क्वालिटी का आयरन ओर मिलता है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें से, और इसके बाद भी हमारे जो छत्तीसगढ़ की जो लोक कथाएँ हैं, लोक कलाएँ हैं, उन सब से हम बच्चों को कैसे परिचित करवा सकते हैं। और एक पर्यावरण के संदर्भ में भी हमारा जो जिस प्रकार से कि हरित छत्तीसगढ़ का लक्ष्य है 2025 तक, जिसमें 20 करोड़ पौधे लगाने का लक्ष्य है, हमारी बहुभाषा एनवायरनमेंट है, कला शिक्षण, इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर हमने अपने चेकलिस्ट ये बनाया हुआ, उसको हमने रिव्यू किया। नेक्स्ट सो ये टेक्स्ट बुक एनसीईआरटी के टेक्स्ट बुक हमने अडॉप्ट किया हुआ है और क्लास 1, 2, 3 एंड 6 का जो टेक्स्ट बुक अभी हम बना रहे हैं जो जनवरी 2025 तक कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। काफ़ी हद तक हमारा कार्य पूरा हो चुका है और अभी हम इसको कस्टमाइज, अभी हम इसको फाइनल शेप देने जा रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये जैसा कि मैं बता रहा था कि आउट ऑफ 146 85 ट्राइबल डोमिनेटेड है और ये बहुत ज़्यादा मल्टीलिंगुअल एजुकेशन हमारे यहाँ है। तो हमारे यहाँ टोटल 20 भाषाओं में काम हो रहा है। क्लास 1 and 2 की हमारी बाइलिंगुअल बुक्स बन रही है, 16 हमारे रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस हैं और 4 जो इंटर स्टेट अंतर्राज्यीय भाषाएं हैं जिसमें उड़िया, बंगला, मराठी और तेलुगु है। इन सारी भाषाओं पर हमने टेक्स्ट बुक डेवलप किया है। नेक्स्ट, ये मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि हम लोगों ने स्टोरी कार्ड्स बनाए हुए हैं, स्टोरी बुक बनाई हुई है, बिग बुक बनाया हुआ है जो इन सारी भाषाओं में ये सारी डेवलप हुआ है। नेक्स्ट, ये किताब का दृश्य देख सकते हैं आप। नेक्स्ट, टीचर ट्रेनिंग में बहुत सारे इनोवेशन हमने किए हैं। आगे हम बढ़ जाते हैं। जैसे कि सेक्रेटरी सर बता रहे थे कि इसका यहाँ पर नोटिफाई हो गया है, तो हम भी इसको पर हमने भी काम कर लिया हुआ है। हमारा पैरामीटर्स तैयार हो गए हैं, हम बहुत जल्दी नोटिफाई करने वाले हैं। नेक्स्ट, बैकलेस डेज हमारे यहाँ भी हमने गाइडलाइंस इश्यू किया हुआ है। नेक्स्ट, PME विद्या बहुत अच्छी तरीके से हमारे स्टेट में भी चल रहा है कि 5 चैनल्स चल रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, दीक्षा पोर्टल्स हमने सारी किताबों को, सारी टेक्स्ट बुक को एनर्जाइज किया हुआ है। नेक्स्ट, और ये विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र भी छत्तीसगढ़ में डेवलप हुआ है। तो ये कुल मिलाकर ये देखा जाए कि तो छत्तीसगढ़ में जिस प्रकार से हमें जो NEP का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो हो रहा है और हमने कस्टमाइज्ड जो अलाइनमेंट, जो NCF जो हमारा फाउंडेशन स्टेज है और NCF हमारा स्कूल एजुकेशन है, तो उसमें हमने एक अलग से डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया हुआ है कि छत्तीसगढ़ की जितनी भी जो कॉन्टेक्चुअल हम कैसे करेंगे। तो SCF के साथ हमने अलग से डॉक्यूमेंट भी बनाया हुआ है और हम इसके बाद टीचर हैंडबुक भी बनाने वाले हैं कि ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ गाइडलाइंस ऑफ SCF। तो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट आवर SCF एंड SCF SC एंड SCF फाउंडेशन। नेक्स्ट, ये उल्लास प्रोग्राम है। नेक्स्ट, तो मैं केवल यही कहना चाहूँगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ के संदर्भ में कि हम लोगों ने जो कार्य किया हुआ है, और जब मैं यहाँ पर गोवा आया, गोवा क्योंकि हमारे डायरेक्टर सर ने कहा, डायरेक्टर मैडम ने कहा कि बहुत सारे दूसरे काम हैं, लेकिन मैं भी नहीं आ पा रहा था, लेकिन जो डॉक्टर मनीषा ने और राज देसाई जी ने बहुत ज़्यादा वो किया, तो मैंने कहा कि चलिए ठीक है, टाइम निकाल लेते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ आकर मुझे लगा कि नहीं, ये मेरा बहुत सही डिसीजन था और आई हैव लर्न अ लॉट। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, आपने बहुत गहराई से हमें आपके छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में बताया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर SK Pradhan to kindly present a memento to Sir Alok Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, the most awaited session is now. All of us know that SCERT along with all the schools were working really very hard to finish the survey of 2024. Rashtriya Sarvekshan 2024, National Achievement Survey 2024 for this year. And the person who's behind this survey to conduct this particular Rashtriya Sarvekshan is with us, the attraction of national seminar which is being held here at Goa. Madam Bhaduri is here with us, and her special interview will be conducted by Goa Board Chairman Shri Bhagirat Shetye. The most attractive session of national seminar will happen now, that is interview of CEO of PARAKH 2024, Professor Indrani Bhaduri, and CEO of PARAKH will be interviewed by Chairman Goa Board Shri Bhagirat Shetye. I request Shri Bhagirat Shetye to kindly escort Professor Indrani Bhaduri to the dais. Madam really had a busy schedule. From busy schedule, she accepted our invitation, and today she is here. Yesterday she was really very busy attending all the meetings of Prime Minister's office and catering to all the needs of all the states of India because of Sarvekshan which was happening on 4th December 2024. Professor Indrani Bhaduri, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Sir Bhagirat Shetye, the floor is all yours.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and my privilege to introduce the guest of this session, which is on competency-based assessment and holistic progress card. This versatile personality she is head and CEO of PARAKH. She is also associated with Educational Survey Division, NCERT, New Delhi. She is trained in National Assessment Test Designs and Psychometric Methods at Educational Testing Service, Princeton, USA. She is also trained in Large-Scale Educational Survey, Analysis and Reporting at Australian Council for Educational Research, Melbourne, Australia. She has been serving for 27 years in the field of educational assessment and allied disciplines at NCERT. She is the head and her name is well known all over India for effective implementation of National Assessment Survey right from 21 to 24, the scheme which is with Ministry of Education, Government of India. Please put your hands together for this versatile personality, Professor Dr. Indrayani Baduri. Dr. Ji, welcome to you. And we are given here 45 minutes. And that's the first challenge which is with us to take up this concept of competency-based assessment and holistic progress card. The first question we can say that what is this competency-based assessment and whether there's a difference with traditional assessment and the one which is, and what is the idea behind this? Is it really required or is it associated with some skilling the students? Over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for the warm welcome that you have showered on me, and especially Meghna ji, Director SCRT, for a very warm welcome which I received while coming here. I couldn't have said no because of the manner in which all of you invited. Your love, I think, had made me come here. And I think it has been my privilege because now when I see that, it's as if a chanting, it's like a mantra that we are all, chanting together, which is reverberating in this entire atmosphere. And like we all know that the mantra creates a situation for things to happen. And I'm sure that because of this churning of knowledge that has happened in these 2 days, the chanting of the National Education Policy 2020 that SCRT Goa has taken up, has called the entire, so many people together. I think Goa will do a wonderful work in implementing this policy. Second, about the PARAKH Rashtriya Sarvekshan 2024, which we completed on 4th of December, just 3 days back. It is not my, individual effort. It has been a collaborative and, all the SCRTs, the SPD's office, the secretaries of the different states, they have made it happen. And it is only because of the support that PARAKH gets from all the states that we are able to do such a huge thing. Let me tell you that approximately, the data is still being finalized, approximately 23 lakh students, that is 230,000 students have participated in this PARAKH Rashtriya Sarvekshan. It is the largest in the world, definitely. All the 36 states and UTs have participated, and approximately 78,000 schools participated. We all talk about the PISA, that is the Program for International Student Assessment, but when it comes to the large scale, the way India does, PISA is nowhere. The numbers, they just cannot match us. We are much more, and the reports also that we come out with is very technical and as per the international standards. Now I'll come to your question. So yes, competency-based assessment has been mandated by the National Education Policy. It's a shift, it's a paradigm shift. What we are used to is assessing the rote memorization of the child. And if we want to transform education, what NEP 2020 talks about, transforming education, assessment needs to change. We cannot have the regular assessment that we are used to. As a teacher, what am I doing? How am I assessing right now? I have been given a textbooks. At the end of the lesson, there are few questions given, and as a teacher, I just ask those questions. What we are making is that in the, as per NEP 2020, and then following it, the National Curricular Framework for Foundation Stage and the National Curricular Framework for the Secondary Education, the competencies have been defined. What are the competencies that are required to be achieved at the foundational stage? What are the competencies that are required to be achieved at the preparatory, at the middle, and the secondary? Those competencies have been defined. Now, as a teacher, I am expected to prepare an assessment task that will help to map with the competencies that I am assessing. So for doing this, or for doing this competency-based assessment, I as a teacher need to understand and internalize those competencies and prepare the assessment task and map it to those competencies.
Okay. Wonderful. This is at the primary level. Now, what is being missing is, number one, it is oftenly said, the reading skill is missing, writing skill is missing, even if they come to even 7th standard. And then it is a pass on the, they're passing the responsibility. No, secondary, primary school has not done anything. Therefore, it is secondary also, there is nothing been done. And this is same thing as far as the numeracy is concerned. That means numerical abilities. A plus B is equal to C. Then in that case, they are writing B is equal to C divided by A. Something like this. Wherever there is a multiplication required, they will do it for division. Is there anything that you are going to do for, maybe for some questionnaire you are going to prepare, or some training has been done for the teachers?
True. Teacher training is the base of everything. We need to train the teachers. But of course, not just the teacher, the parents also has to have some understanding. The community needs to appreciate this change that we are doing, or that we are bringing about. So dialogues becomes very crucial. You talked about, that reading and writing skills. That's very crucial. We have, I think our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has talked about the ORF, the oral reading fluency, and we have this Nipun Bharat that is there. So what is it? The number of words that the child can read fluently with understanding. And PARAKH has also mapped those or has also benchmarked in the 22 different languages that how many words this is the minimum that the child needs at the foundational stage, needs to read with understanding, with comprehension. You know, so what we want the teachers to do is, or what NEP 2020 suggests, is that making a shift from summative assessment to formative assessment. You know, because for me, through this formative assessment only, I as a teacher, I understand what are the gaps. And through the formative assessment, I understand that how can I as a teacher change my pedagogy to kind of mitigate those gaps too. You know, is it that the way I am doing the learning transaction at present, is it really working? If it is not working, how do I make a change in that? So this transformation from, giving prominence as a teacher to formative assessment is the crux. I need to understand, for example, in the reading, if I am able to listen as a child, listening becomes a precursor also. When I'm doing reading, the decoding of the letters, the decoding of the words, the decoding of the sentences becomes. So preparing a diagnostic assessment, preparing a, formative assessment, like I said, where exactly the child is lagging behind is what matters.
You have said about formative and summative assessment. Now, is there any percentage for that? That means, will there be something 50% or 40, 60, what is it? Or are you going to leave it to the state itself?
No, I would not say, we have different kinds of assessment. Like, if I want to categorize broadly the learning assessments that are happening in the school, one is the teacher-made assessment. As a teacher, whatever I transact in my learning, situation, I would like to assess everything, all of it, right? And that can be, and I would like to understand in that transaction, in that learning in constructs, the progress of each and every child in my class. So to understand that and to, have those intervention prepared, I need to have mode of formative assessment. But when it comes to the board, as a board, you will be more interested in certifying the child, right? And you don't have the luxury of those 210 days to assess. You have been restricted with 3 hours. So if you have a restriction of those 3 hours, you have to kind of prepare a checklist that given these things, competencies or the constructs, if a child is able to attempt successfully 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, so I sample the constructs as a board, which as a teacher I'm not doing. As a teacher, I am doing whatever I'm transacting. But when it comes to board, because of this limitation, so that is summative. So in the summative, you can kind of, have that. But in the school, more of formative assessments are required. Even when I'm doing, PARAKH is doing PARAKH Rashtriya Sarvekshan, that is also the individual child I'm not assessing. The individual teacher I'm not assessing. I'm not assessing the individual school. But I'm trying to understand how the systems are working. So how the district is working in education, how the state is functioning, how the nation at large is functioning. So there I am doing the I'm not assessing each and every child also. In board, you are assessing all the children. But in PARAKH Rashtriya Sarvekshan, we have the sample, a handful of children that will kind of represent that district. So assessing them, I will be able to tell something about how the district is performing. So there is a difference between the large-scale assessment, the certification that is being done by the board, and the one that I do as a teacher. So we need to understand the purpose behind, the objective behind the 3 assessments, and then devise it.
There was a one news which is at the national level where it was said, there are 5 state boards, which includes Goa board also. They are setting the toughest questions. And I would like to mention there that Maharashtra is not among those 5. Then one of the board, which is Uttar Pradesh board, is setting the well-balanced question papers. Now, if it is so, then this, from the parents' corner, what we see is, if it is a competency-based questions, then their percentage might go down because it is understanding the concepts. It is understanding the concept, and therefore the multiple choice questions which will be set, it will be like a situation based. One situation will be given, based on the situation, you will have to answer the questions. That is what you are doing at the National Assessment Survey. So what do you have to say for those boards who are setting the tough questions and those who are balancing? What do you have to say?
No, PARAKH didn't say that. Maybe a newspaper to kind of sensationalize the report has done that. No. When at PARAKH we took up this study of the equivalence, to study the equivalence of the boards, we used 2 tools. One was the questionnaire. The questionnaire was used to understand the functioning of the boards, how the boards functions, that is the administration process, the infrastructure, the involvement with the school. Like many boards, they are just the examination body. They have nothing to do with the recognition of the school. So, and some boards, they get into the recognition as well. You are very much aware, you've been in the meeting and you have seen the diversity that exists in the board. So we have 69 educational recognized boards, and more than 69 if I include the non-recognized boards too. So when we did the analysis, and the other thing was we tried to find out the equivalence in terms of the product meaning the question paper. And for that we had prepared a question paper template analysis, and we saw that there was lot of variation in terms of between the boards, in terms of the difficulties that the percentage of items are there, in terms of the domains covered for assessment, in terms of the types of questions that are there. So given this differences between the boards, it will not be proper, it will not be appropriate to compare one board with the other, and that is why a CUET has resulted. So what PARAKH wants to say is that once we bring in, and like that PARAKH also did a subsequent workshop on question paper, developing a cadre of professional who will be developing the question paper for the boards, because this is a very technical knowledge one person needs to have in understanding designing a question paper and preparing that question paper. So we need to have a cadre of professional developed for this, and this PARAKH is working very closely with the different boards. Once the equivalence between the boards have been realized, then perhaps we can do away with the CUET. But before that, comparison between boards is not appropriate. Yeah.
No, I will come to that equivalence of the board, but before that, what Goa has done is, we have got among with us Prasad sir, who is IAS, and he is a Secretary Education, and the Madam Meghna is also there, Director of Education is also there. These are the three bodies or three persons who are responsible to implement NEP at class 9. And they have, in fact, they have done a good job. And what we have done, they have recommended to take up the semester pattern for class 9. And one semester this has already been conducted by the board. Now, every question paper will have 50% of multiple choice questions, and a 50% will be descriptive. This is what it is. But it is said that when it is a multiple choice question, there will be there is a possibility of malpractice. So, and therefore the result may go up. But we have set the questions which are totally based on competency based. So, understanding is important. So, do you want to say anything on these practices?
No, I true that. You know, we can have 50% of MCQ, but if all those MCQs are based on rote memorization, we fail. Then it is totally then we are not transforming it. If we want to, the MCQs that we develop, the multiple choice question that we develop, if, like you said, they are competency based, the MCQs can also be prepared competency based. But what happens is that I can prepare a MCQ in which the child needs to think critically, needs to do a problem solving. So, but what happens if those MCQs are out, and as maybe any coaching center, I prepare 50 such similar MCQ. Then again it becomes a rote memorization. Similarly, if in 1 year I give one MCQ which I feel that it is competency based, but I repeat it over 3 years, then it's no longer a competency based assessment. It is based on rote memorization. So all these need, and there are many more nitty-gritties involved in this. All these nitty-gritties need to be taken care of.
That means if you repeat the question, same thing, then there is no charm in it. It has to be always, you slightly give a situation, different situation. Now, as I understand from this, the questions are never asked like now, what is law of inertia? They will never ask the question of law of inertia because it is totally knowledge based. Instead of that, what they do is, say suppose there is a glass of water which is kept on, say, seat in a car, and then suppose if you applied a brake, then which side the glass of water or the water will fall, or it will remain steady, or it will fall on the left side or right side. These type of questions, I think, this you want to say on this and thing.
Yes, but you talked about inertia. When we are talking about inertia, it is both the things. It is not just, the concept that is at present gone with because of rote memorization is the body at rest. But inertia is not just about the body at rest. Inertia is about a body at rest and a body in uniform rectilinear motion unless and until it is propelled by an external unbalanced force. So remember how many constructs are there in this. So it is a body at rest, the definition of what is body at, or understanding of the concept of body at rest, a body in rectilinear motion, unless and until propelled, what is an unbalanced force, so will remain. So these things has to be assessed when I'm assessing.
Correct.
If I directly give that water thing, And if I keep giving it repeatedly, again it will be rote memorization.
I have asked these questions purposely because the audience, among the audience there are teachers, all these are board of studies member and they are preparing for the curriculum. They are responsible for the curriculum. There are heads of the institution, principals, then headmasters also, and officials of the SCRT. And of course,
And I'm so scared, like मला त्रास वाटतो. मराठी मला जास्त नहीं आते, but little bit because I have stayed in Pune. So I was scared that the chairperson of the secondary board is going to question me. But I believed in my beloved PM Modi ji and I said, no, I am an examination warrior.
you will be bombarded with some questions. We'll keep the question asked maybe for 10 minutes or so. Before there are some more questions which I would like to ask you. One is regarding the holistic progress card. Now, this holistic progress card, as we understand, it is regarding the performance of a child. Now, it will be implemented right from the elementary education, and then of course you can pass on the information or you can get the details of this. Now, will it be burdensome to the teachers, because teachers right now they are worried, or will it be in the digital form where they can feed the data? Question to you.
Yeah, you know, as a teacher, I sit in a comfort zone. Any change that I make, I have to bring it gradually. Holistic progress card is one such change which we are bringing in, and that is why we want the system to take this holistic progress card gradually. Shanai Kanta, Shanai Panta, Shanai Parvat Langane, Shanai Vidya, Shanai Vritti, Panchitani, Shanai Shanai. I don't want to bring in a radical change. The moment I bring in a radical change, the system will reject. The moment I bring in a change from a top-down position, the system will reject. So when we developed this holistic progress card, it was developed in collaboration with all the SCRTs. All the different SCRTs, they participated, they collaborated. We had the piloting in the different districts, and then we did the holistic progress card. Now, this holistic progress card, initially it may look that yes, lot of we need to enter a lot of things, but then when we went for the training session, we have done the training for the Goa also, and I think what feedback I received from the Goa, that the teachers out there, they really liked it. So this, first the understanding needs to be there, and unless that understanding is there, mala bheed vaatto. I am scared about it, but the moment I understand it, I try to internalize it, I get familiarized with it, and then I start to use it. I enjoy.
There is one query, I think it's one questionnaire you can say in the holistic progress card. This is regarding getting the comments, maybe the best, maybe wrong comments from the peer group. And concern has been raised by some of the teachers. So what will happen? Because if one peer group, if they said, no, I want to reduce these marks, maybe I can give him the negative remarks or negative comments. So what do you want to say, and how will you convince the teachers in this regard?
One thing I want to say is you have done your homework very well. So yes, this is one comment which we have got from the states, from the people who are using it. But then, as a peer, as a child, I need to appreciate the other child also. And that appreciation also needs to be developed in the school. And we cannot say no there. Unless and until I learn to first understand the other person's point of view, I accept the other's point of view, and then I appreciate the other points of view. So this is a learning journey, and through that holistic progress card, through this peer assessment, we are making the child learn this appreciation.
Okay, okay.
I think one poetry, it was recited by Maharashtra about the beauty. I think that needs to be inculcated.
Okay. Now, with introduction of this competency-based assessment or the questions, at invariably all state boards, they have got what is called as the vocational courses after class 10, 11 and 12. Do you think that there will be any effect on the vocational courses, or do we have to, what is your opinion? Should the vocational courses should be continued, or they should be merged along with the NEP right from 6th standard or maybe from the 9th standard?
I think Paliwalji and Malhotra ji would be better to address this. The vocational courses, to my thinking, it should go on. And we have also integrated in the holistic progress card the skill education. So, and we have given, if you see the secondary stage holistic progress card, what we have added in that is that how do I creditize those skill learning which the child has done. And along with that, we have also integrated the online learning, because many a times, you know, we talk about artificial intelligence. You and I, we are using this artificial intelligence, especially generative artificial intelligence. But maybe some child out there is not aware of. So for that child to understand, to say that yes, he or she knows about it, we have included that there should be online training too given for the children.
State boards results on an average, it varies from maybe 60% to even 90, 95, 99%. Now, what is your opinion about the result after introduction of this competency-based question? Now, CBSE, they have also introduced competency-based question to the extent of 30 or 40%. We have also introduced, but not to that extent. Board like Goa board, those boards, they have introduced the competency-based question to the extent of less than 20%, or maybe 15 to 20%. So if the result goes down, then the concern is being also raised that it will affect their admissions to maybe to the professional colleges, maybe BITS or like any other institutions. So will there be any uniformity, or that cutoff percentage will be brought down? What is it? What do you want to say?
If you are doing a competency-based assessment in the boards, if a child has been learning through the transaction in the classroom has been competency-based, if the learning is competency-based, then definitely I can vouch that it will not go down. Rather, it will go up. Yes, of course. So competency, just having competency-based assessment will not work. We need to have the competency-based pedagogy to sustain the competency-based assessment.
So in other words, the entire exercise or this initiative is to make the child to think and then and develop himself or herself. Now, this will, according to this scheme, will definitely help the children if they are going for a pure sciences, like maybe if they want to answer some public service commissions, examinations, or some competitive examination. I think they can answer their examination in a better way, much better way, because there will not be any rote memorizations. You want to put your comments on that?
No, I think true, yes.
Now, coming to the equivalence of the boards, there are 4 initiatives that the NCERT has suggested, because audience may not be aware about it. So you want to say anything, you want to brief on equivalence of the board?
In the
Minister sir is in the audience. Welcome, sir. We were talking about the equivalence of the board.
Yes.
Now, under equivalence of the board, what are those initiatives, or how we are going ahead with this equivalence of the board?
So, like I said, that PARAKH has started this journey of equivalence of the boards because there is a lot of variation between the different boards. We have started with competency-based assessment. Initially, we are telling the boards to develop a question bank based on competency-based assessment, and circulate that access to the question bank to all the teachers affiliated to the state boards. The second thing that we are talking about is that we are talking about digitization of the boards. The state boards already have in the DigiLocker, the mark sheet and the certificate of the child. As a child in my DigiLocker, I have the certificates, but then we want the state boards to be more transparent. So right from registration to the entire journey of the child needs to be digitized. Even what we are saying that all of you know about the APAR ID. So we want the holistic progress card that has been developed. We are digitizing that holistic progress card also and linking it to the APAR ID of the child, so that as a child, my entire learning journey is documented in the DigiLocker. So I get to know, like if I am right now in grade 10, I get to know from my DigiLocker how my performance has been over the years from grade 1 till grade 10. So this digitization is another thing. The next thing that we are telling the boards is, of course, developing a cadre of paper setter, yes. So question bank, then cadre of question paper setters, and the digitization. These are the main things that we are talking the boards. And of course, yes, how the understanding of the question paper and in developing good question papers.
Okay. Even for class 10 to class 12, now there is a rationalized syllabus. So the syllabus has been reduced to the extent of maybe to the 20% or to 20-25%. How it affects or how it depends on this competency-based assessment? Is there any link to it?
The content is just a means. The ultimate aim is competency. Now, I can use a physics content, inertia, or I can use a social sciences content to develop the same competency. So the competencies are important. It doesn't matter like what content or how much of the content you are using. The competencies are what is required, which needs to be developed. So the main thrust, I think, for the state should be that as a teacher in the state, first I need to understand what are the competencies that I need to develop in the children at the foundation stage, at the preparatory, at the middle, and at the secondary.
Okay. I don't know whether I should ask this question or not. This is pertaining to, because with the implementation of national education policy, there is a rumor, you can say, or there is a misconception that there will not be any board examination for class 10. So what do you have to say on that?
You've said it, it's a misconception.
So class 10th examination will be there, and of course class 12.
Yes, but we are, but making it more flexible, making it more child-friendly, making it more transparent for the entire system.
Continuing of this question further, now for class 10, during the COVID time, 5 or 6 boards, including the Goa board, we had introduced semester pattern, and we did it for 2 years. CBSE, ICSE, they did it for 1 year, and then they roll back to one examination. Now with NEP, now there is a constant pressure that is building up to go ahead with the semester pattern for class 10. So any plans from the ministry to all the state boards to continue with the semester pattern?
Like I said, that Shanai, because let us see, first and foremost is working on the competency-based assessment. That is our first goal as far as the National Education Policy 2020 is concerned. Once this understanding of the competency, preparing the assessment is done, then of course we will be working on the other proposals.
Because right now, I think only one board, that is the Himachal board, they are working with the semester pattern for class 10. And otherwise, every board, they don't want to work for the semester pattern. That is what it looks like. Last question from my side. This is, how about, what is the response from the state boards as far as competency-based questions are concerned? What is your comment on that?
That I would like you to do self-assessment and tell me, because you have been attending our workshops, so you would tell me that how do you think the boards have responded and how are they doing?
No, anything when it is new, always there is a resistance, or they don't accept it so easily. Nobody accepts it so easily. So it's in fact it is a challenge. So this will be one of the challenge, I think, in implementing competency-based assessment.
Yes, but one thing is that everybody has understood. If you have seen, everybody has understood that this is important. Competency-based assessment needs to be done. So if I would say, I will take it very positively. I'll say that if the boards have accepted that it is required, my half the battle has been won. Now the only thing is for them to do it.
I think we'll invite some questions from the audience. Any questions from the audience? There'll be a lot of questions. Lot of questions. So I have had to cut short. Yes, Ketan sir. Ketan sir.
Madam, hello. Madam, good evening. One question which is just a continuation of what sir has been discussing already. There is a holistic progress card which is being used, which is going to be used, and there is a competency-based summative test as mandated in the NCF. The question is whether the competency-based test performance will be embedded in the holistic card or it will go separately.
No, holistic progress card, we have given separate credit. If you read the equivalence of school board document, which is there in the public domain, we have given weightages to the holistic progress card separately.
Madam, my question is within NEP document, there was stressed the concern about the commercialization of private tuition coaching classes for all the entrance exams, for example, for NEET or JEE. And they said that it should be reduced. So what are the plans to reduce such a stress on or such commercialization of education?
The competitive exams are not being looked after by PARAKH. It is being looked after by the higher education department, so they are working on it.
No, but any idea how we can reduce that pressure of competitive examination?
How we can reduce the pressure of the competitive?
Yeah, because with HPC we are reducing the pressure of the students. And then all of a sudden when they go for the private coaching classes, they come under so much of pressure. So how they will do it?
So, one thing is very certain, that if I change one thing, if I change the competitive examination, naturally the school learning will follow suit. So I think we need to change the competitive examination pattern as well, so that, if we have in that the competency-based assessment, then again the school practices will be more motivated to bring in that competency-based assessment change. It cannot be compartmentalized, that we cannot have in one section rote memorization and in the other, then it will not work. We have to overhaul the entire system. When we talk about assessment, at present the competitive examinations, they are assessing the limitations. We should not focus on that. We need, through assessment, we need to understand the possibilities, the opportunities. That is what is required. So this shift in assessment from understanding limitations to giving possibilities, giving opportunities is what needs to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Namaste, ma'am. I wanted to understand what is the timeline for the 12th standard finally adopting the holistic report card and going as per the competency-based examination?
So, from the National Assessment Center, PARAKH, we have already shared the holistic progress card with all the 36 states and UTs for the foundation, preparatory and the middle. And the states have started, because the first thing is contextualization, and in that contextualization the first thing comes is the translation. So the holistic progress cards are being now translated in the different languages. I think Marathi is already available, you have done it, and once that translation is done, then of course the using will start. The foundational level and the preparatory level holistic progress card is already in position in most of the states. They are moving towards the middle. I think the secondary holistic level holistic progress card, which we have given the responsibility to the boards for training and for translation, that we will be doing it perhaps next year onwards.
The related question to this is, as you said that you have to create a cadre of question takers and a cadre of questions. Is it like we were talking, once upon a time we were talking about one country, one board. So is there anything that we will be giving initially the competency-based questions to different states and boards, and it will be done a common, like PARAKH, a common exam to start with, so that the burden on the state boards is little less and it can be equal all across the country?
No, let me clarify. When we are talking about equivalence of the boards, we are not talking about cloning. We are not talking of uniformity. We want the states to have their own flavor. That needs to be there. We have already done the training of all the 34 state boards. From each of the 34 state boards, 5 paper setters had come. We are now calling them as the master trainer paper setter. We have trained them in paper setting, in designing question paper, and what we expect from the boards is that now those using those master paper setters, they will in turn have their training within the state and prepare a cadre of paper setter. PARAKH will, we are also telling the boards to develop a question bank of competency-based assessments. PARAKH will prepare a sample question bank which PARAKH will share with the boards, and then the boards needs to prepare their own. So, and I'm happy to say I saw Chattisgarh out here, that Chattisgarh has already, after we trained the board people from Chattisgarh, the master trainers in Chattisgarh have already started the next cadre of training in their state. Chattisgarh has also started, and even Himachal has also started.
Ma'am, NEP speaks about semester system. And we already had now for 9th standard, first semester, and then we are going to have second semester. What about next year? Are we going for annual exams?
I think that Bhagirath-ji,
Yes,
your
sir,
chairperson will answer this.
That's the government policy.
And another, you spoke about question bank. Will it not lead to rote learning?
No, that is what we want. It is, we are giving the sample question, and we don't want those sample questions only to be used. Those are just as model. Looking at those, because at present when we prepared even the, for the holistic progress card, we prepared an assessment design and we shared with the states. In some of the districts, they exactly copied the PARAKH one and they started.
Yes, exactly.
So, but we told them, no, don't do that. Then our entire, because we are giving you as a model, as an exemplar, using that, devise your own. Because unless and until you contextualize it to your environment, it will not be meaningful to your child, it will not be relevant for your child. Like I keep saying, a top-down approach never works. We need to train our teachers in developing assessment which are relevant, which are meaningful, and that will only happen when it is, first of all, I think Assam director, she shared in different languages, how many different languages Assam is working. So it has to be in that particular language for making it be, and then relevant, make it relevant, give the examples from the situation the child is. A child in Bastar will not understand the example will not be similar to the child in Guwahati. It will be different.
Hello, madam. For the success of this holistic card, holistic report, I feel CC, is it a successful one? If it is not, then CCE, I mean. It is not, I feel, that much successful. Do you think that holistic report card will be the successful one?
First of all, let me clarify, it is not report card. We have made a shift in this National Education Policy 2020 a shift from reporting to progress. It is the holistic progress card. And when I'm talking about the, the holistic progress card, it is as per right to education, the continuous and comprehensive education that we are talking about. But the philosophy of continuous and comprehensive education is being reflected in the holistic progress card. The way it was implemented before, wherein you had F1, F2, S1, then F3, F4, S2, that was not continuous and comprehensive. There, even the teachers did not have any say. It was a top-down approach. Through this holistic progress card, the CC that is being implemented, that is going to work. That is what we are trying to work. We are trying, along with the states, to make it happen.
And maybe the last question. Yes, sir. Two more. One is Dr. Mehrotra and then...
Malhotra ji not allowed.
Madam,
Good
just
evening.
introduce yourself. Introduce, please.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Urvi Faldesai. I'm the headmistress of Nirakar High School. I just want to ask you, if it's competency-based assessment, then how do we convey that to the parents? Is it in terms of competencies they have achieved, or will they be converted into marks and it will revert back to the same thing?
No, the moment I am focusing on scores or marks, I am limiting the definition of success. The moment I'm talking about competencies, I'm opening an entire canvas for the child to succeed. So this understanding, this dialogue needs to happen with the parent, needs to happen with the community. This barrier between the school and the community needs to be, taken off. Unless the community, they start understanding how the school is, helping the child in the learning process. The school is actually benefiting the child. This understanding, if it goes to the community, only then will the community value education. And once the community starts valuing the education, we have made the change. The transformation will occur, on its own. If you remember, I think 2016 or 2017 it was, we came out with the learning outcome. And, and I think we had told the states that get those learning outcomes written on the walls of the schools. I think in Goa also.
Yes.
You did it, okay. So it was done. The learning outcomes were written on the walls of the school. Now, when I went to, one of the workshops in one of the states, so there a teacher asked me, she said that, ma'am, I'm from a government school teacher. The population that comes to me is from a lower socio-economy, and many of the children are first generation learner. They do not know, the parent, they do not know how to read and write. So why did you ask us to, write it down on the walls? What is the use of it? So I was like, yes, a valid question. And I was just thinking about it, that definitely it's like, how is it? Then before I could answer, one of the participants from the crowd itself stood up and said that if one particular parent is not able to understand, maybe the other person will make her or him understand that, look, this is written in the wall, and this is the learning outcome that the child is going to achieve after the child, does grade 3. And then, somebody said that maybe the child will make the parent understand that, माँ तुझे पता है मैं स्कूल में क्या पढ़ रहा हूँ, मुझे ये पढ़ाया जा रहा है. So these dialogues, अगर ये dialogue हमारे family में शुरू हो जाता है, between parents, community में शुरू हो जाता है, then we are sorted.
Ma'am, then again there will be so many competencies that, and the degree to which each of the students achieve. So I wonder how that will translate into a report card.
No, again, not a report card, a progress card.
A progress card, okay.
And we have also categorized those. The competencies, if you see the NCFSC, it's very well documented what are the competencies required. And what we have said is, as a teacher, I need to understand whether my child is achieving the competency at the beginner level,
okay,
or at the proficient level,
okay,
or at the advanced level, only in 3 levels. So as a teacher, I prepared a rubric to understand this. Proficient means the child is achieving at the grade appropriate level. And if it is beginner, means lower than the grade appropriate. If it is more, then it is advanced.
Another question is, sorry, I have so many questions regarding this.
I think
if it is board exam, then how do we convey this to the parents? Again, in terms of competencies or in terms of marks?
Again, Bhagirath ji will answer all the board exams.
And next question, ma'am, if it is self-assessment, there are some students who rate themselves a little higher. Large number of students know where they stand, but there are some students, they rate themselves higher, some students rate themselves a little lower. So then how much liberty does a teacher have to intervene in this?
Self-assessment is not for, making it higher or lower, but self-assessment is making it assessment as learning. So through this assessment, through the self-assessment, I learn also. Many times you would have, as a teacher, you would have realized that you had learned a concept in your school, but later on when you're teaching it, it would strike, oh my God, this is something which I did not, understand at that time, but now I am understanding. So this self-assessment, this internalization, this meta-analysis that we are training the child to do will help in the learning process for the child himself. It is more for improving the learning process and less for marking. Marking is a scheme that we have from the British colonial regime. We want to do away with it. Use the HPC. We have used it, the entire HPC we have evolved from the Panchakosha model. Use the HPC, and I'm sure if you understand the HPC in depth, you will be able to and appreciate it. Then you can use it. Once you appreciate it and when you use it, you will have a better understanding about it.
Okay, last question from Dr. Mehta, sir.
Thank you. It's not a question. So Professor Bhadri, thank you so much for that thought-provoking interview. A lot of questions are there, I think, must be coming in the minds of the participants. I have a comment on the assessment that we have been doing. The assessment should be for learning, of learning, and as learning. So now what we are talking about is that students should be assessed as they are learning. And that is very important, and that is why the progress is very important, instead of just reporting in terms of marks. When we talk about competencies, as we have already discussed earlier yesterday also, if you remember, Professor Ranjana Arora has mentioned about the competency is equal to knowledge plus skills plus attitude. So if we just focus on the question papers, and that has been the trend, we are not really testing the competencies of the child. We are just testing the knowledge of the child through the question paper. Need to include assessments like using portfolios, for example, assignments, group discussion. All these should be part of our assessment. Then only we can give a holistic approach towards assessment. Otherwise, we'll be just focusing again on, reinventing the questions and then promoting rote learning. So the whole idea behind holistic progress card is that the stakeholders should be involved. All kinds of stakeholders, even the child himself or her, should be there to assess, his abilities. The focus needs to be on the abilities of the child rather than just the knowledge. And we have to also see the behavior, so observation, teacher observation, not just the measurement, which we have been doing in terms of the, criteria. So that is why you might have seen a cartoon on the internet which has shown animals there, the fish, monkey, elephants and all, and it says that climb the tree. The master says climb the tree. So can you imagine a fish to climb the tree or an elephant? But we have been using the same parameters for assessment. That's the tool. We have been using the question paper. So we really need to think of variety of tools to make those observations or measurements that we have been doing. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Mehrotra, and thank you, Dr. Indrayani ji, for your thoughts on this. And I am very sure there are also a lot of the questions on this competency-based assessment and their questions. They will come in the due course of time, and we will definitely be in touch with you. I know you were busy with the National Assessment Survey 24. I know how difficult it is to conduct the exam. It is like a India-Pakistan match. And then definitely, despite of that, you came all the way from Delhi down here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We are thankful to Professor Indrani Bhaduri for being part of this national seminar at Goa. We could understand the competency-based assessment and holistic progress card. You have really enlightened us, madam. Thank you very much. I request Sri Bhagirath Shetye to kindly present a memento to Professor Indrani Bhaduri, a token of appreciation from SCERT Goa. We will have valedictory right away. Two-day national seminar on new state curriculum frameworks as the basis for transforming school education was really good one for all of us, as all of us learn many things about school education. It's truly heartening to see the same enthusiasm and energy as we continue our journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration. Today's sessions promise to be just insightful and inspiring, with distinguished speakers and thought-provoking discussions awaiting us. Let us all focus and gear up for another enriching experience. Once again, welcome back and thank you for your active participation. I kindly request the coordinator for national seminar, Shri Govindraj Desai, to kindly escort our dignitaries onto the dais. We have Chief Guest Shri Subhash Shirodkar, Minister, Government of Goa, as Chief Guest for our valedictory function. To escort Shri Prasad Lolekar, Secretary Education, Government of Goa. To escort Professor Indrani Bhaduri, CEO PARAKH, NCRT. To escort Dr. Ramakrishna Rao to the dais. I request sir to escort Director Education Shri Shailesh Jingde to the dais and Director Meghna Shedgaonkar to the dais. Kindly escort Madam Director to the dais. Requesting sir to escort Dr. Shambhu Ghadi, State Project Director, to the dais, and please escort Shri Bhagirath Chetye, Chairman Goa Board, to the dais. Good evening, everyone. As we gather for the valedictory session of this enriching national seminar, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Shambhu Ghadi, State Project Director, to formally welcome our dignitaries and the audience.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, respected chief guest, distinguished guests, estimated resource persons, colleagues, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this valedictory function of 2 days National Educational Seminar on State Curriculum Framework, which has been a remarkable platform for knowledge sharing, learning, and collaboration. Last 2 days, we have had the privilege to listen to insightful sessions engaging in thoughtful, provoking discussion and gaining valuable insight into the evolving landscape of education. We are honored to have with us today Sri Subhash Shirodkar sir, Honorable Minister for WRD, whose presence here elevates the significance of this occasion. Sir, your exemplary contribution to education have been source of inspiration to many. On behalf of SCRT and Director of Education, I welcome you, sir, for this valedictory function. I request our Secretary Education, Sri Prasad Loliyekar sir, IAS, to present bouquet of flower to today's chief guest, Sri Subhash Rodkar sir, Honorable Minister for WRD. Respected I also welcome Sri Prasad Loliyekar sir, IAS Secretary Education, who is instrumental to have this national workshop. I also welcome our Director Education, who leads this team of all the officers in the education. Also, I welcome Director SCRT, under whose leadership this national workshop is organized. I also welcome Board Chairman Sri Bhagesh Shetty sir and all the resource persons present here on the dais. I welcome you all once again for this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, and to all the dear participants for this valedictory function. 2 days were really difficult for us to take so much of knowledge. How it went, we don't know. But to know more about it, I would like to invite Sir Govindraj Desai to present the report on 2-day national seminar.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, esteemed speaker, participants and respected guests. As we come to the conclusion of this 2-day national seminar on new state curriculum frameworks as the basis for transforming school education, it's my privilege to present the seminar report and reflect on the journey we embarked upon over the last 2 days. The seminar was designed to bring together thought leaders, educators, policymakers, and stakeholders to deliberate on the implementation of state curriculum frameworks in alignment with the NEP 2020. The discussions revolved around key themes such as competency-based learning, foundational literacy, skill development, and the integration of technology in education. The day 1 highlights. The seminar commenced with a warm inaugural session where we were honored to have esteemed dignitaries including Sri Anandrao Patil IAS, the Additional Secretary of Education, Government of India, Sri Prasad Lolekar IAS, Secretary Education, Government of Goa, Professor Dinesh Saklani, the Director NCRT, and Professor Shashikala Vanzari present on the days. The event began with an inaugural and welcome address delivered by the Director of SCRT Goa, Madam Meghna Shetgaonkar. This was followed by an invocation song and the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. The guests were introduced and welcomed with floral bouquets. Sri Prasad Lolekar IAS, Secretary of Education, Government of Goa, then addressed the gathering, presenting the state scenario on the implementation of NEP 2020. Following this, Professor Dinesh Saklani, Director NCRT, shared his insights on Indian knowledge system and need for infusing it in the school curriculum. Sri Anandrao Patil, IAS, the Additional Secretary of Education, Government of India, also addressed the audience, providing valuable perspectives on integration of ICT in education through initiatives under the New Education Policy 2020. Later, mementos were presented as a token of gratitude and appreciation. The event concluded with vote of thanks proposed by Director of Education, Sri Shailesh Jingde. The academic sessions began with Professor Ranjana Arora, the head of Department of Curriculum Studies and Development, elaborating on the National Curriculum Framework for School Education on competency-based learning. This was followed by Professor Shashikala Vanzari, the Vice Chancellor of NIPA, who discussed the pivotal role of teachers in implementing the NEP 2020. The highlight of the day was the panel discussion on reimagining skill education in Goa, featuring Professor Vinay Mehrotra, Sri J.R. Ribello, and Coordinator Sri Ruildo D'Souza. Their deliberations offered actionable insights on integrating vocational training into mainstream education. The highlights of Day 2. The second day began with an engaging session by Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, the chairman of NETF, who explored the evolution of education and the roadmap for the future. This was followed by a panel discussion on foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN, which include inputs from Dr. Ramakrishna Rao, Dr. Madhusri Sauji, and Sri Manoj Savaikar. This session was coordinated by Sri Rupesh Sawan. The post-lunch session included thought-provoking presentations by Professor Deepak Paliwal, the Joint Director of Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Central Institute of Vocational Education, on skill education and presentation of best practices on NEP 2020 by visiting states SCRTs of Chattisgarh, Assam, Maharashtra on the status of NEP 2020 and initiative taken in their respective states. The final academic session was an interactive interview with Professor Indrani Baduri, CEO of PARAKH 2024, on competency-based assessment, which was ably moderated by Sri Bhagirath Shetye, Chairman Goa Board. It doesn't end here. I take this privilege to proudly say that the entire seminar was live streamed on SCRT official YouTube channel as well as on PM eVidya channels. The entire video recording of this two-day national seminar will be available for all of you on the YouTube channel very shortly. It goes without fail to say that this was all possible due to the tiring efforts put in by the SCRT technical team, who in spite of dozens of difficulties managed to undertake this Herculean task. Let us all put our hands together and give a big round of applause to this team. Outcomes and key takeaways. First, enhanced understanding. The seminar deepened our understanding of SCFs and their alignment with the NEP 2020. The practical strategies discussions yielded actionable strategies for competency-based curriculum development, foundation literacy enhancement, and skill integration. Collaboration and exchange. The platform facilitated collaboration among educators and policymakers, thus fostering a spirit of shared learning. State-specific solutions. Insights from invited states emphasize the need for a localized approach in the curriculum development. The seminar was graced by speakers from Ministry of Education, Government of India, NETF, NCRT, NIPA, PCCIVE, RIE Bhopal, and officers from SCRTs of Maharashtra, Chattisgarh, Assam, and Gujarat. We proudly hosted more than 180 state delegates from various government departments, committee members such as members of the steering committee, SCF committee, SCF subcommittees, along with heads of schools from the higher secondary and also the colleges. Now, as we reach this moment of valedictory program, I duly recognize the esteemed presence of Shri Subhash Shirodkar, Honorable Minister for Water Resource Development, and the visionary leader under whose chairmanship the task force committee was constituted and the foundation stone for implementing NEP 2020 for school education was laid. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, and participants for their invaluable contributions throughout the 2 days seminar. My special thanks to the organizing team of SCERT Goa for their meticulous planning and execution. My gratitude goes to Sri Prasad Lolekar, IAS, Secretary Education, Government of Goa, Sri Shailesh Jingre, Director Education, Madam Meghna Shetgaonkar, Director SCERT, and to Dr. Shambhu Gadi, the State Project Director, Goa Samagra Shiksha. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insights and ideas generated over these 2 days to ensure that our collective vision of a transformed education system becomes a reality. Together we can and we will make a lasting impact on the future of education in Goa and in the country. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for such lovely short report. We heard Professor Indrani Bhaduri telling self-assessment is required to improve and for the child to improve in future. Feedback is also required. We would like to take feedback from the participants, but before that, we have dignitaries in our audience who always support us, who always guide us. I request Madam Sarita Gadgil to present floral bouquet to Director Higher Education, Shri Bhushan Savekar. I request Madam again to present a floral bouquet to Rohit Sharma, a representative from Gujarat who always help us and guide us. Okay, fine. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to take feedback of 2-day national seminar. I would like to invite Shri Vishal Signapurkar, Headmaster, Government High School, to please give us the feedback. And after him, Madam Patnekar will come and give the feedback.
Respected dignitaries and guests on the days, good evening all. On behalf of all the fellow HMs, headmasters and principals, I would like to thank Secretary Education Lolekar sir, Director SCERT Meghna madam, Director Education Jingre sir for conducting this successful national seminar for all of us. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to attend it. The sessions were truly motivating and brought a lot of clarity to us. We are truly enriched after listening to all the stalwarts from the field of education. We all had a great Bharat Darshan of education and feel truly proud even more having a glimpse of ancient education, which also makes us aware of our responsibility now up ahead to transform school education. Thank you very much.
समेस्तांक देवबरी सांज आवडेता काल आणि आयज मेळून 2 दिसाच्या या राष्ट्रीय वर्कशॉपाक गोयच्या वेगवेगळ्या काना कोपऱ्यांतल्यान आयिल्ले शिक्षकाच्या वतीन हांव म्हजें मनोगत हांगा व्यक्त करता. खरेंच SCERT गोवा हाणें आमकां ही संद दिवन आमच्या शिक्षण क्षेत्रांत जर बदल करूंक जाय, भुरग्यांच्या जिवितांत जर बरो प्रकाश हाडूंक जाय जाल्यार शिक्षकांनी कितले सादूर रावूंक जाय आणि काळा बरोबर वचूंक जाय हाची माहिती आमकां ह्या वर्कशॉपान खूब बरी गावली. वेगवेगळ्या भारताच्या कानाकोपऱ्यांतल्यान आयिल्ले एक्सपर्ट्स रिसोर्स पर्सन हांणी आमच्या ज्ञानान खूब भर घातली आनी NEP कशें फुडें वचूं शकता तातूंत वेगवेगळे जावपी कॉम्पिटन्सीचें म्हत्व तशेंच HCF पंचकोशाचें म्हत्व आनी निमाणें म्हणजे जे सेशन चल्ले इंद्रायणी मॅडम आनी आमचे शालांत मंडळाचे अध्यक्ष भागीरथ शेट्टी हांचे खूबच इंट्रस्टींग जाले खूबच रंगतदार जाले आनी फुडें आमकां कितें करूंक जाय हाची चावूल आमकां जसो सिनेमाच्या पयलीं टेलर आसता त्या टेलरान ह्या अधिवेशनांतल्यान अशें जालें अशें म्हजें मत आसा परत एकदां ही संद आमकां SCERTन दिली म्हणून मेघना मॅडम तशेंच लोलयेकर सर आनी संपूर्ण SCERT टिमीक हांव मना काळजांतल्यान देव बरें करूं म्हणटा.
Thank you very much, sir and madam, for this feedback. We will definitely keep this in mind and maybe in future we will do much better. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, sir, arrived earlier than the time given. We know that he was a teacher. He may be Minister for Water Resource Development, Government of Goa, but I know he is a teacher. Shri Subhash Shirodkar, may I request you to kindly address the gathering as we are awaiting to listen to you.
Highly respected Secretary for Education for the state of Goa, Mr. Lolekarji. In my childhood, I was hearing the name Rita Bahadur. But today here we have got Indrani Bahaduri. Ma'am, I'm quite happy that you are associated with the state of Goa, with all the dignitaries who are sitting in the audience. So also we have got here Mr. Jingre, the Director for Education, by Meghana, who is also in charge of SCERT. We have got here all the way who has come Mr. Ramakrishna Rao, the chairperson for Vidya Bharati. Then we have got the board chairman, Mr. Bhagirath ji. Of course, a boy from my village, I would say, Mr. Shambhu Ghadi, who is associated with me in the field of education for the last almost 30 to 40 years, I would say. And all the respected dignitaries who are sitting, I would say dignitaries only, who are sitting in the audience. I see Mr. Rangnekar over there. And then, of course, Vishwas Satarkar, and then lot many people whom I can, and I know by name. Of course, our Director for Higher Education, Mr. Savikar. Friends, it's a very pleasant evening for me. And that's why I tell you, I forgot my protocol. I just picked up the flowers from the tree. Because when it comes to education, I never bother about my protocol and all that sort of thing. Why I say the pleasant thing? Because you see, in the last 6 decades, Goa has made a tremendous stride in the field of education, which I would say as sum up as number one. Out of all the ministries, education is number one. And fortunately for us, with the efforts put down by you all people and people who are working in the earlier decades, because I remember my teacher, almost 50 of them who taught me right from my standard 3rd and 4th. I remember all of them. They have contributed their entire might in not just making of a Shirodkar, but like me, many other children, many other students. And this is what is the might of the teacher. And that's why I always love people calling me a teacher, not a minister. That is what I always anticipate. Friends, as I said, in the last 6 decades, particularly started after 1961 liberation, the first Chief Minister of Goa started with almost 100, 150 to 200 primary schools in that year of 1962-63. And then slowly the number went up to, I think, if not mistaken, almost 1,200 primary schools in a small state of Goa. Then subsequently it went on with the high schools. And today we can proudly say that we have got a high schools almost more than 500. Likewise also colleges, we have got almost 66 to 70 colleges. Higher secondaries, we have got almost 110. This is just an data that I would like to spell out, because this is what the various governments has contributed to the cause of education in the state of Goa. Goa is a state which can proudly say that not a single child of original Goans is away from the school. Every single child is within the four walls of or corridor of any education given institute. We may have a little problem of laborers. And when I say laborers, the laborers are also floating laborers. Like 2 months they will work here and then they will go to the native place with the entire family. Again, after 4 months, they may come down and then they would stay here for about 6 months. Their children is a little problematic, and those number of those children may be about 1,000, 2,000 maximum. This is what the scenario that is as far as the education in the state of Goa is concerned. And in fact, I would say this could be a role model to any of the districts. I would not say the state, but to any of the districts in the state of Goa. Out of 150, this is what we have. Friends, while addressing on this beautiful occasion, I would not like and I would not appreciate myself to deal with all your procedural things like what you have been doing for the last almost 2 days. Yesterday and today, you have been dealing with all your syllabus, curriculum, and exams, mark sheet, and all these. Had the ma'am allowed you to raise questions, the question session would have gone up to 7 o'clock. Those many doubts and other things you people have been expressing, but I don't want to mingle with that. My plain and simple thinking, what I have been trying and practicing for the last almost 52 years, because my career in the education started in 1971, and I would just ponder on that. NEP speaks very bluntly and holistically about human resource, isn't it? I'm not wrong, no? Holistically speaks about human resource. What sort of society we have today, and what sort of society we anticipate in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years, isn't it? What I feel, and I have to make a humble suggestion, unless I have a blueprint of the last 1 or 2 decades of a human resource. What sort of a human resource we have provided to the state in the last 10 to 20 years. And based on that, then what sort of a human resource we want. Now, when I say only human resource, doesn't mean the people, I mean service goers. People expecting job in government, people expecting job in private sector, people expecting job in various other sectors. I don't mean that, just. Human resource means a very, very rich human resource. Rich in ethos, rich in culture, rich in heritage, and I would say rich in life. This is what Goa needs to. And for that matter, I think we will have to have a small introspection of what society we have contributed in the last 10, 20 years, and then what we anticipate in the next 40 years. I think this is what would be, to sum up, the implementation part of a NEP in a very, very successful way. The leaders of the country thought of that we have to change, have a change in national policy of education. Why? Because with the changing scenario in the world, the things have changed. Particularly the science, which has been making progress with a double, not just a double and triple strides, but manifold, I would say. To deal with that also, I think our generation, our society should not lag behind. That was also one of the major things. And along with that educational pattern, Indians should not get de-linked with the nation, should not get de-linked with the states, so that हमारी जड़ जो है ना वो एकदम बुनियादी से रहते हैं. And that is what I think is to be incorporated in the NEP, implementation of NEP. I think with this, I would say that all of us, including 10,000 of the staff members who are in the field of education, working in the field of education in the state of Goa, everybody will have to have a very huge quantum of work. What has been deliberated today over here has to get percolated to my village of Shiroda, which is 50 kilometers from here. And then it has to get percolated to Sange, again, which is almost 70 kilometers. From this side, it has to get percolated to the teachers over there. Also to the parents, what ma'am was harping upon, that parents, community involvement is a must. Community involvement is a must. And for that matter, I think we all will have to be the ambassadors, as you have been working on those lines for the last almost 30, 40 years. We have to work as an ambassadors of the department, of the government, and of NEP policy. And you will have to see how big is the reach of yours in those remote villages. Friends, I will not go in that your assessment card and all that. I wouldn't go in that. आकोते का हाल देखना है हमें. आकोते का हाल, how the village is growing, how the city is growing, how the village is growing, how the village city is growing, how my peripheral area is growing. And I would say I have made a small effort. I have made a small effort. I got a data first of all on my table. Shiroda has got 400 students appearing every year. I consider that as a generation, 400 youths of my village. I see how best they can be trained in various walks of life. Various walks of life. Like for example, I tell you, from my own family, I got an engineering college, I got a college in homeopathy, I got a junior college with 7 courses. But a fine morning or evening, I realized that my putanya, my nephew, is interested in Tasha. Tasha वाजोवपाक ताका आवड तयार जाली. 5 जाली की पुस्तकां कुशीन दवरून तासो वाजोवपाक वचपाचें. आरेच्या म्हटलें, हो वाजंत्री तयार जाता. That was my thought to myself. But down the line, after 3 years, what I realized, today that boy with that passion for Tasha, for that music, today he is one of the 20 prominent players of Tasha music, which I appreciate now. I realized this was a talent hidden in him, and this hidden talent was of course supported by parents, supported by teachers also, and then I also thought, yeah, okay, let him have the freedom of what he wants. Friends, we have got children of different age groups who are having many talents. I think this is what, first of all, we will have to have the neck to groom that. I wonder many times, I don't have an historian in my village. In the last 10 years, 4,000 students have passed out, but I don't have a historian. I don't have a boy who has been doing archaeological survey or work. Even to me, I said, I reached Norway after 70 years. Norway, which is a very prominent. In 16th century, Shivaji constructed the temple, the mandir. So beautiful mandir. Now, does that have any role to play in our education system? And likewise, I tell you, there was a small eye-opener by our Honorable Governor. Governor visited so many villages, and he has written a book about this. Governor visited so many temples. He has written a book on these temples. He has visited historical trees of Goa. And then maybe about 40 to 50 trees, he has enlisted in his small book, saying that these are the historical plants and trees of Goa, which are there for the last 150 years. Now he has been visiting the temples. And after that, he is going to visit the hilltops. Like for example, the Siddhanath hilltop, the Chandranath hilltop, Sosogad hilltop, like getting himself associated and putting something, I would say, in a novel way for the future, for history. Friends, I also always wonder, there is an IO in my neighborhood, but there is not a single boy from my constituency to study about the ocean. We proudly say we have got 120 kilometers of a sea line, but nobody to study about it. If we just take the list of, what I should say, the people involved in oceanography, hardly there will be any boy or girl. Now why this happens? I think implementation of a national education policy, all of us will have to first of all ponder, introspect a little more, and deviate from our routine teaching, rote teaching, what we call is a rote teaching and learning. Second thing that I would like to make a small highlight, we are the second generation learners. Now particularly in my family, I'm the second generation. My parents only knew to put signature. But Goa is going to face another problem. We are going to have at least 4 to 5 lakhs of people, minimum 4 lakh of people, who are migrants, settlers here in Goa. Their children are going to come, and that is going to be the first generation learner. This is what the difficulty again the Department of your primary education, secondary education, higher secondary education is going to have. Friends, I would say Himalayan that we'll have to climb to have, I would say, beautiful society for the state of Goa. I always say that yes, I should have a beautiful state, the society in my own village. And that's why I came out with the slogan that, okay, here should be professionals. They could be researchers, they could be engineers, they could be doctors, they could be teachers, they could be nurses, they could be artists. I can proudly say today, I got almost 50 girls who are trying to get themselves expertise in Bharatnatyam. In also music. Likewise, I tell you, and would like to appeal you, sky is only the limit for all of us. We did not go in the very intricacy, every single intricacy of the NEP rules and regulations and all that. I think sky is open for us. Sky is open for us. And that's why I would appeal to a director as well as higher education, our secretary also, that there has to be a mission that all of us will go to the field. फील्ड पे जाना ही पड़ेगा, उसके बगैर काम नहीं चलेगा. आप यहां बैठ के, पंजिम बैठ के, मड़गांव बैठ के काम करेंगे, नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा. It will be on the same lines like going the previous system of education, and उसमें थोड़ा सा बदल हो जाएगा, थोड़ा सा. And that बदल will go in a snail space, in a very snail space. If you want to march ahead in a very, very progressive way, I think our people will have to move out as a resource persons to every single village. Adopt the village, adopt the schools, have the competitions taluka level, village level. That is what we'll have to do. I tell you, normally I got about 14, 15 the high schools which are spread in the constituency. I try to convey the meetings of headmasters, try to convey the meetings of maths teachers, try to convey the meeting of English teachers, and try to mingle with them. So that it is not just only subject, it's a building of rapport with those people. So that we have a very, very holistic approach towards education. Friends, this is what we'll have to do. You are the ambassador, that's what I would say. You have spent so many years, you have dedicated yourself, much more than me. You are dedicated and you have seen that Goa comes up in the field of education. In various sectors of education. I would like to conclude saying that we will have to see the network. Today morning I had a meeting with your director for IT, because 5 of my schools are not having the internet facility. We will have to go and see what sort of equipments are available in the schools. We will have to go and see what sort of network is available for them. We'll have to see so many other difficulties which are faced by the teachers, by the students, by the pupils, and by also parents. I think this will be possible only when we will start moving out. I think this is what a small request I would like to make on this beautiful occasion, because Goa can be a role model, provided we look upon all these sectors of life, not just from the what I should say, job opportunities and all that, but every sector. Like for example, I always feel it. A time was there when Goa was proudly saying, Lata Mangeshkar hamari hai, Asha Mangeshkar hamari hai, Hridayan Mangeshkar hamara hai, Shobha Guruto hamari hai, Maneka Shirodkar hamari hai. Likewise, so many people, Parvatkar, Khapurumam Parvatkar hamara hai. In last 20, 30 years, where the things have gone? In the field of art and music, नहीं है. I feel it at least. आपको भी feel हुआ था होगा. उसके लिए हमारा education, what is the contribution for our education side? What is the contribution from our art and culture side? This is, I would say, is a very essential part of life. This is very, very essential part of life, which NEP anticipates. है ना मैडम? गलत बात तो नहीं ना? But we have missed that. And likewise, I tell you, there are so many sectors where we will have to put our energy, our mind, and what not. As far as when it comes to finance, government does not have shortage of funds. But I think we'll have to explore, have introspection. अपने आज तक जो कमाया है बहुत है. I will never say that अंदर ये कम था ऐसा. But next 20 years or next 30 years or next 40 years, Department of Education will have to, what I should say, explore and look differently. यदि हमको एक number 1 पे रहना है तो. And with these few words, I would like to conclude, appealing once again to all of you. It is not just a passion. It is not just a passion for everyone. It is a mission. All those who are sitting in the hall, this beautiful hall, I tell you, is a mission for all of us, including me. With these few words, I would like to conclude. And once again, thank Mr. Lolikar and all the luminaries for kindly giving all of us an opportunity to introspect, to discuss, deliberate, and introspect on the beautiful subject. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Definitely, Goa education is all set for NEP 2020. May I now request Madam Sarita Gadgil, SCERT Director, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Good evening all. I take this opportunity to express our gratitude to each and everyone who has contributed for the success of this seminar. To begin with, I would like to thank our Honorable CM, Shri Pramod Sawant, who although could not join us, but who has been always a supporting force for us. I would also like to thank Chief Guest of today's function, Shri Subhash Shirodkar, Minister for Water Resources Development, for joining us and giving his valuable inputs. Thank you very much, sir. Further, I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have graced us with their presence for inaugural session. To name with Shri Anandrao Patil, Shri Prasad Loliekar sir, Professor Dinesh Prasad Saklani, and Professor Shashikala Banjari. Further, I would like to thank all the invited speakers, namely Professor Ranjana Arora, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Professor Ramesh Babu, Professor Deepak Paliwal, Professor Vinay Malhotra, Professor Indrani Bhaduri, Dr. Madhusri Sauji, and Dr. Ramakrishna Rao. I would also like to thank SCRT representatives of states, Shri Alok Sharma, SCRT Chattisgarh, Srimati Nirada Devi, SCRT Assam, Shri Rohit Mehta, SCRT Gujarat, and Srimati Kamla Devi, Aute, SCRT Maharashtra. It's my foremost duty to thank the line-in departments, HODs like Director Education Shri Shailesh Jingde, SPD Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan Shri Shambhu Gadi, Chairman Goa Board Shri Bhagirath Shetty. I would also like to thank HODs of other departments of Government of Goa for joining this seminar. Further, I would like to thank all support providers. I thank Raj Bhavan for providing us this beautiful venue with all amenities. I would like to thank our support providers like Department of Fire, North Goa Police, GTDC for travel arrangements, ESG for other arrangements like travel, accommodation and local conveyance to all dignitaries who had come to Goa for this seminar. I thank Ravalnath Self-Help Group for providing us good food in time. This seminar with all arrangements and good speakers would not have been successful without participants, that is you all, teachers and other stakeholders in the education field. Thank you all for being part of this seminar. I will not be just in my duty if I fail to thank the entire team of SCRT under the leadership of Director Meghna Madam, who all collectively have worked very hard to make this seminar successful and also to see that NEP is rolled out in toto in the state of Goa at the earliest. To conclude, I would also like to thank the entire team of BISEC and Nodal Agency for PM eVidya, who have worked tirelessly for the live telecast on PM eVidya TV channel. Many thanks to the Ministry of Education, Government of India, for facilitating live telecast of entire seminar. I would also like to thank Team VSK. Friends, I would like to make a special mention that documentary which was played for 2 days was prepared in-house by the technical team of SCRT. Even the brochure which forms part of the kit is prepared by team SCRT in-house. Madam Meghna had made it a point that we will, to the extent possible, not engage any event managers even though this is a national seminar, and see that all the things are arranged in-house by SCRT team. Thank you technical team of SCRT, all the coordinators of various committees, and thank you all. Special thanks to Shri Prasad Lolekar Sir, IAS, Secretary Education, Government of Goa, for his ongoing guidance and support, and Director Meghna Madam for all the efforts put in. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And special thank you to our Madam Sarita Gadgil for being with us. She joined us recently, but she has understood the whole system of education, I believe. Thank you very much, Madam. And here, now I request Secretary Sir, Shri Prasad Lolekar ji, to kindly present a memento to our Chief Guest Sir, Shri Subhash Shirodkar, a token and appreciation from SCRT Goa. Sir, thank you very much for being with us today and enlightening us on education system in Goa. Thank you so much. And here, the 2-day national seminar comes to an end. A kind request to all the participants and to the dignitaries. We have served refreshment and tea outside the hall. Please have safe journey home. To all the participants, the certificates have been kept outside the hall from alphabet A to N on the left side of the door on the desk there, and from O to Z on the right side. Please collect your certificates and have safe journey home. Thank you very much everyone for being with us for last 2 days and encouraging us to have this type of national seminar on education in Goa. Thank you very much. Requesting the participants who are in the hall kindly rise for national anthem. Sorry.
I request everyone to stand up for national anthem. I request everyone to stand for national anthem. एक साथ शुरू करेंगे, शुरू कर। जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।